whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
7 o'clock tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Flames and Avs.
You're not going to win 92 like you did last week, are you?
I don't think so.
Get to 3.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Stay healthy and get to 3.
Stay healthy, most important.
And get to 3. That's it.
Keys to the game.
Pass is broken up by Marty Natchez. Natchez with it. Open net. McKinnon. Bouncing puck. He's going to guide it in. Easiest goal that Nathan McKinnon will ever score. He scored 54.9 seconds to go in the third. McKinnon has a 3-point night as the Avalanche lead the Flames 3-1.
It is official. Can I say it today without everybody yelling at me? The Avs have won the President's Trophy. They're the number 1 team in all of hockey.
Yeah!
And have been since basically October. It has been a wire-to-wire run of being the best team in the league. With that win last night, even though Carolina has won, the most that Carolina can get to is 114 points. So then he goes to tiebreakers, which is regulation wins. And guess what? You have all of them at 46. It now becomes, excuse me, who do you want to play when this thing rolls along? We had a team that we wanted to play, at least myself and Moser. And that's the LA Kings. Well, guess what? The LA Kings are now in that second wild card spot at 85 points, a point up from Nashville with a game in hand. It looks like you could get the, quote, ideal matchup. No matter who you play, the Avs are good enough to where it should not matter. But I will say this. The Avs accomplishing what they did at the end of this season to put them in a position to start thinking about what do you do and how do you handle these last 4. These last 4 that are essentially inconsequential. You've put yourself in a very advantageous position. You give yourself the ability that if you want guys to get rest on certain nights and certain games, you can do that. Good sign from last night is Mackenzie Blackwood showed up and played well, made 28 saves on 29 shots. And the only goal that was allowed looked like he was well on his way to a shutout. And then you just sort of get, mad dash into the game situation, and it's 2-1. Was still never all that nerve-wracking. McKinnon finishes it off about 2 minutes later with the empty netter. By the way, is this a narrative that I guess I've missed all year? Because McKinnon leads the NHL in goals scored. He's got 52. Cole Caulfield just got to 50. Then you got guys like McDavid at 47, Kaprizov at 45. They aren't going to catch him. But you're battling to be the leading goal scorer in the NHL. And I guess there's this narrative out there from some people, or maybe it's just the dummies who want Caulfield to win, I don't know, that he's some sort of empty net merchant. That's a thing.
Who was our boy in Tampa Bay that could only score on an empty net? You remember that?
Kucherov had a whole bunch of those. Yeah.
Okay. I think that this is just Kucherov revenge because we did the same thing to him. Now we're doing the same thing to Nathan McKinnon.
Now, here's my question. I'll go try and check where the empty netters or how many he has on the year. The one thing about McKinnon, though, he scored. I mean, his main thrust is 5-on-5 hockey. That's where he does his best. So empty net goal leaders in the 25-26 season. So McKinnon is at the top. He's got 7, along with Kucherov and Brandon Hagel. McDavid has 6. A host of guys have 6. But when we're talking about Caulfield, I'm trying to find his name on the list, and I don't see it. So maybe that's why some of these guys are upset. He's got 9, and I'm down to at least 4, where maybe he's at 4, but I don't have the rest of the list here. Point is, all right, take 9 goals off of McKinnon's stat sheet, and that takes him to 43. And then he's got 11 power play goals, so 32 5-on-5. It's a lot of goals in 5-on-5 hockey. A lot. Or even strength, or whatever you want to call it. But the point is, you have McKinnon, who is having a season in which it is the best statistically that he's had from a goal scoring output. He's had seasons with more assists, more points. You know, back 2 years ago, he had 140. He's at 126 right now. You know, the guys leading the league, it's McDavid's at 133, Kucherov at 128. He's right there near the top in those as well. But he's having an outstanding season. Texture says, Caulfield has 0 empty netters. Is that true? Damn. So he's got 50 with no empty net goals. That's impressive. So he's got 40 even strength goals because he's got 10 power plays. That's a hell of a year. Yeah, maybe I'd probably play this game if their stats flipped and we had McKinnon and they had Caulfield. But who cares? McKinnon leads the way at 52. The Avs, though, they're now in a position where I don't know how they handle this because I don't understand their cap situation well enough on how many guys is still available for them to, call up for a game or two. When we talked to Bednar, he said that they haven't accomplished all they needed to accomplish yet. They wanted to get this number 1 overall seed because when you get to the Stanley Cup final, when, that can come in handy. Getting game 1 at home and a potential game 7 at home if necessary. So they've gone out and done that. The question is, what do you do with these final 4 games? Because the one thing you have to be most mindful of, I think now, is health. But if guys play, dude, this is hockey. You can't go out there and sort of half-ass your way through a game. If you're playing, you got to play. Because that's how guys get hurt. I mean, you get guys going 70% against guys going 100%. The guys going 100% are going to hurt the guys going less. Just kind of how it goes. But for them to stack up a 52-16-10 season so far with 4 games left, entirely impressive, A. B, it really gives you a spot where I'm telling you, I know that the 2 best teams in the Western Conference are without a doubt the Avs and the Stars. But I don't think there's any guarantee that the Stars get past the Minnesota matchup in the first round. And I think the ideal situation for you is that you play the LA Kings, and the LA Kings just jumped into that second wild card spot last night, as they have 4 games left on the year. So really kind of what this comes down to, it's the Kings, it's the Predators, that's 85 and 84 points apiece. And then Winnipeg and San Jose each have 82 and 81 with 4 games left. They're still in it because Winnipeg has won 3 in a row. They are not giving up. But it feels like it's kind of come down to a 2-horse race between the Kings and the Preds. And the Kings just got their 20th regulation win of the season through 78 games. And that's the matchup I want. And the more you kind of look at it, the more it kind of sets up that it looks like it's going to go that way. But now, to be honest with you, it's not. I don't really have a strong feeling to who you play in this opening round, because if you are to be taken seriously as the contenders that you are, it shouldn't matter. You should be in a situation where it's like, I don't care who you're bringing to the table. Kings, Preds, Jets, Sharks, Utah, whatever. You should be able to take care of business. And in this situation, you got Dallas matched up against Minnesota, who is your division is the one that's king here. It's the Avs, Stars, and Wild that lead the way in the Western Conference, and one of those top three is going to get eliminated before you even have an opportunity to face them in the second round. But as far as first round matchups, I don't think it should matter all that much. Would I prefer the Kings? Yes. But again, it's just what I believe this team is. How much of the similarities I find between this one and the one that won the Cup a few years back. You know, you talk about what are the things that can bite you when the postseason comes along. And for most of the year, it was power play, and I don't even think that's the case anymore. You had a power play last night that scored in 6 seconds. I don't want to say like it's perfect, but it's good. And as long as you have that, which was your one, quote, weakness on this team, then I don't know what else to go to. I mean, it's why the biggest premium, I think, has to be health now. But it's a matter of how do you navigate that with the cap space you have left and 4 games left. So 303-504-0925. Not just the Avs. Colorado won 2 hockey games yesterday because it wasn't just them. It was also DU in the Frozen Four, double overtime, beating the 1 seed in Michigan. They come out, and once again, it's an insane run to think about what DU has been able to accomplish over the last, forever. But specifically the game last night. You're up against the number 1 team in college hockey. Do or die situation. You score first. You take the 1-0 lead, but you're down 2-1 at the end of the first. Tie it 2-2 in the second at the very end of the second period. And then you give up a power play goal that makes it 3-2 Michigan. And with less than 3 to go, you tie that game up, you send it in overtime, and you just hang on for dear life. I want to give you like a separation between what this game kind of looked like. Johnny Hicks, the goalie for Denver, 52 shots that he saw last night, 52. He made 49 saves. Ivankovic, the goalie for Michigan, faced 25 shots. And still, DU just found a way to overcome and make something happen. I said it yesterday, death, taxes, DU hockey, going to Frozen Fours and winning. Like, it's just what they do.
And Brett, quick programming note, we will have Westwood One's call of that game on AM 950 tomorrow.
There you go.
At 3:30. Or not just AM 950, where else? You can go ahead and say it.
92.5 HD2.
HD2, baby. If you want to hear the Pios win another Natty in HD2, you can find it there as well. 3:30.
For all of my HD listeners out there, all 3 of you. But that will be at 3:30 tomorrow on AM 950 or 92.5 HD2. 303-504-0925. Congrats to the Pios. Moving on to another final. Back after this. texture says, Brett Kane, my favorite Nuggets nihilist. You better pick the Nuggets to lose in the first round since you were a bummer all year. Hey, to be fair, I wasn't just a bummer with the Nuggets all year. I was with the Broncos, too. But if they do things to change my mind, I can't help the way that my brain works. That's not my fault. I am taking evidence that is set forth in front of me and trying to deduce what that means moving forward. I'm a card counter at a blackjack table, and I'm trying to see into the future. Now, I'll tell you this. I don't know how much this last stretch of games has done to, or what that has done to change my mind. Obviously, the most impressive and the thing that tilted the scales at least a little bit for me was the Spurs game, because I thought that was fantastic. I have a lot of concerns still about them defensively. And here's my problem with the Nuggets. I don't have any way to really project what they're going to do in the postseason. I've told you before, I could see them getting beat in 6 to Minnesota. I could see them winning in 5. I think both are on the table. But the only way that that's going to happen is if they take the offense seriously. Or I'm sorry, the defense seriously early in games. If they don't do that, then I don't think they stand a chance against really anybody. Whether you play Minnesota, whether you play Houston, whether you play the Lakers, whether you play whoever in that stretch of teams that you're going to be matched up with in the first round, I think they're all a very similar difficulty level with different ways that you have to beat them. The difference is the style in which they play. But I think how hard it's going to be to beat them is all kind of the same. They aren't teams that are in the OKC San Antonio category, but they're certainly good. They all have somebody on their rosters that can burn you. For Minnesota, obviously it's Ant. For the Houston Rockets, I still have this thing about, and maybe I'm stupid for thinking this, but there's just something about Kevin Durant and his ability to get hot in a hurry. Now, you had success against Durant in past playoff series. I know that. But that was also when your team was really good defensively. And this year they aren't. All I'm saying is, I don't know what the Nuggets are going to do in the first round. I think it is way better for them to have a matchup against San Antonio than OKC in the second. And again, could I see them making a run to a Western Conference Finals? Yeah, I could. I could also see us, a week and a half, 2 weeks into the playoffs saying, what the hell happened and where do you go from here? It's just a feeling I don't have with the Avs. The Avs I see as a team that is on top of it in every which way you want. Goaltending, now special teams, offense, 5-on-5 hockey, defense. There are times that, the defense got a little bit lax, and I think that's just honestly a byproduct of boredom. And perhaps you could say the same thing about the Nuggets. But again, that's what makes this so difficult. Let's do this real quick. I'll throw it out to you guys.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Confidence level of the Avs in the Nuggets making it past the first round. So give me the Avs first and the Nuggets second. And I just want to see. So it's first round. Making it past that on a scale of 1 to 10. Say Nuggets, whatever. Avs, whatever. And I'll ask that to Nelly. You first. Confidence level that these teams make it past the first round, 1 through 10.
Past the first round, I will go Avalanche. I'll give them a 15 out of 10.
Okay.
Nuggets, flip a coin, 50-50.
So 5?
Sure, 5 out of 10. Because as you've said, I just don't know which version of the Nuggets we're going to see. If we see this version of the Nuggets that's won 10 games in a row, I might put them in that same Avs category. Yeah. But it's just, if they get one injury and they wake up on the wrong side of the bed, it's not going to happen. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know, Kaner.
For me, I'd go Avs a 9 to a 10, somewhere in there. And the Nuggets, 5 or 6. We'll go halves on these. Avs 9.5, Nuggets 5.5. And that doesn't mean that I don't think the Nuggets are capable of winning everything. Like, I think I heard Kreckman the other day say something about the Nuggets, and what was it? It was something like, the Nuggets have my full faith that they could win an NBA championship, and also my full faith that they could get bounced in 5. And that's just kind of where it's at for me. There's been a lack of consistency, even in the middle of a win streak, that it just gives you pause. You know, and there were some people that dunked on me during the Broncos season, because I would get here on a Monday, and I would talk about all the things that went bad in that game and all the fortunate things that had to happen late for the Broncos to win, which did. I always acknowledge this, though. The Broncos, when they won games late, when they had those furious fourth quarter comebacks, make no mistake, that's a skill. And that is a great asset to have in a team. The issue that I had was, it feels like one of these big flaws that you have, that, the offense can't get going for 3 straight quarters, is not something that can happen in the postseason in a winning environment. It just couldn't. And they made it through Buffalo. But even in that game, remember, Buffalo did what? Turn the ball over, was it 5 times? 5, 6? A lot. Gave you extra opportunities. And then you lost Bo Nix, and this is what makes it difficult, because it's hard to kind of judge this either way. When you lose your starting quarterback, things are going to get squirrely. But you lose 10-7 because you couldn't run the football effectively. And I think that's a bigger thing to point out. Are the flaws something that will rear their head in the postseason? And for me, that question is, can the Nuggets play defense or not? It feels like when they want to, they can. But you can't pick and choose when the postseason starts. It's got to be all the time. So I'll tell you this much. There is not a single moment in which it looks like Oklahoma City is not giving it its full effort. Not one. They handle their business really, really seriously. So 303-504-0925. The other thing with the Nuggets, it's, when you're battling for positioning here, the Lakers did go out and beat Golden State last night. So it's not as if the number 3 seed is completely wrapped up in all yours. They got a game against OKC tonight at 7:00, where I don't know what OKC is going to do. I don't know if this is going to be a full rest thing, like they'll sit down Shea and they'll sit down J-Dub and they'll sit down all these different guys. The second unit for OKC is still pretty damn good. And I think you're still going to have to play a pretty serious game depending on how much you want this 3 seed. Like, I don't see the Nuggets just shutting it down tonight. I don't. They certainly could. But if they did, I think I'd have questions about who they want to face in the postseason. Like, maybe they really don't want Minnesota in that first round. But I'll tell you this much. If you play against Houston, Houston's hot. Like, Houston is a team that's been crushing it lately. Much like the Avs, like giving a real finishing kick to the season and seeing what they can do with it. They've won 8 straight. And their game last night was not even close. They were putting the screws down to Philadelphia, kind of let go of the rope a little bit late in that game, in the fourth quarter specifically. It just felt like they straight up weren't trying in the fourth quarter, and it's like, all right, fine, we'll close the game out. Because they had a huge lead heading into the fourth. Over 20 points. But they've been playing good basketball, and again, there's something about KD that I just, there's a little bit of a fear factor still in that. So, OKC is keeping essentially everybody out tonight. Texture says OKC will have 8 dudes dressed with 3 on 2-way contracts. They're shutting it down. I don't think you can, though. I think you got to go out and win tonight. And I'm not even going to say what I'm thinking in my head, because it's a useless and pointless exercise of they should go out and win comfortably. I just watched them play against an entire G League team that is not Oklahoma City, that is Memphis, and be down at half. So we just aren't going to do that. Point is, go out and get a win. So 303-504-0925. Another thing from yesterday, the Rockies play another decent game, but I think it was the 12th, they give up a grand slam to Xander Bogaerts, and it's a walk-off grand slam. So they kind of did, and I don't know what the purpose of stuff like this is, because I see a lot of teams doing this now. But the Rockies went with that start your bullpen and then just try and pitch a guy every other inning, and I don't get it. They didn't use a starter yesterday. They did pitch Dollander, but he came in the second inning, pitched 4. I don't understand the strategy to stuff like that. But Brenton Doyle had his first home run of the game yesterday. It was a 1-1 game going into extras. Rocks score 1 in the top of the 10th. Padres get 1 in the bottom of the 10th. Rocks score 1 in the top of the 11th. Padres score 1 in the bottom of the 11th, and then it's grand slam walk-off in the 12th.
Which call do you want to hear? I have both the Padres call, the grand slam, and Drew Goodman for the Rockies.
Goodman sounds absolutely beaten down. So let's hear Goodman's first.
Beozo, if I may, is the crafty righty.
Yes.
Everything's below the speed limit. Well, he does get some rollover ground balls. Trying to get one here. Not going to happen. In fact, this is going to be a walk-off grand slam.
Yeah, that one's a bummer. Well, it's just like, get me a rollover ground ball. Nope, that's not that.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. I'm sure the Padres went crazy. Go ahead, let's hear it.
Bogey to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it off! Bogey goes boom! Into a sea of San Diegans!
Hey, that's a hell of a call. You got to give it to him.
Bogey goes boom for Bogaerts.
Yeah, bogey goes boom.
That's pretty good.
It's also just, look, man, you hit a walk-off grand slam, you need to bring some of that energy, and they certainly did. So the Rocks lose yesterday. That takes them to 6-7 now on the year. But again,
quickly though, Brett, do you know who that commentator kind of sounded like? Here, I'm gonna give you one.
He sounded like Dowdle guy, the Eric. What's his name?
Oh, Eric Collins. He sounded a bit like him, but there was another guy he reminded me of.
Bogey to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it off!
No. He doesn't sound like that. No. Yeah, that sounds more like him. Yes.
Bogey to deep left field! It's back!
Slam Diego, also another great one. I like that. It's a good call. So Slam Diego, what was it? What was the Bogaerts thing that he said? Boom for bogey?
Slam Diego
Bogey goes boom. Yeah, that's good. Update from the Masters, if you're paying attention this morning. The leader, by the way, after one day, Rory and Sam Burns both tied at 5 under. Jason Day at 3, Patrick Reed at 3, Xander Schauffele, Scheffler, all those guys at 2 under. Rough day for Bryson DeChambeau. He tripled. I mean, he was in a bunker on 3 different shots. He looked like me trying to get out. He ends up tripling a hole and then ends the game at, thank you, computer, at 4 over. Did I say the game ends the round at 4 over? But underway now. Few different guys in action. Colorado's own Wyndham Clark still even through 1. And then right around, it's again that sort of 8 o'clock time frame is where all the big dogs start getting back out there. You got your Spieths and Koepkas and Justin Roses and Schefflers and guys like that. So they'll all get going around 8 o'clock today. But we'll keep you updated as we go along. The Thunder and the Nuggets face off tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear all of the action on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game with Birdo starts at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law, and tip-off will be shortly after 7 p.m. on your home for the Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So we'll keep you up to date on all the stuff going on at the Masters, as well as the Avs being the number 1 team in hockey from basically the start to finish. Now it's a matter of who you play. And in both of the instances of them and what the Nuggets face, not only tonight, but on Sunday, it's a matter of what you do and what should they do. We'll get to it next.
Bogey to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it up!
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Okay, if you guys remember, during the investigations at the beginning of this NBA season regarding gambling stuff, and that's the whole big thing that the FBI took down Chauncey Billups on and all of that.
And you can bet on that.
And we had that guy who rehearsed his speech to the American people in the mirror 50 times before he took that podium. But if you remember, in the middle of that investigation, it wasn't just Chauncey. There were some NBA players that were being investigated for possibly point shaving or messing with prop bets or whatever. One of those being Terry Rozier. Now, Terry Rozier, there was a supercut that was made that feels a lot like he was intentionally playing poor basketball. And they ran an investigation, and they came to the conclusion that Terry Rozier was not point shaving. They came to the conclusion that Terry Rozier is really bad at his job. And I almost think that's worse. Because I can't imagine, whatever equivalent of radio point shaving would be, I try and be so bad that it gives our competition an extra boost in the ratings or something. And if this company ran an investigation to see if I was ratings points shaving, and it just turned out I sucked, I think that hurts more. Like, you have to, honestly, Nelly, if you're Terry Rozier, you have to plea your innocence in saying, I wasn't doing that on purpose, I'm just bad.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
So a similar situation's going on now. The NBA hates these tanking, the tanking that's taking place in their league right now. It is so overt and obvious. The Sacramento Kings, who are awful, they sit right now at 21 wins in 59 losses. It is tied with Utah for the worst record in the Western Conference. It is tied for the fourth worst record in the NBA.
You guys have the worst record in the NBA.
Cool.
That was a Kings reporter.
Been bottom 3 in offense and defense throughout the year.
Perfect.
They were investigated because at the end of a game, they intentionally fouled Seth Curry in the fourth quarter in a game that they led. Seth Curry, good free throw shooter. Doesn't make sense. It would almost point directly to you're intentionally trying to lose. Well, the NBA investigated that. And here's what the conclusion they came to was. Statement from the NBA. The NBA has completed an investigation of the Sacramento Kings and head coach Doug Christie's decision to foul intentionally late in the team's game against the Golden State Warriors on April 7th. The league's investigation determined that Christie mistakenly believed that the Warriors were not in the penalty and therefore instructed his team to foul in an attempt to stop the clock and utilize one of the team's remaining timeouts. The investigation found that Christie made no intentional effort to give the Warriors a shooting foul or to cause the Kings to lose the game. So let's translate. Doug Christie wasn't intentionally trying to lose. He does that just fine on his own. You aren't doing something nefarious. You are totally and completely incompetent at your job. Which to me, like if I'm an owner and somebody tells me, and I'm nervous, I'm like, dude, I don't want to get hit with fines. I don't want to get hit with some sort of punitive measure for intentionally losing a game. And the NBA walks up to me and says, hey, good news and bad news. Good news, you guys aren't in trouble. We talked to your coach, and he wasn't intentionally trying to lose a game. Here's the bad news. He's really bad at what he does. And you should consider making a move. Because what other option do I have? I mean, truly think about this. I don't know if you guys are like business owners out there. If a sales guy was doing something so poorly that you thought he has to be up to something, and then you look into it and he wasn't, yeah, it's the J.R. Smith meme. J.R. Smith thinking they had the lead, getting an offensive rebound off a free throw in the NBA Finals, and then just hanging on to the ball until the end of the shot clock. It is levels of stupidity that almost make you believe there has to be something else going on. But the question is, like, how do you handle it? You aren't cheating. You're just that bad. Texture says, BS, the Kings investigation makes me question the Rozier conclusion. Well, yeah, I mean, no matter what, I've said this forever. The NBA wants no part of any of this becoming real and confirmed. They are trying to get rid of this tanking stuff without making an allegation of tanking, which should tell you all you need to know. When they had the Tim Donaghy scandal, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's even possible for a single ref, one lone ref, to be the only guy that's rigging games? Because you'd have to think, if you were on the crew with him and you saw him making very questionable calls at very questionable moments of the game, mostly in favor of a certain team, wouldn't you be like, hey, Tim, what's going on here? But you say it's one guy, so there's not a bigger conspiracy. You have the aspiration story from LA come out. You go, hey, guess what, guys? We're on top of it. We're investigating. And then you never hear from anybody again. Why? Because they don't want to acknowledge this. And usually the reasons why you wouldn't punish somebody for doing something wrong is if you think you're going to have to do that repeatedly to a whole bunch of other people in the league. When you have a problem that involves the competitive nature of your sport, you don't want to throw the hammer at somebody because they're going to start pointing fingers. It's rats leaving a sinking ship. Like, if you bust Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers for this, you don't think Steve Ballmer might have some inside dope on how, I don't know, Golden State was paying somebody, or the Knicks or the Heat or the Nuggets or whoever, that they were like trying to skirt by the rules? So if you don't acknowledge it, or you say, hey, we led an investigation, nothing came out of it, then you don't have to play this game with everybody else in the league, because nobody wants to be singled out. Like, it's part of the problem when the MLB had the sign stealing stuff with the Astros. What are you going to do? Look, man, I played the sport for a long time. Sign stealing is kind of integrated within baseball, not with the use of technology. But if you got a runner on second base, he's peeking into the catcher to see what sign he's putting down. Why do you think they've gone to this little earbud system now? But if you punish them severely, then they're going to start finger pointing at the ways all the other guys in the league are finding ways to cheat or whatever. And you don't want to deal with it. Because I'll tell you what happened after the Astros got busted for that. The Yankees were accused of it. And the MLB was like, shh. Don't say another word. Because the last thing they want to do is like, well, now you're getting fined, and you're getting fined, and you're getting draft picks taken, and you're getting this, and you're getting that. They don't want to do it. I still remember, Nelly, I've said it on the air before, there was a story that came out that the Rockies were doing the same thing, but they won like 50 games. Nobody cared. There was an allegation that the Rockies were doing something similar to the Astros, but they were so bad that people were like, oh, whatever, let them cheat. It's obviously not working. Fine. But yeah, do I think that Doug Christie intentionally fouled to try and lose? Maybe. In fact, probably. But they can't say that out loud because if they do, then they have to punish them. And then the Kings will be like, well, what about Utah benching guys in the fourth quarter? You going to do something about that?
You're just like me. Trash.
It's all a big conspiracy. They're what do they call it? Are they marionettes? Is that the people who have puppets? What are marionettes?
The marionettes are the puppets.
So they are. So we're the marionettes. They're the puppeteers.
Yes.
That's what's happening. I'm telling you, though, Adam Silver, if he had hair, which he doesn't, he would look the way he looks now, I suppose. Because that league is just like every other day there's something. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from the best shows in Denver, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Give us a like, a comment, a subscription. All of that on YouTube is available to you. Whole bunch to get to. Avs, number 1 team in hockey. Break that down. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
7 o'clock tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Flames and Avs.
You're not going to win 92 like you did last week, are you?
I don't think so.
Get to 3.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Stay healthy and get to 3.
Stay healthy, most important.
And get to 3. That's it.
Keys to the game.
Coronado, forecheck by Natchez. Avs forcing the turnover. Marty Natchez turns and looks. Wants to find McKinnon. Does! Score! Nathan McKinnon. The easiest one he'll score all season. His 52nd of the year. And the Avs have a 3-1 lead with 54.9 left.
That was 3. That was their 3rd goal of the game. Good call there, Moj.
You okay? You all right?
He's good, man. He's hey, he's sleepy.
Hey, bro.
You back off. He's sleepy.
Bro. Last night was an exciting night. I had to stay up.
I watched everything last night.
So did I. Avs win the President's Trophy. I got to go home. I do. Well, the Pios were on the entire way home. Watch the Pios win in double OT. Good
Crazy
stuff. Then I finally crawl into bed, and I flick the Rocks on there in extras.
Yeah.
That's the only blemish I think on the whole night.
What's sad is that they had a chance to win several times.
Yeah, they sure did. They couldn't get guys to cross in extras, and I'm like, oh man. And then Bogarts goes deep.
Well, and the other problem is, I think the issue, because they went with that start your bullpen guy thing, and then they played Dollander in the second inning. I think Quintana was thrown on IL last second sort of thing, so that's a problem. And then Hunter Goodman took a pitch off the hand, tried to stay in the game, then his finger was bleeding, and then they took him out, and he started chucking everything in the dugout. So I don't know what the status of him is, but that's not great. Anyway, We'll get to the Rocks later. The Avs are the number 1 overall seed in all of hockey. And I got this from Evan Rawal. It's that the Avs are President's Trophies winners for the 4th time in franchise history. Home ice advantage throughout the playoffs. They're the 6th team in NHL history to hold first place from November 1st through the end of the season. It was basically wire to wire. You were the number 1 team in hockey the entire year.
I have a new term to refer to the Avalanche. They're a wagon, a Colorado wagon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
How'd you come up with that?
I don't know. I was just thinking about it last night. But the way they've played, the way they finished the season, the way they took care of business, the way they just mowed everyone and everything down. And now I have a chance to do what we anticipated they could do, is rest a little bit. Even Coach Bednar said it last night. Saw him a little bit on the postgame show, which was awesome. Seeing Bedsy on the postgame show like that in those couches, awesome. It's a great situation for the Avalanche. It's perfect.
Hey, Vic, do me a favor. That's so good. I think you should write a song about it.
I've been dabbling. I was working on it last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, I actually found a studio.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. Opera.
Oh, it's going to be operatic.
Opera. Okay.
Yeah, but no, this is ideal. You enter the last 4 games of the season with everything wrapped up, and you can kind of choose what you want the rest of this the regular season to be.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, you can talk to different guys. We talked about it with Beds on Wednesday, Vic. He said, "Look, if Nate wants to play, Nate's going to play. Period. We're not going to. Same with Marty Natchez and these guys. I mean, if it's up to them, but we're going to have conversations for sure. And the good part is too is you don't have to play these guys 22 minutes a night. You can roll and roll and roll and roll, and it doesn't matter. The outcome does not matter. Habits matter. Staying frosty, that matters. But the actual point getting has zero bearing on anything at this point.
Yeah.
0.
It's just a matter of how you want to handle the rest of this year. And what can you do, I think, is a bigger question. Like, you can't leave 9 guys at home when you travel to Canada.
Yeah, I wish I could have gotten down there to ask Bednar that question. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how much wiggle room they have. You also don't want to mess with the Eagles and what they've got going on with them, right? But, you'd like to be able to get a couple of guys in there and rest some of your guys. That would be ideal. Like you said, Brett, if a couple guys don't have to go to Canada, don't send them to Canada.
Yeah, you just chill at home for, how long would it be? A couple weeks, right? Because you get the first couple of games at home anyway in the first round. By the way, if you're looking at who a potential matchup is, who's the team we've been talking about, Moj, that would be maybe ideal for you?
The LA Kings.
The LA Kings win last night. They jump into that second wild card spot. They now are at 85 points with a game in hand on Nashville.
If the Kings win out, they are going to be the 8th seed if they win out.
Yes. And they had just their 20th regulation win last night.
Correct, which is crazy.
It's
so funny. Chicago is the second worst team in the conference. They've got 21 regulation wins.
There's something else that I noticed yesterday, and I know this is like just a battle for certain sort of whatevers. But whether it's the Hart Trophy, the Jack Adams, the Vezina, the Norris, you're going to have names that are thrown in there for all these different categories, right? What's the name of the trophy for the leading goal getter?
That's the Rocket Richard.
This it's a Montreal, a Canadians sort of fan blog, okay? They have the video of Nate scoring the empty netter. And they said, "We cannot let this unethical empty net merchant win the Rocket. What on God's green earth is this monstrosity of a goal?" is what they said. Because they want their boy Caulfield to win.
You know what's interesting about Caulfield? Vicky's got 50. Fitty. Say it. Say Fitty.
Fitting.
He's got 0 empty netters this year, not 1.
0. It's really impressive.
Nate's now got 7.
I got 9 here on StatMuse.
Wow.
No, you're right. You're right. 7. Sorry. He's tied with Kucherov and Hagel. They all have 7. My bad. I thought it was 9. My bad.
Would you just shut up then?
I will.
Hey, I got one for you, Vic. In 1991-92, Brett Hull.
Great name.
Brett Hull scored 86 goals with 0 empty netters.
Say that again?
He scored 86 goals, 0 empty net goals for Brett Hull that year.
Oh,
how crazy is that?
I thought you were going to say 86 with 21 of them or something
not
like
even,
that.
Not even 1 empty net goal. He had 0 when he scored 86.
So Mac, with the games remaining, clearly they don't need to play. And Bednar touched on this last night. He's going to leave it up to the players. What do you think he does for the remainder of the season?
I don't know, Vic. I'm as much in the dark as you. Does the Rocket really matter tonight? I think it does a little bit. I think it has to matter somewhat. He's a prideful guy. He's played his ass off the entire season.
Yeah.
To win a Rocket is pretty damn cool. Only one player in Avalanche history has done it, and that's Milan Hajduk.
Well, he's well on his way. It's for where Montreal is at, by the way. Is there any question whether Caulfield's going to keep playing these last few games for them, Moj?
Oh, no. He's going to keep playing.
Okay. Yeah, because they're battling with Buffalo still. They're 2 points back with a game in hand on them. Bottom line is, you got a team right now that has accomplished every goal it could accomplish to this point in the season. Now, postseason, it all starts over. We all know that. The big thing, though, is you got to enter, and this is just what hit me last night, because this is at the point in the schedule that we're at. If I try and find reasons as to why the Avs will not win a cup, I don't know how many of them are hockey-related, Moj. They're incredibly good in kind of everything. They score the most goals in the league. They've allowed the least. Their one big problem all year was power play, which at least that's okay now, if not good. They scored 6 seconds in last night to their power play. The only thing I can see really slowing them down is injury.
Yeah, knock on your wood, boys.
That's it.
Yeah.
They have literally everything else you want to have.
Yeah, but Jared Bednar was so calm at the mic last night. And he said, look, the way I look at it is this. We get into the postseason, any of the teams left can beat us, and we can beat any of them.
Yeah.
Everything is wiped out from this point on once you get to the playoffs. And he's absolutely right about that. However, your habits, the way you play the game, your 5-on-5 ability first and foremost is superb. You're going to give yourself the edge in all of these series. Hey, did you see any of that Minnesota-Dallas game last night?
I did not, man. There's too much on television here locally.
Yeah.
What, do you want me to fit another game in? How many games do you want me to fit in?
Sounds like you're weak. Sounds like you can't multitask. Anyway, Minnesota blew that game. Dallas scored 2 in the third to win 5-4. But that being said, it was a physical, angry mess.
It was a playoff game.
Absolutely it was. That is going to be a knockdown, drag out, take no prisoners type of series.
So the Stars now lead by 4 points with 3 games to
that's
play.
over. They're gonna host Minnesota in round 1 for sure.
And they would have been tied had Minnesota hung on to that game.
They would have been, but Dallas would have the tiebreaker.
Gotcha.
So I mean, even if they were tied in points, the Minnesota would still need to win out and have a little help.
That was a huge turn of events, is what you're saying.
It was. So
was that game in Minnie?
No, it was in Dallas.
In Dallas, okay.
But Minnie had them going into the third period. They were up 4-3 and couldn't close it out. And either way, though, that's going to be a hell of a series.
Let them cut each other up.
Yeah, Quinn Hughes is fighting with Rantanen, and they're tackling each other down to the ice. And Ryan Hartman boarded Mikko.
It's remarkable.
Well, I saw Hughes and Mikko were going at
Boldy got cut up, and he had to go down the tunnel. And I mean, all kinds of stuff went down. It was crazy. Good.
Brett, there are 300-point teams in the Western Conference. 2 of them will meet each other in the first round.
Yeah. Thank God it's not us this time.
Definition of stupidity.
God, it makes me so mad.
You know what? I got to tell you. As I sit here at the top of the standings, I actually don't mind it at all.
Well, now you don't. Yeah. Now, if you win it all, you're like, yep, let them go. Let them do whatever the hell they want below you.
You're standing on the top of the hill. You're looking down. You're like, that looks brutal.
Yeah,
glad that's not me.
Well, here's the thing, man. You're going to see one of them in round 2. Period. End of story.
Sure.
So that's the thing. I mean, dig this. This is the way it's designed. 2 of the 3 100-point teams in the West are going to be out after the second round, no matter what.
Yeah, the more you think about it, all 300-point teams, the only 100-point teams in your conference, will run into each other in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
The definition of stupidity.
Dude, there's only one opinion that matters.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say, man. I know it'll be cyclical. I know it won't always be like this, but right now it is, and because it is, it sucks.
Moj, last night was a classic example. Clearly the Avs game, which was going on during the DU game, but the DU game wouldn't end. It went to double overtime. You started the season by saying many times the Avs got goalied, the Avs got goalied, the Avs got goalied. If you're a Michigan hockey fan,
yeah, dude,
you got goalied because Johnny Hicks is the reason DU
and he's a freshman. I think he's a freshman.
He's a freshman.
Well, he had 49 saves. Stood on his head several times.
I mean, dude, it was. Think about this. DU was outshot by double, and they came away with the win. They moved on. It's incredible. So we get back to that in just a little bit.
Again, what you should be. That's a 1-game tournament, right? I mean, that's it. 1 game.
Yeah.
If you're talking about 7-game series.
Different deal.
Yeah, it's totally different deal. So you can get goalied. The tough part is, Vic, we've seen it. Brett, we've seen it. You can get goalied in a series. You can.
Yeah. DU, by the way, they're looking for their record 11th Division I championship, and you can hear it tomorrow on AM 950. Westwood One's coverage live from Vegas. Starts at 3:15 with puck drop at 3:30. You're home for all Denver sports. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
How killer is that going to be?
They're just so good all the time.
Yeah. Mastery, consistency, just a level that every team aspires to get there, but they happen and manage to stay there.
Yeah. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the back of the Schenker Studio. Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it, dudes. If your energy is low, sleep off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, sex drive not what it used to be, time to switch things up. Low testosterone is something that men younger and younger are experiencing. I certainly did, but I got it fixed at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe your game isn't quite what it used to be. Well, their advanced medical strategies, they feature TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. They treat low T and other hormonal issues. They help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and much, much more. Help you get back to feeling your best. So don't be older, take control. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. You don't have to do that. They've been in business for nearly a decade in the Front Range, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. 5 locations, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. Their featured therapies are compounded. They are pretty darn awesome. So do yourself a favor. Call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Beozo, if I may, is the crafty righty.
Yes.
Everything's below the speed limit. But he does get some rollover ground balls. Trying to get one here. Not going to happen. In fact, this is going to be a walk-off grand slam. It took 12 innings. It was back and forth. San Diego wins it on a Xander Bogaerts walk-off grand slam. 7-3.
Score.
Now looking to get a little rollover ground ball. Bam! Not gonna
happen.
Yeah. Did you guys happen to hear the San Diego call of that, by the way?
I did not.
You want to hear an announcer get really excited to call a walk-off granny? Listen to this.
Bogey to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it off! Bogey goes boom! Into a sea of San Diegans!
I actually think, first of all, Slam Diego, great. Bogey, talking about Bogaerts. Bogey goes boom, also great. I love both of those. It just happened to happen
Bogey
against...
to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it off! Bogey goes boom! Gentlemen, start your engine!
Score.
Does sound like it.
What does
Score.
What does San Diego mean? An old German term.
Yeah.
A Wales.
Right.
Yeah. So the Rocks do lose yesterday in extras in the 12th.
Xander Bogaerts, by the way, was hitting like 239. And he steps up and he just ropes it to left.
Well, Bogaerts is still a really good player.
Yeah,
man.
he is. But it was was it a no-doubter off the bat or what?
Yeah.
Did you see Mason? I don't know if you guys had a chance. Mason Miller came in the 9th. Well, I mean, what do you do there, Brett? What do you do?
I honestly just think if they bring in, you make an agreement with San Diego. They say, we're going to bring in Mason Miller. You go,
All right,
no
we'll
need.
We'll go to the next inning.
Next inning, he gets 3 strikeouts, but he can't pitch again. That's just, I think that's fair. Fair is fair.
Valente.
Did you see what he did, Moj?
Yeah.
He struck out 3 guys on 10 pitches.
Yeah, he's scary.
Almost an immaculate inning.
He's frightening, bro. Valente Beloso.
Huh?
That's who gave up the homer for the Rocks.
Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Score.
I mean, you got a guy on second. By the way, can I give some props to the Padres?
4?
Well, did you see them bunt the man over to third?
Sure.
For a guy on third with 1 out?
Bunting's vogue again.
You know, the Rockies had a sacrifice bunt last night too.
What my point is that, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't bunt in extras to get a guy on third with 1 out to get the run across the plate. Sack fly scores him and you're good to go. I mean, there are a billion more ways for a guy to score from third than second with 1 out.
I'll tell you why, Moj, because the Rockies put up a run in the top of the 10th, but then so did San Diego. And then the Rockies put up a run in the top of the 11th, and then so did San Diego. Like, it's when you start with a guy on second base, you're almost kind of thinking there's like a 70% chance this guy's going to score already.
Everybody wants a dong. Everybody wants a big fly. Everybody wants the home run ball. That's what you want. Jacket 420.
I'm telling you, this team, the team that we're talking about right now,
eat it.
The team that we're talking about right now does sacrifice bunt. They've done it quite a bit actually early in the year.
I know, and it makes me happy.
I'm saying McCarthy did it last night.
Understood.
Okay. Anyway, the Rocks lose. Now, have you guys seen, after we watched the injury report from Memphis the other night, have you guys seen what OKC is planning on doing tonight?
Yeah. I want to explain what's happening with the Nuggets and the NBA playoffs. I want to explain why teams are sitting guys, why teams are placing guys on the injury list, why the Nuggets placed 3 of their top guys listed as questionable last night. You know what's happening, right? You know what's happening. Because Oklahoma City has officially put out an injury list that is sitting every star player they have.
Which, fine. That's their right to do. They got the 1 seed.
Yeah,
I do the same thing.
They don't feel the need to have to play anybody. Their B team is still better than the Memphis team you saw the other night. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
The team you see tonight at Ball Arena, representing Oklahoma City, is far more talented and more dangerous than the team you saw Wednesday night in Memphis.
I agree.
So take that to heart. If you're a Nuggets fan and you have tickets to the game tonight, you're upset that you're not going to see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You're not going to see Chet. You're not going to see any of their stars. Rightfully so for them. But you're still going to see a team that wants to beat you. Or do they? And this is what's happening here. So, last night, Houston wins with ease. The Lakers beat Golden State. Oh, thank you, Golden State, for sitting Steph Curry for no real reason.
Yeah, what's
Golden
that
State,
about?
dude? You know what, Steve Kerr, you overrated overration?
I don't know why. He was already back. I don't know why they choose on a nationally televised game, Curry versus LeBron, they choose to sit Steph Curry on a night like that. This is everything that's wrong with the NBA, that decision last night. Absolute lunacy. No idea. No idea.
Do you think the Golden State Warriors ownership group right now, right this second, this goes back to our discussion from yesterday, would they rather get their butts kicked in the play-in, or would they rather have a lottery ball?
Well, of course, they'd rather have a lottery
Of course
ball.
they would, yeah.
You know, they're too far out of that.
Yeah, they'd rather have multiple chances at the number one pick.
Do you not think that they have an outside shot with Steph being healthy now?
No.
Okay.
No,
Not
they don't
even
have
a
enough left. No, Jimmy
Dude.
Butler's not helped. No outside shot. They'll lose. I mean, they're going to face either San Antonio or OKC. If they get that far, they're going to lose in 5 games.
That's like saying, now that the dust has settled a little bit, right?
No chance.
You think Springer's got an outside chance with Margot Robbie?
Or
I mean,
Sydney
just
Sweeney.
an outside yeah, Sydney Sweeney. I mean, just an outside chance.
No.
The Golden State Warriors don't have a chance in junk.
So why did
They're
they
27 games out of first place. The Pelicans are 38th. These teams are a friggin' joke. This league is a joke. The playoff format is a joke. The
All right, calm
tanking
down.
crap is a joke.
Calm down.
So what's
Joke.
happening there?
Yeah, calm down a little bit. The reason they sat Steph Curry last night, I believe, is to save him from himself so he doesn't do anything before the playoff run. So he doesn't play. Lakers win. Lakers are going to win their final 2 because the teams they play against are junk, and using Moser's term, they want to lose. Houston's going to win its final 2 because they play junk. The Nuggets happen to play the 2 top seeds in the West in their final 2. Mm-hmm. And here's how it's going to work. If the Nuggets go 2-0, if they win both games, they are assured the number 3 seed. If the Nuggets go 1-1, assuming that the other teams I mentioned win, the Nuggets will probably land the number 4 seed. If the Nuggets were to lose these last 2 games, they could drop as low as 5, and they could end up being on the road against the Lakers. They could either play the Rockets, the T-Wolves, or the Lakers in the opening round series. We don't know yet. Everything is on the table right now.
And, Vic, I'm not sure I want to start looking ahead either. I just want to worry about the first-round opponent. So if I say, well, if you get Houston, that means you've got to play OKC in round 2. I'm not sure that we can really afford to look ahead like that. Let's just worry about the first round and move on from there.
So why did the Nuggets last night, the injury report came out, and they had Joker on it. He was listed as questionable. Jamal was listed as questionable. Aaron Gordon listed as questionable. Why do you think those names were on that injury report? This is where I start asking you guys questions, hoping to get the right answer. What do you think?
Maybe they want Houston.
Wrong answer. Brett, your turn. Why do you think they had them on the injury report?
I'm not playing.
Maybe it's gamesmanship.
Okay. Good try. The reason they had those players on the injury report is because they wanted to see the results of the games last night. They wanted to see what happens last night. Had the Lakers lost, had Houston lost, they may very well sit those players tonight. But because they won and now it's on, they got to play them. That's why.
You still think they would have sat him even if both of those teams lost?
Well, if the Rockets had lost, they would the Nuggets right now would have been assured beating the Rockets to the finish line. So the Rockets would be out of the picture. If the Lakers had lost, they would have had to make the decision, yes, win tonight or win on Sunday, one of the two.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side, I brought this up earlier this week, and you guys sort of poo-pooed it, but I think it's a legit question. If you're San Antonio and OKC, you have a hand in this playoff picture. Do you want to face Denver in the second round, or do you want to send them to the other side of the bracket? Because both teams, OKC and San Antonio, will have a hand in that outcome. OKC may look at them and say, wow, we don't want to mess with you guys in the second round. You guys are good. We'd rather play Houston. Yeah, we want to beat you so that we don't see you. I tell you what, same goes for San Antonio on Sunday. Why would we want to lose to you? And we don't want to play you guys in the second round. Rather play somebody else. So both teams have that going.
If you're judging off that action, then OKC is making the decision. Well, it's one of two things. Either they don't care, which I think is probably the most likely scenario.
Sure.
Or they said, all right, we aren't playing anybody tonight. I hope you guys beat us.
Don't be confused by that. As much as I look at that and say, wow, OKC is resting everybody. Do you think they still want to beat the Nuggets and will try to beat the Nuggets tonight? Even though they're resting everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. You're darn right.
Vic, what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me, but it's also giving me brain damage.
I know, but this is what the end of an NBA season brings you. It brings you schedule manipulation. Happens every year. This is what happens. Teams are now looking at the outcome, looking at the playoff seedings and say, what is our best path? And you have to look at it almost twofold. All right, do we want this or that? The Nuggets put those guys on the injury list last night just in case. In case.
I still think. I mean, when did OKC release their injury report? Was it before or after the Nuggets did?
I don't know. I don't know the timing. I think they're all deadlined at a certain time during the day to put it out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the most likely scenario here is that OKC just said, hey, we got the 1 seed. I'm not risking health to anybody.
Well, and you can have both. You don't have to risk anything, and you still may want to win.
Oh, I think that look, you put guys on the floor, they're going to want to win.
Yeah.
It just might be their B team, but their B team is still pretty damn good. Because they got how many guys are out? Is it 8? They're dressing 8 guys and having 3 two-way contracts playing tonight or something like that. I mean, it's a shell sort of roster.
Whatever they got on the floor is better than what you saw Wednesday night in Memphis. Much better.
Did you see the injury report last night for the Carolina Hurricanes?
Yeah.
I sent it to you, and then somebody gave the reasons each guy was out.
Yeah, I got it.
I mean, all the studs are out for Carolina last night.
Chatfield just wasn't feeling it. Slavin, down with OPP. Stahl, Hangnail, Martinuk, Woozy, Jarvis, lost that lovin' feeling. Aho, bored. Svechnikov, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I like it.
Makes me laugh. Yeah, I mean, they're like, they knew they weren't getting the President's Trophy against the Avs. So, I mean, look, other teams are doing it too, Vic. The Avs are going to do it here. You know, it's not about manipulation because they've got everything wrapped up and they don't control any destiny for themselves or any team they're going to play. They know, I mean, it's laid out in front of them. The inevitability factor of the second round is there. You have no choice, right? It's not like, well, you can push the Nuggets to the other side of the docket. There ain't no pushing anybody anywhere in the NHL. You play the rigidity until you get to the conference final.
I'll tell you this much. I think that one thing is very clear. The Nuggets have a huge interest in these last 2 games on where they want to finish. I don't know if OKC feels that way.
Yeah. And, you know, I have come to the conclusion, and it's hard for me to get there because I still waffle on this, that the Nuggets right now control their fate. They control whether they finish 3rd, 4th, or 5th. They do, because if they win out, they're 3rd. That's just the way it is. And if they can't get there, they just can't get there. You know, I mean, they just can't. Then why be frustrated about it?
No, I asked this question. I'm curious what you guys think here. I asked this question, the appetizer, to the people listening. I said, give me on a scale of 1 to 10 your confidence level that these teams make it past the first round. If you had to go Avs 1 to 10, Nuggets 1 to 10. And I know we don't know who the first round opponent is, but just in principle. Because I think with the Avs, I'm like a 9.5.
More than that. 9, 7, 9.
And
I mean, look, and again, you can get goalie, you can get whatever, but the Avs are the better team. And in a 7-game series, I'm taking the Avs all day and also all night.
What's it for the Nuggets? Not knowing the opponent, knowing it could be Houston, it could be Minnesota, it could be the Lakers. Who knows?
58-42, maybe.
Like Moj, I was like a 5.5.
Yeah.
I'm a little more than that. I'm a 6.5, 7 out of 10.
Really?
Whatever it's going to be, whoever it's going to be for the Nuggets in the first round, it will be like pulling teeth. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes 7.
Yeah, it's really hard because when you see the Nuggets against a team like Memphis, and I get it, there's probably motivational factors in that you're playing against a team of people you've never heard of, probably don't have a lot of scouting on them, don't know how they're going to play. But you give up 79.5 to that group. But then you are able to shut things down when you need to shut it down. You know what I mean? Like, when the Nuggets want to play defense, they can play defense.
Can I get a Masters minute, please? Please.
It's time for another Masters Minute. Let's get an update from Augusta. By the way, did you know Vic played there? He's never mentioned it before. 60 seconds on the clock, starting now.
It's a fat guy.
Pulcini?
Yeah. He's
a big one.
He's an amateur fat. We got a fat guy alert. I like it. Matteo Pulcini. First Masters start. Won the Latin American Amateur in Peru. Hey, man, you want to get to the Masters? Your game's in order? Get down to Peru and play some golf, man. Win.
Yeah. Wyndham just parred. Wyndham had 3 straight birdies on 2, 3, and 4, so he's now 3 under.
He just lipped out a birdie putt, too. This guy's fat, though.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Yes.
Yeah. Some overweight gentlemen have won the Masters before. You
I
ever
like
seen
it.
Craig Stadler?
Well, have you ever seen me?
He owns a green jacket.
I see this guy, and I look at me, and I go, you know what? Time to hit the range.
I mean, he does look like he could eat Akshay Bhatia.
He's the anti-Bhatia.
You know, that show that I told you guys, I don't know if you watched that episode of Bob Does Sports or not, but Bhatia was on, and Fat Perez was there. And he goes,
Fat Perez?
He's the bigger guy with the beard.
There's 2 guys.
Oh, yeah, okay. He used to be a lot bigger. He lost a lot of weight. I don't know. He's the
lefty or the
He's
righty?
the good one. He's the good one, the righty.
Okay.
And Bhatia goes, how much do you think I weigh? And this is when Fat Perez was probably 3 bills.
Yeah.
And he goes, I don't know, 165. Bhatia laughed. He goes, I wish he's 142 pounds.
Oh, my God.
At 6'3", I think.
That's unreal.
142.
It's like my kid. My kid can't gain weight. My kid's like at about 138, 140.
That's what Bhatia said. He goes, I eat all the time.
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
Yeah.
He's like
By the way, Moshe,
he's like the moocher. He's like the moocher from Breaking Away. It's all metabolism.
I'm going to release a video during this timeout, looking back about 10 years ago when we attempted something, the hole-in-one challenge, where we tried to make a hole-in-one.
Yeah.
And you made an appearance.
Yeah.
You may not recognize yourself.
Wait, what does that mean?
Well, we'll just look at the video when it's released.
Okay. We'll keep an eye out. 303-504-0925. Something really funny happened yesterday. It's happened now twice this NBA season. I want to get to it next. How much does it cost to play Augusta? I think like $110 million maybe. Oh, that's weird. That's Mega Millions tonight. Download that Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC. And guess what? You can play your first lottery game for free. So download that Tulatero app. It's the favorite lottery app of many. Get all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. And tonight is Mega Millions. Again, $110 million up for grabs. Download that Tulatero app, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. This has happened now for the second time that I can count this year. And I'll go back to the beginning of this basketball season. If you guys remember, there's that big investigation where, Chauncey Billups got taken away, and then they were investigating a couple of players within the league for supposedly shaving points or messing with, prop bets, stuff like that.
And you can bet on that.
And then that guy rehearsed that speech in the mirror 50 times and then said it in front of a microphone.
I still can't believe that dude had the gall to get all punny.
But if you guys remember, in the middle of that investigation, a smaller part of that investigation, there was a guy by the name of Terry Rozier, who's been in this league for a long time. He was under investigation there was a video compilation from one game of him where it looks like he is intentionally trying to play awful basketball. Like he is trying to manipulate something in the middle of that game. NBA checks him out. And they come to the conclusion that Terry Rozier wasn't shaving points at all. They came to the conclusion that Terry Rozier sucks. At least that's what we're told. Which I think is far more offensive than actually being accused of shaving points. Like if you came up to me and said, you are so bad at this, you have to be cheating, and I told you, I promise I'm not, I'm just this bad. Well, second example of that has now just happened. The Sacramento Kings, who fouled late in the fourth quarter against the Warriors, win up in the game against a very good free throw shooter in Seth Curry. Everybody looked at that and said, dude, they have to be trying to lose this game. They have to be tanking. And the NBA had an investigation, and here's what their statement is. We've completed an investigation of the Sacramento Kings and head coach Doug Christie's decision to foul intentionally late in the team's game against the Golden State Warriors on April 7th. The league's investigation determined that Christie mistakenly believed that the Warriors were not in the penalty and therefore instructed his team to foul in an attempt to stop the clock and utilize one of the team's remaining timeouts. The investigation found that Christie made no intentional effort to give the Warriors a shooting foul or to cause the Kings to lose the game. So again, the conclusion the NBA has come to is they weren't cheating. This guy is incompetent. Which one's worse?
Has the NBA ever found anybody guilty of anything?
Well, that's the other thing.
These investigations just draw out until you almost forget about them. Again, how long now? They hired a legal firm to go into the whole Kawhi Leonard thing. How long does it take? Like, what are you doing all day? How many legal fees are there? How many attorneys are on it?
After reviewing the case for many, many, many months, putting our top people on it, the NBA has determined you take I-25, exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
I mean, seriously, you hire a firm. I mean, and I'm serious. This law firm per hour for each lawyer is probably $1,000 an hour. How many hours do you think they've put in on this?
I don't know.
So here's what's happening, at least in my brain. I can't prove it, but this is the only thing that makes sense. When Tim Donaghy got busted for doing what he did as a ref in the NBA.
Now, they came down, I mean, he went to prison.
They did, yes. But Tim Donaghy, the one thing that just has never made sense is you're telling me that one guy acted alone with no help from anybody else. I just don't buy it. Because let's say that Donaghy is doing Donaghy stuff and he's manipulating a game with calls in favor of a certain team. One of his other refs would be like, Tim, what's going on here? They would notice, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
And in the case of aspiration or the tanking from Doug Christie or Terry Rozier, I think the last thing they want to do is say, yep, they're guilty of this, because what's to stop the Kings if they get hit with some sort of punishment for intentionally tanking? To be like, oh, yeah? Well, what about Utah benching their players in the fourth quarter?
What about Memphis?
What about Memphis not suiting anybody up? What about this? What about that? Hey, aspiration. Oh, you think that we're the only ones doing this? Why don't you go look what the Knicks did with Jalen Brunson or something like that? I think the last thing they want is to admit that people are doing this, because then you have to punish everybody.
Yeah, then there's a hole can be poked in anybody, any team, anywhere.
It's like when the Houston Astros got busted for the trash can beating, right?
Every team is cheating somehow on a baseball diamond trying to steal signals.
You know what they did? They said, why don't you go look at what the Yankees are doing? And you know what the MLB?
The Rockies.
You know what
they
the
actually alleged the Rockies did it too.
And you know what the MLB said? shut up. Shut up. You shut up and just take the punishment. Because nobody wants to do this for every team in the league. You don't want to go this fine-tooth comb with it. Because you can find something on pretty much everybody is the assumption there.
Brett, why do you think the steroid era of baseball was so controversial? Because it was hard to prove who really did it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it was easy to see in some people. You saw it, but it was hard to prove it.
Oh, and then Canseco's like, don't you dare throw my name out there. I got a Rolodex that you can look
100%.
through if you want to.
Like, Jose, it's cool. It's cool. All right, I was a latchkey kid when I was little. You know what that is?
I went to
Nobody
latchkey.
liked you?
I didn't have a mom waiting for me when I got home. She's dead now, by the way. So I would come home from come home from school as a little tiny kid by myself. Who knows, man? Some murderer could break in and kill me, and I'd be dead too.
How old were you?
It's an awful thing to laugh
9 years
at.
old,
but
whatever.
I do think it's so funny that you just
Hold
do
on a
that.
second. You were 8 years old, and you didn't have any parental supervision?
I was hammering Marlboros and drinking Coors
This
Light.
explains a lot
Yeah,
about
it sure
you.
does, yeah. Come home from school, take my shoes off, right?
It's just
slam a Coors Light, smoke a Marlboro, and go out with my buddies.
This makes a ton of sense. Moser would come home, no parents. He'd sit crisscross applesauce, put in an 8-track of some band, some 80s
Throw
hair
in the
band,
burrito he just bought at Texaco.
and just be jamming out all day. It's like you're like Jim Carrey and the Cable Guy.
Vic, you had the mortadella sandwich. Grew up a little Poe.
You know,
The old Moj. Man, I'd get a jar of peanut butter and just eat.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
You'd go home to Pops and he'd be like, you want a tuna fish peanut butter sandwich?
Yeah. I
it's
prefer
so
not
funny.
to eat.
I lived the polar opposite. I couldn't get my mom away from me.
Yeah.
You still can't.
True.
You're there every
Now,
day.
but now you don't want to. But here's my point. When I came home from school, Hogan's Heroes was on TV on reruns when I was a little tiny kid. So I probably watched 80 billion episodes of Hogan's Heroes. Sergeant Schultz is all the leagues when something bad happens. You know what Sergeant Schultz would say?
You better hurry this up.
I know nothing. I see nothing. Remember that?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Like Sanford just...
Oh, yeah. I'm the only jerk on the planet who watched Hogan's Heroes. Right.
Sanford just texted in. Best example of this is SEC football, the ultimate Cold War. One bomb drops, the entire thing explodes. Led the NCAA waving the white flag of surrender and packaged in the NIL. I mean, that is true.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was two options. We either make paying players legal or our biggest product in college football, everybody has to be punished somehow.
I know nothing.
No, I mean,
There's
is so
Schultz right
right.
there, baby.
It got so out of hand in the SEC. It was so easy for the SEC to thrive because they paid players openly and didn't care. They did it unabashedly.
Sure.
That the rest of the country's like, are we going to do anything about this?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're all doing it.
All right.
Hey, man,
Fine,
look.
we will do something about this. Let's start paying everyone $3 million a year. Let's do that.
Look, I'm not.
But you guys could agree, though. Even Coach agrees. And I've been saying it for years. The SEC cheated way before everybody cheated. The SEC is the best conference at cheating.
The funniest part about it now is that all these former players like PS2 and everybody has a podcast, and they will openly talk about what they were handed
How much
when they
money
got
they
there.
were
Given all that bread, yeah.
So all of the, and this is what cracks me up about the SEC, it means more. We're just so much better because you cheated better. You cheated better than every conference for years. That's what you did.
And you just kind of looked at the NCAA and said, I dare you, right? I
Brett,
dare you to do something.
Brett, listen, I don't doubt that, there's stuff goes on in, conferences, college football, pros, whatever. But the league has to not just run and hide and pretend like nothing happened. I understand why they do it because they're trying to protect their brand and that these are billion dollar enterprises. I dig that. But the best policy, in my opinion, would be to say, you know what? We can't have this at all and crack down hard.
Yeah?
I mean, with baseball, was Pete Rose overpunished?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Yes. But
Baseball did it back in the day.
So what are you saying then that these leagues have to have to punish every team for any issue? Because there are teams, like tonight, example, Oklahoma City's going to sit a bunch of players strategically, not because it's fact. They're sitting Jalen Williams, the big guy, out, Achilles. Isaiah Hartenstein, out, calf. Isaiah Joe, out, knee. Alex Caruso, out, rest.
Yeah, but that's because that's an argument towards them, like, to defend them. That's because they're like, no, we're trying to be competitive by keeping our guys healthy before the playoffs start, and we have nowhere to move.
I mean, and they kind of earned it, man. They're the number one team in the league.
I know,
Yeah.
but in the grand scheme of things, if players are healthy, the NBA wants you to play healthy players, correct?
I think everybody understands this situation's different. This isn't, a regular season game in January. I mean, this is
Sucks
2
if you
games
bought a
before the
ticket.
postseason.
Sucks if you bought a ticket. I read a story about a guy that traveled from Europe yesterday to go watch Curry versus LeBron, and didn't get Curry. But at the same time, if you're a fan, you have to understand these games in late March, April.
Just gonna say, yeah,
not worth it.
You are not guaranteed a damn thing if you go to one of the final games of the year.
Bro, if you want it from now on, buy a ticket on a Saturday night in December.
Like Moj, our boy Dave's going to be honored at the Avs game, the final game of the year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't even know who the hell is going to be on the ice for the Avs.
And that game is one of those late games. It's a side-by-side.
8:30.
They've moved it to 8.
They did?
Yeah.
Woo! Thank God.
If you think I'm in next Friday, you're out of your mind.
What? I'm going to be there too.
Okay, I've got listen, I've got nothing to add next Friday. We're waiting for the it's going to be a late start at Ball Arena.
The
Late
Avs
puck
final
drop.
game of the year was originally scheduled for like 8:35.
Where's the boss? Boss, consider this an email. I'm out. I know I need to communicate better. I'm out.
The difference is I'm going to be there too, Moj, but I'm going to be drunk. What do you think I'm going to be at 6 in the morning? Coward? 303-504-0925.
You know
Lot to
what?
get to this morning, yes?
You're right.
Yeah, I am right. So I'll take the day off. You come in.
We're both out. Let's go hit the ball.
All right.
Sleep in and go hit the ball.
Back after
Vic,
this.
We haven't made any plans yet. We're going to have a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I'll talk to a lot of the guys, get their feelings on who needs rest, who needs what, and then we'll try to come up with a plan for the last 4 games, 3 games for sure, on who we want to rest, how we're going to do that, who we can call up, and go through all the logistics of it and try to make a plan so we are at our best come the drop of the puck for playoffs. And I don't know what that looks like yet. We've got some guys that have been out of the lineup that I think need to continue to play regardless of their stature on our team and how many minutes they played. I think we got some guys that probably could use a break. We got some guys chasing milestones.
Not to sound selfish, but how much should you as a coach and as a front office and whatever care about the milestone chasing when it comes to your team's really good and you have a chance to win a cup? Like if you truly felt like, and I know that Bednar said he's going to leave this up to McKinnon, but McKinnon chasing this goals award, if you felt like it was best,
called the Maurice Rocket Richard Award.
If you felt like it was best for McKinnon,
Clarence Jug.
Clarence
Jug.
If you felt like it was best for the team that McKinnon sits, but he's like, I want this award. I mean, I guess you play him, but I don't know. That's tough.
It's like Nikola Jokic. I mean, Bednar laid it out there. He said, look, some guys, and Johnny Lyle said it last night, Vic. You want to play. I mean, some guys want to play. They want to stay in that rhythm. They want to play. Period. End of story. Now, the risk, and I would even argue the risk is always out there no matter what. Preseason game, regular season game, meaningless game, whatever. The risk is always there.
Sure.
So, you just keep playing hockey, right? Johnny Lyles and Mark Rycroft always said that they would want to keep playing because they want to just keep that feel going.
Here's maybe a better example. Like, Vic, let me ask you this. There is a guy that is up for numerous awards that has openly said, I want him. Victor Wembanyama.
Yep.
And he has to play at least 15 or 20 minutes?
I think it's 20 minutes.
20 minutes in one of these final 2 games.
Yeah.
It's best for the Spurs if he just straight up doesn't play because they can't move anywhere in the standings and they just want to get him healthy for the postseason. But if he really wants to be involved in all NBAs and MVP votes and all that, do you put him out there for 20, even though he might be a little bit hobbled?
It's up to the player. I think the player has to be in on that decision. And how hobbled is he? How much of a threat is it? How hard will he play?
Yeah.
Right?
Like, you're just going to go out there and be a statue?
Well, I mean, it's entirely up to him if he really wants to make a run at that postseason award, whatever it is. By the way, speaking of postseason awards, have you guys noticed the rejuvenation of Nikola Jokic support by national media this week?
I was just going to mention this because I looked at the odds this morning, Vic, it's crazy.
It's a late push now, not just by those of us locally who have noticed this, but national pundits who are going on their broadcasts, stepping in front of their microphones, looking at the data that is in front of them and saying, what are we doing? Why are we making this difficult? This is a man who's about to do something that's never been done before. He's going to take 2 of the top 3 stats in basketball. The top 3 stats in basketball, points, rebounds, assists. They've always been the top 3 stats. And for those of you who say, well, those are just offensive stats, it doesn't matter. Those have always been the top 3 stats in basketball. And a man this season is going to lead the league in average on 2 of those categories for the first time ever.
Can I make you guys a gazebo real quick with a stat for you?
Blow my doors off, please.
I'm going to make you a gazebo. You ready? Not only is Jokic the only player in NBA history that will lead the league in rebounds and assists in a season. Hey, listen. I'm trying to make you a gazebo. Not only is he the only player in NBA history to do both of those in a season, he is the only player in NBA history in one season to lead in rebounds and another season to lead in assists. Nobody in the history of sport over the course of a year, forget the same season, any years of their career, has led in rebounds and assists over the course of a season.
I'm a freak of nature.
And finished top 10 in points.
So think about that, like the leading assist guys that you think of, your Magic Johnsons, your Jason Kidds, your John Stocktons. They never also led it in rebounding in another year of their career. Jokic has done both in one.
Somebody on the Twitch feed said defense matters. All right, here's my retort to that. And I don't disagree. Defense does matter. Nikola Jokic is consistently ranked among the top leaders in steals every year. He's always top 20 in steals for a center. But defense matters, right? Who's the defensive player of the year this year? Who do you think the best defensive player in the game is?
It's going to be Wembanyama if he qualifies, yeah.
Every time he plays Joker puts 40 on him. Mm-hmm. Who was the reigning defensive player of the year multiple years before?
Rudy Gobert?
Yeah, Rudy. When he plays Joker, what happens, guys?
He
Joker
gets
one
lit
time
up
puts
like a Christmas
60
tree.
on him.
Yeah.
Puts 60 on him.
Draymond Green is a very good
all
defender,
of these
too.
great defensive players that you guys speak of, right? These great defensive player of the year. Defense matters. Oh, my God. Joker eats them. He physically eats them.
But you can make this easier, Vic. I don't know how much people want to get in the weeds on this, but I do think it's important for him in particular because much like everything else Jokic does, it's not conventional, so it's hard for us to process. And when I say us, just your casual NBA fan, it's hard for them to process how greatness or how much greatness he's throwing on the floor every single night because it's not the way you expect it. It doesn't look like Wembanyama and it doesn't look like LeBron. Defensively, if you're looking at analytics and metrics, he's a very good defender, actually. He's just not a rim protector. He's not going to jump at the rim and swat a ball out of your hands. That's just never going to be the case.
No.
Who are all the guys on Fox, Vic? The guys who sit in the round table with Nick Wrong? Who are those guys?
Chris Broussard is one of them.
And Kevin Wildes. I like Kevin Wildes. He's fun.
But who's the dorky dude that used to be on that morning show with the ears?
Yeah.
Danny
Parkins.
something.
Yeah, but he's pretty good, and he knows stuff, right?
Yeah, Parkins is sharp.
Boy, did he lay out a Joker case yesterday. And everybody agreed over Wemby. And everybody agreed except Broussard is like,
Broussard's been anti-Joker for a long time.
He has.
Go back.
But, listen, I'm not a big Dan Le Batard guy, Vic. Not a big Dan Le Batard guy. But I saw him come out recently and say, best scorer in the history of the game. He goes, I can't pretend it's Michael Jordan anymore.
No, he said the best offensive player
of the
league,
is Nikola Jokic.
Yesterday,
I've been saying that for 2 years. Yeah. I'm like, there's nobody that does what he does. There's nobody who's ever done what he does.
I'm telling you, more national folks, Stan Van Gundy, who calls games and he's got an MVP vote, he went on the Zach Lowe podcast yesterday and frankly said, it's ridiculous. He should have the MVP 5 years in a row now. I'm voting for Nikola Jokic. He didn't make any bones about it. Stan Van Gundy. No bones about it. I'm going with Nikola Jokic. You've heard, now 3 different national media folks come out and say it. I'm just wondering if at the end, people are studying for an exam, and at the end of their whole study session, they're like, oh, wait, I forgot about, holy crap, how did we miss this?
So I'll just give you an example here, Vic. We literally looked at this, I think it was 3 days ago. I looked at the MVP odds after that San Antonio game. And I said, Jokic is still in third place in this, and it's not really close. All that game seemed to do was knock Wemby away from winning the award and basically handing it over to SGA. And make no mistake, SGA is overwhelmingly still the favorite. He's minus 7,000.
Yeah.
But do you know what's happened in the span of 48 hours? Jokic, who was at plus 10,000 on Tuesday morning, has cut that in half.
Wow.
He's at plus 5,000 now and tied in odds with Wembanyama for the MVP.
Well, when you're on a 10-game win streak, and in 7 of those 10 games, you produce a triple-double, and in almost every one of those games, you're averaging a triple-double, it's ridiculous to know that he would not be automatically a front runner. And the other thing you have to understand is this. Nikola Jokic, when we compare him to the greats, right? No one has done what he's done. The Nuggets need him to be dominant for the Nuggets to win. Oklahoma City, they need Shea scoring. But what do they do to win? What is Oklahoma City's go-to to win? What do? They can squeeze you. They squeeze you.
Just going to say suffocate you, yeah.
Right? They squeeze you. That is their go-to. The Nuggets' go-to is...
But they also, Vic, they squeeze you to an extreme that I think is over the top.
That's That's their game.
I mean, I've been squeezed.
That's how they win, right?
I've been squeezed. But I know about squeezing.
But that's how they win. The way
like,
Oklahoma City wins first is defensively, they have to overwhelm you, and then they need a finisher, and that finisher is SGA. Give him all the credit in the world. He's an extremely good finisher. He's a great scorer. But the Nuggets don't have that benefit. They don't have that. They have to outscore you. They got to score 136 to beat Memphis. And the only way they do that is for their big guy to do what he does.
As a fan of the band Journey, I know about loving, I know about touching.
And squeezing.
Well, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
I also know about squeezing. And those guys squoze a little bit too hard for my liking.
You think it's excessive? It's an excessive
yeah,
squeeze.
It is. Anytime you're wearing Alex Caruso like a friggin' baby Bjorn, it's horse feathers.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, Vic, you saw it like I saw it. Caruso's in a baby Bjorn on the front of Joker. Literally wrapped up on him like a monkey carrying its baby.
Hang on, I got to figure out where horse feathers came from. Originated in the 1920s as a polite slang term for nonsense or rubbish, often attributed to cartoonist William DeBeck.
You know where I got it from?
Bunch of hogwash.
When it came into my vernacular? When I worked with the late, great Doug Moe.
He dropped horse feathers a lot?
And I'd say chicken horse and horse feathers, yeah.
What's the best one? Horse feathers, these all came around 1921. Horse feathers, poppycock, or balderdash.
Oh, crap.
I love balderdash.
Balderdash, a good one.
Yeah, but I love a good poppycock.
Oh, that's poppycock.
That gets the point across pretty quick.
Yes, it does.
What about malarkey?
Malarkey's good. I like
You're
malarkey.
full of malarkey.
Yeah, we need to find a way to mix in poppycock.
Malarkey, Donald J. Malarkey's short for bull blank, isn't it? What's that from?
No idea.
Band of Brothers. Good job. Idiot.
Right. Wait. I haven't watched it.
Wait.
15 times in a
so
row.
Somehow, because we don't know a random line from Band of Brothers, we're idiots.
I told you, I just watched it all the way through for the first time like a month ago. And you expect me to know every line?
That's at the beginning when they were standing in. You people are at the position of attention.
Yeah, Moser, I've only seen it once.
What's the capital of Vermont?
Montpelier.
Good job.
Suck it. Listen.
What's the capital of Kentucky?
I don't know, Lexington?
No. Idiot.
Look.
I need some help, please.
You were all idiots.
Lexington.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's Frankfurt.
Oh, yeah, Frankfurt. You guys were all idiots beforehand. The fact that you don't know the line only adds to it. That's what I'm saying. I didn't sleep a lot last night, Vic. I was excited, man. And then the Rockies kept me up only to get walked off.
Hey, Vic, what's the capital of Turks and Caicos?
Oh, I remember talking about this whole time.
It's Cockburn Town.
Yeah.
That's right.
And the mayor's Lance Cockdale.
And a bunch of poppycock.
The vice mayor's Jack Glasscock.
Where are you going on vacation? I'm going to head over to beautiful Cockburn Town. I'll see you guys in a week. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Now it's your turn, girl, to cry. Na, 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 na.
All right, so we just had that update from Augusta, and I can't help but think to myself, somebody already does this and does it better.
Yeah, much more entertaining. But, I know where you're going with this. You're going to go with Chris Vernon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some things are meant to be and some things are not. Like, we all have fun with the Chris Vernon stuff. Agreed?
Yes.
I don't know who it is until you guys told me. I don't even know.
So you still haven't seen this?
No.
All right, Nelly, well, you got to pull it up on the back.
Yeah, he's going to pull it up here. But before we get to that, I just want to get to this. Like, doing Masters updates, getting outside the box and doing them, that's fun. But the actual broadcast of the Masters, like how you deliver the tournament via broadcast, here's my opinion. Leave it the hell alone, because it's perfect. It's been perfect. It will always be perfect. There's nothing wrong with the way the tournament is currently broadcast. Which why, I don't know about you, Brett, you mentioned it first. I don't understand like ESPN's need to swankify, trendify, youthify the broadcast. Like, what are they doing? Leave it alone.
Yeah, look, I've said this before. I think that they could open up the broadcast a little bit more in a sense of like, I'd like to watch like now, and I just get these little mini takes.
You go to the Masters. What are you talking about? You can watch everything on the Masters.
No, Vic, I was here at 6:00. Okay, there was guys playing, and I could only watch holes 4, 5, and 6. I'm saying just give me a D team broadcast for that online somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I don't need ESPN giving me the Miz.
Exactly. Why are we trying? Help me understand something, because I can't stand this about what we do in this business. Everything's got to be catered. We got to get that demo. Why? Why do we have to get that demo? What's wrong with the demo that you're getting? What's wrong with the audience that you serve now?
I also think
you want to lose that audience?
Because people think I'm a dork, I guess, man. They don't care about me anymore.
What is wrong with the current demo that actually pays the bills for this broadcast?
I like this way of doing it. Go ahead, Nelly. Let's hear it.
And just a heads up, he is rapping over a Waka Flocka song, so I apologize to people who may not hear this for copyright reasons.
Okay.
But if you're on the radio, let's rock.
Turn it up.
God, this gets more outrageous every year. That's great.
See, Moshe, how are you not cracking at least a smile in this?
I don't know, man. There's just a bunch of animals dancing around and whatnot.
Yeah. It's funny.
You got a frog. You got was that a beaver? That's a walrus.
I don't know how he doesn't lose his voice.
Like a bee and a dog. Bernie the dog, yeah.
It's a lot. See, I don't know how you don't like that, Moshe.
See, I'm not saying I don't like it, but who's the wrestler they had on? What's his name?
Miz.
Okay.
There's a difference, though. You tolerate this. This is just a recap. It's some dude having fun.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you tune in to watch the tournament, the last thing is I don't want to see Travis Kelce eating egg sandwiches. I don't need that to watch the Masters.
That was the Chris Vernon show, by the way, just so everybody knows.
Do you need Jason Kelce eating egg sandwiches to enjoy the Masters?
Yeah, man, it's hilarious. Did you see he put one on top of the other one and they took a big bite because he's a big guy? You know?
Hey, man, listen. God, I hate that crap. No, the thing is that I guess I'm out of touch. I get into hockey season and when I'm doing this show, dude, I don't have a whole lot of bandwidth for a lot of other stuff. Brett, it's like you and people. If one person comes into your life, if I'm
going to learn a new name, I got to forget another name.
Another name is immediately bounced out, right? Yeah. Okay. It's kind of that way for me during the season and the show and everything else. I don't have time to see Chris Vernon. I don't know who the friggin' Miz is, bro.
I think the biggest problem
I don't know any friggin' Miz's, bro.
Me neither. But the biggest problem that we have in our business is everybody's so anxious for growth. You know, got to get that. Like the NFL is king of this. Got to do this. Got to go get that. Got to play in Europe. Play in Brazil. When you can strive for growth, but when you start scaring your loyal audience, the core audience, the one that's been there forever, when you start fending them off, you failed. You have failed.
Okay. This is the way I think about these things. All these appeals to try and get a younger crowd or whatever, like, the bottom line is they're going to like your thing or they aren't. I don't, like, how about this? If you're talking about, forget sports.
This is why I love Augusta. This is why I love the tradition. You're either on board or you're not. And if you're not, see you later.
Like, baseball's been they've talked about this forever. How do we get a younger audience? I'm like, well, how about this? If your sport's cool, then people like it. If not, then they won't. And there's really no way to change that. It's either you like it or you don't. And I don't understand how you think that. I'll tell you what. Did you guys see? I'll tell you what made me a baseball fan. I hated baseball before, and then Kevin Hart did a couple of jokes on a pregame show before the playoffs, and now I love baseball.
Yeah.
That's not going to change anything.
Dude, it's this fascination with influencers. Suddenly, like an influencer is going to influence whether you like something. I mean, if you're that gullible,
I think
holy crap.
I think I'm at the point of my life now where I really can't be influenced.
I got to tell you.
I might be able to be. I know somebody could influence you.
Dude, let me tell you something right now. I was influenced this last election by Chachi or whoever that guy was. He told me to vote for this dude, and so I voted for that. Yeah.
Hey, Moser.
Yeah. Scott Baio really influenced my decision
Moser,
politically.
This is the greatest example. One of the greatest institutions we've ever had in this country in sports is Monday Night Football. Until the NFL went Sunday night, Thursday night, Tuesday night, Monday Night Football reigned supreme. It was the great institution of sports.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes. And then ABC decided, hey, you know what the world wants? Dennis Miller and Rush Limbaugh.
Right.
And I'm thinking, why?
Crazy.
Nobody asked for this.
Correct.
How about just play the football game?
Worked for me.
I mean, isn't the football game good enough?
I'm a simple human being, I suppose, man.
Cartoons.
Not to be confused with simpleton, but I'm just maybe a simple dude.
You know what can get me into hockey? More cursing. Did you guys hear McKinnon last night? How are you guys feeling, Moj? Doing that, what was it, Channel 20 last night? And you guys are trying to call a game.
9 News.
And 9 News, and all you hear is this.
Here's McKinnon looking to the slot, and Brustevich made a nice pivot move to deny.
What'd he say?
Bleep me. And then, right after that, he had a word for the ref.
McKinnon. Down the wing. McKinnon got through and that puck got away. Stuff by Beckler to the far side.
Bleeping suck.
Having said all that, here I am. I
love it.
And you got to
so
go to
do
your
I.
bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Listen, I am all for it.
I just spent the last 10 minutes saying, why not just leave these broadcasts alone? If you gave me a broadcast that didn't bleep out what the players say and just let it all hang out there, I would watch that over anything. Over anything.
I think so, too. You're talking about just like miking up players and just leaving their mics open?
Right, exactly. Leave all mics open. I mean, it'd be a cacophony of chaos, but what is being said right there? What is that coach yelling at the ref about? Like, you have your choice to turn whatever mic on. You have, like, this keyboard in front of you. Oh, I want that mic. What are they saying right now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what did McKinnon just say? What?
Yeah, McKinnon was a little mad last night. A little mad. Only for a little stretch. It was like 30 seconds. All that happened in 30 seconds. But, you okay over there, Moj? What are you doing?
I'm barely alive.
Yeah, I've noticed.
What is going on? You had a normal start last night. Why are you so out of sorts?
Rockies.
Oh, please.
I stayed up to watch the Rockies. It's not the end of the world. It's not like you're up till 1. That game ended in plenty of time. You got to bed by midnight. What's the issue here?
I couldn't sleep well last night.
So don't blame the Rockies.
I'm all pumped, man. I'm all pumped for the Avs, pumped for the Pios. Pumped.
The Pios put on a show.
Dude, that kid, your boy Johnny Hicks, man. What a stud. Hey, did you see Boston Buckburger got his finger sliced off? I mean, the end of his finger sliced off. They had to sew it back up, and he came back in overtime. Jeez. I mean,
Moj, can I say this?
Unbelievable. I mean, these kids are great, man. I love these kids.
Brett,
love them.
Could you tell, you could tell the difference in some sports, but in hockey especially, the college product versus the NHL product, right? Like watching that college game.
Yeah.
How much more polished the NHL is in skating, general skating and possession of the puck.
I'm telling you right now.
Wow. I'm watching the college game. I'm like, God, what is this?
So when I was going to UNO had a really good hockey team. They're coached by Dean Blaze. They were in Frozen Fours a lot, all that stuff. They had a couple of NHL guys. One of them's still playing right now. Why am I blanking on his name?
Jake Gensel.
Gensel, yes. Gensel was a big player for him. And that was the only hockey I never watched an NHL game in person. And then I came here, went to an Avs game like the first week I was here. And I just said, whoa.
Wow.
For how good those college teams are, the jump is just so much different.
Just the quality of play. Like last night,
I think of that in the
if
NBA.
a guy carried a puck in the zone, they'd lose it in 2 seconds. Nobody could hold the puck.
I notice it in the NBA too. It's like you watch the NCAA tournament. There's plenty of guys who got open looks that missed. There is no missing an open look in the NBA. Yeah. That's going in every single time. Every time. And you see how big these leaps are. I know how big the leap is from college football to the NFL. I don't think you notice it as much through the TV. When you're watching like Bama versus Georgia or something like that, I don't see it as big of just a visual contrast. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's Nathan McKinnon last night. Who was it? Somebody bumped into him at center ice. And he grabbed the puck and he took 2 strides and he was at top speed, got around a dude down the slot and got stopped by Dustin Wolf, who I thought had a pretty good game for the Flames last night. Holy crap. When you see the highest level, play the highest level and accelerate at the highest level, it's almost mind-boggling, bro. It's crazy what these guys are capable of.
Like Mick Pickle's goal from like 3 nights ago.
Coming down the wing?
Coming down the wing and weaving in between like 4 different guys.
He's just a sick human hockey player. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
The great news, though, and we'll get back to this later for the Avs, is that the Avs now clinch the number 1 overall seed, and we've been talking about this. If there's a team that I would most want to play in the first round, it is the LA Kings. Well, they won last night for their 20th regulation win of the year. They're at 85 points with a game in hand, a point up of Nashville with a game in hand on Nashville. Moj, Winnipeg's still trying to hang around. They've won 3 straight. They're at 82 points. Not that far away.
I want Moser to go to Winnipeg.
If I'm going, you're coming with me.
I am openly rooting.
No. Okay, fine. But if I go, you're going with me.
I got work. I got my own job.
My ass. Excuse my language. My tailpipe.
Sorry, Moj, I'm a father. I can't make it with you now.
I have my own job, my own responsibilities in life. But I want you to spend 2 weeks in Winnipeg.
San Jose's out of it. Forget about San Jose. It's going to be Nash or L.A. That's what it's going to be.
You don't think Winnipeg?
They got a tougher. Raj did a great job. He and Springer last night did a great job of kind of breaking it down, what the schedule looks like for the Winnipeg Jets. So they've got 4 games left, and they're 3 points back. But they're home against Philly, and Philly's got everything to play for. They're at Vegas, and Vegas has got everything to play for.
Yeah.
Then at Utah, that's a back-to-back, going to be tough. And then they're home against San Jose, who's out of it. So they got 3 toughies and a gimme. Well, the LA Kings and the Nashville Predators schedule is a little bit easier. The Kings have 4 games left, but you ready for this? You won LA, right?
Yeah.
Last night they beat up Vancouver. Now they're home against Edmonton, going to be a tough one. But they're at Seattle, out of it. At Vancouver, out of it. At Calgary, out of it.
Sets up pretty nice for them.
Well,
about as good as you can get.
As long as they take care of their business.
The The best time to get your playoff tickets for the Nuggets is right now. The best selection is right now at nuggets.com/tickets. So jump on it and get your seats for the hottest team in the NBA. Oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports and the world we feel like you should be aware of. Again, Masters underway right now. Still the leaders, guys like Sam Burns, Rory McIlroy, Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed, not yet teed off.
You know what this is like
second
for
round.
me? Because I have questions about Augusta and I want to ask Vic. And that makes me mad.
No.
I know. That's the problem is I want to ask him, but it makes me – it'd be like this. It'd be like if Band of Brothers, everybody was watching it, and Vic had questions about Band of Brothers, and he had to ask me about it. That would just make him so mad. And the fact that I have to ask Vic about Augusta makes me so mad because it looks so good. How do they make the grass look like artificial turf?
Vic's not a groundskeeper. He doesn't know that.
I know that they have like 700 employees.
That helps.
Yeah. When you have somebody handling every hole, you know how you go to some of these places and there's one super for the entire course? I think they have a super for every hole.
There was a moment, by the way, in the Rockies game last night where the Rockies felt like they could have taken real control of the game. So it's the top of the 10th. They've already put across one run to make it 2-1. Tyler Freeman is on first base, or runners on first and second. So Karros is at the dish. Go ahead, Nelly, hit play. It's a ground ball from Karros. It's not quite enough for a double play ball here. And Freeman slides, sees that he's not going to get near the base, so he does what he thinks is being nice. He pops up to get out of the way, and Bogaerts tries to leap over him from 10 feet away. He ends up sticking his leg out. It hits Tyler Freeman. They call that a double play, which ends the inning for the Rocks, in which the Padres tie it up in the bottom of the inning, which extends the game.
Correct.
My question is, how the hell is that Tyler Freeman's fault?
Well, I mean, he slid 15 feet before the bag. I don't know.
But that's because you turn a double play at the bag. And he's like, I'm going to stay out of the way to not run into you. I don't get it. And it could have been a huge.
I think
Think about this.
It was an accident, but it's probably the right call.
You could have had runners on first and third with 2 outs. You could have played it another run, and maybe that ends the game. But you get that call, which I don't understand.
Hey, you know, that second baseman made some pretty. The infield made some pretty good plays last night for the Padres.
There's a lot of good plays last night on both sides. But just a weird situation. It's almost like it looked like Moj when somebody shoots a 3, like when Shea shoots a 3 and kicks his leg out to try and get contact, which is supposed to be an offensive foul.
I dig. You know what, though? I like the way the Rockies are battling.
Yeah.
Listen to me talk.
Listen to you.
Listen, Vic, listen to what I'm saying. I like the way the Rockies are battling, man.
So do I.
I just like it.
Oh, by the way, I know that DeChambeau is he likes to play the role of, mad scientist and doing his things his own way, and all of my clubs are the same length and all that different stuff. But he's using a 5-iron that he made himself with a 3D printer.
Saw that, yep.
Enough, nerd. Okay.
I got a friend of mine who plays those Callaways made by 3D printers.
Really?
I still don't understand what the hell that is or means. Or how long it takes. Like, there's a big box just doing like, how does that work?
I don't know.
How does the phone work? I don't know.
That's one thing I like. The boys over at Adele
Why
Golf.
is there air?
The boys at Adele Golf?
Yeah.
Like, they will hand chisel things on your club.
Those Adele Golf guys are amazing,
Yeah.
dude. That's pretty cool. Hey, that being said, I guess I can be influenced. I'm in this big season-long golf pool, and majors count double.
Okay.
You can only pick a golfer twice during the course of a year.
Sure.
So I picked Justin Rose and set my entry. And then I said, you know what? Now I think I'm going to go Tommy Fleetwood. Set my entry.
Okay.
And then I watched Scott Van Pelt. And that big ball-headed beauty, I don't think I'm ever going to forgive him. Because he talked me off my Fleetwood, and at the very last second, I locked in Bryson DeChambeau. God, I'm an idiot.
Well, DeChambeau did.
I am so dumb. I am dumb. I'm a dumb person.
DeChambeau pulled a Brett Kane yesterday. Took him 3 shots to get out of the bunker.
Dude, he had a trip.
He played, look, he didn't play great, but he was fine until that.
I am dumb. I let Scott Van Pelt, he made his case for Bryson, and I'm like,
you got influenced.
I got influenced. That makes sense. And now I'm gonna lose money. I suck. I'm out.
Go
Moj, did you see the video that I posted of you some 8 years ago?
Yeah. Yep.
You had a nice swing back then.
Yep. Times change, Vic.
Oh, by the way.
Father time waits for no man.
Oh, by the way, Ian Rappaport said that the Jags are officially making Travis Hunter a full-time corner.
I saw that.
He will have some gadget plays on offense. But if you think about what happened last year, he played around 300 snaps on offense last year to 150 on defense.
You know what that tells me? Here's what it tells me. Fellas, this is a barbaric game. There's no chance we can keep this guy healthy if we try to play him on both sides of the field. Can we please keep him on the field? Make a choice here.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
And then, again, you can put him in for certain situations on offense, and I'm sure he'll do great, but it's just that's a huge – forget like the actual snaps on the field. Think about the workload it takes for just preparing every week on two sides of the football.
I've got one for you. This kind of struck me. I like soccer. And did you see where Cincinnati, FC Cincinnati, that they are looking into trying to lure Neymar over to the States to play at MLS?
I got to tell you, I don't know how I feel.
I mean, these guys all come over when they're in their mid to late 30s.
That's what I'm saying.
Rooney did it, Zlatan.
I don't know if I
Beckham,
like the
Messi.
MLS just being used as a retirement tour to fill your bag up a little bit more on the way out.
There's you cannot compare MLS with the EPL or the Bundesliga or Serie A or any of those major European leagues or South American leagues. You can't do it.
When does Messi come here? That's pretty soon, isn't it?
Yeah, Nelly, when is that? That's it's this month.
It's April 18th.
Yeah.
And I'll be there at Mile High.
Yeah, and
that's in 8 days, bro.
That's going to be a sellout.
Oh, yeah. Should be.
So you just said, I don't know if these guys, well, there's about 78,000 people that.
Oh, no, I get that people will be interested and want to go watch them. We wouldn't watch Zlatan. We did that.
We did.
We went to Dixon, went and watched Zlatan because I can't not see the Zlatan once. But I'm just saying, I don't particularly like them just being like, all right, my game kind of stinks now, but I'll take a big bag of money from you.
Let me, by the way, one for you. And this is why the inverse is happening now in Europe. So all these great European players are coming here at the end of their careers, right, for MLS play. Well, what's happening, the NBA is taking a page out of that book. They're starting NBA Europe. What do you think NBA Europe is going to be full of?
Bunch of old dudes going over there to play at the end of their career.
Name players.
Yep.
Who are going to go to respective cities, make a quick buck, lead that team in salary,
you think
and
so?
Sell the sport. What's that?
I said, you really think so?
Yeah.
Oh, think so. I know so.
Adonis Haslam's probably already.
I know so.
He's probably already lining up.
Which names are we talking about here? LeBron's not doing that.
I'm talking about LeBron is actually in cahoots to start his own touring league.
To own it, not play in it.
Yes. But there are players that will see the end of their careers, I'm telling you,
sounds
in
like a
NBA
perfect
Europe.
Russell Westbrook retirement party.
100%. Hell, he almost went to Tel Aviv.
Yeah. I mean,
you remember that?
I was going to say that they've made enough money. Maybe they wouldn't do that, but I guess Messi's made quite a bit of money in his life.
If you're NBA Paris or Rome or Munich and you want to make a name for yourself, you go. If you're Munich, hey, Franz Wagner, you're at the end of your career, come on over.
If you want to pay me Wagner, you say?
Yeah.
If you want to pay me $5 million a year to live in Rome and play hoops and be popular,
Buenos dias.
Vic, you know I like my Romans. You know I do.
Well, again,
you know I do.
The inverse is true. We take the olds in soccer. They're going to take the olds in hoops.
Nelly, you said you had one on the way out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just want to do a quick exercise here with the three of you. We're going to go around the room. I'm going to ask you a question. All I need you to do is just answer it for me, okay? Brett, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream?
Chocolate.
Moser, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream?
Chocolate.
Vic, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream?
I don't eat that crap.
Okay, all three of you answered definitively, which means you could play quarterback at the University of Oregon. Here is their quarterback's coach explaining his reasoning.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid. right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay? So whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction.
Probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, I think there's something to that. Is such a great. I was just thinking profoundly, like, I lack conviction when it comes to when I go shopping for clothes or shoes. I can never pick one out. I love them all, and it takes me forever. Maybe that's why I stand over a 3-foot putt. I have no conviction. I love every line I see. Maybe that's it. I think that makes perfect sense.
Look, there's something to be said about quick decision making. There's also wise decision making. And maybe getting clarification on a couple of questions isn't the worst thing in the world.
No, I like his reasoning. I think he's right. You have to be precise in your conviction. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to commit myself to it.
Tell you what, you want Leroy Jenkins playing quarterback for you, go ahead, but you might have some pick sixes thrown in there is all I'm saying. Am I wrong here?
No, you can't. To be a great athlete, you can't hem and haw. You know, I visited with Spencer Jones yesterday. We did that off-the-court interview at STK, and I said, you're so smart, right? You're a Stanford guy. Your GPA was out of this world. You're going to be a very fruitful businessman. Does book smarts translate to basketball smarts? And he sat there and he said, not really. But there are certain things you just need to know to play the game. Smartest man he's ever played with clearly is Nikola Jokic. Smartest man he's ever played with. Do book smarts translate to sports smarts? They don't. They don't, guys. Think about some of the smartest players in the history of each respective sport. They're not necessarily Rhodes Scholars, right? Some are, but I don't want to demean guys here, but some of the greats of all time aren't Rhodes Scholars, my friend, but they know their sport.
Shark.
A very wise national championship level quarterback once said, I ain't come here to play school.
Hammer Shark.
Cardell Jones. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. It's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
What kind of ice cream do you like?
See, you've had trouble, Brett. That is such a profound statement about conviction. You've had trouble chipping lately, right? Your little short game?
Yeah.
Because you lack conviction.
No,
because your brain is paralyzed. Because your brain's like, gosh, should I baby this in there?
No.
Should I throw a spinner in there? What should I do with this?
You cannot. These are not synonyms. Conviction and confidence are not synonyms, despite sounding alike. I have no confidence. I am convicted.
You have no conviction.
No, I am convicted in the shot I am going to hit. I take the club. I have no confidence when I stand over the ball. That's different. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
If you want green grass this summer, and it's going to be tough because the droughts are in effect and these restrictions already. I got email, you did too. It's going to be a tough summer with water in your lawn. You better have conviction now. You better take action now. You better call Mile High Aeration now. Get some plugs in that yard. Make sure that you get whatever water that's left that gets deep down in the roots. The fertilizer, get it deep down there. And the only way to do that is to aerate it properly. Mile High uses heavy machinery, much heavier, therefore pulling a much deeper plug, and that matters if you want a green lawn this summer. So call today, 303-778-1000, or check out the website because they do a lot more than aeration. It's milehighservices.com.
Hey, speaking of Walk the Moon, aren't our boys coming back from space today? Isn't today the day they touch back down?
And girls.
Boys and girls, yes.
Yeah. Tonight, I think. Tonight.
Just you get to step off a ship, you get to look at Vic and say, I saw the moon. He's like, cool. You didn't see Bryson triple.
Yeah. That place is going to smell like a giant porta potty. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. I mean, that place.
Dude, they got one toilet. There's no hiding anything that you're doing up there, is there?
Why can't you just go outside?
Yeah, say, you know what? I'm going to go to the outhouse.
I made a new dating app. It's called Go Outside. Hey, listen. I just saw this, and I want to know what this means. And this is, can I put this up as another example where Vic's going to get mad at me of the Masters needs to calm down for a second. Robert McIntyre yesterday put up a quad. He was not happy about that. On his way out from making that quad at 15, he flipped off the flag stick, which I think is the most appropriate response you can have for a quad. I actually think anything outside of that is the wrong response. And he is being, quote, reprimanded by the Masters for that behavior. And I want to know two things. First of all, why is this a big deal? Second of all, what does that even mean?
Hey, Brett.
You're reprimanded. What is reprimanding mean?
Well, I don't know what it means, but
I'm kick me off the course?
I'm going to tell you this. If I was, quote, reprimanded for every time I flipped off a flag stick,
exactly
I would be in Guantanamo.
Well, Moj, you're a man who showed up at somebody else's country club without wearing shoes. So reprimanding is part of your approach.
Ugh, you and your stupid feet. I'm telling you, if you
want to rub them,
poll question at Brett Kane Radio.
Do you want to rub Moj's feet?
No, is the only appropriate response to a quad flipping off the flag stick.
Of course it is.
Throwing the flag may be a better response. Dude, I played with the guy once.
Oh, my God.
Funny story. Me and Mario were playing with a guy who was so flummoxed by the way he was playing. He quit the hole because he was like triple bogey already, and he grabbed the flag stick, and he's holding the flag stick as the rest of us are putting out, and he was so mad. He forgot he had the flag stick, took it with him to the next tee box.
I love that, man. I love that.
That is good.
This game can drive you absolutely nutty. For those who don't golf, I mean, think of something that you do that can really frustrate the snot out of you to the point where you're flipping off inanimate objects, carrying things you shouldn't be carrying, and then say, you know what, I want to keep doing that. Like, it's just the dumbest game ever. It's so stupid. Yes.
You keep going back to it.
Yes. It's just stupid, man.
You know what's the worst? I think this is one of the worst feelings you can have because this happened to me on Monday. I hit a shot, and I hit it so badly. I got in the cart carrying the same club because I'm like, I'm just going to use this again. Pull me up to my ball. When you don't even have to go back to your bag to put a club in there to get another club out. That sucks. That's an appropriate thing to flip off, too. Flip everything off. Now.
When you hit it so far, you say, just drop me off here, and you take like 5 clubs.
Yeah, that one
just drop me.
Don't worry about it. I'll just walk.
Vic. Yeah, like you need. Yeah, I'll meet you at the green. And then you're off into the woods and you're gone.
You want your rangefinder? It won't matter.
It doesn't even matter, okay? Just shut up.
How about this? The Nuggets are playing tonight against OKC, an OKC team that is sitting everybody. They are locked into the one. They do not care. They are only concerned with health here for the final
Can I give you
the
injury report for tonight?
Here, how about you give me all of it?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7 o'clock, a B Squad Thunder team comes to Denver, Vic.
All right, for those of you who are looking for keys to the game tonight, pull over if you're driving, pull out your pencil and your memo pad, write stuff down, because this might be complex. I'm not going to make this easy to understand. There's a lot at work tonight. First off, let me tell you the injury list for both teams. The OKC Thunder, not playing tonight, listed as out. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Alex Caruso, Isaiah Hartenstein, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams. One of them. The other Jalen Williams. The other. Isaiah Joe, Kaysen Wallace, AJ Mitchell, some guy named Sorber. Those guys are all out. They're not playing. Lou Dort is in. But those guys are all out. For the Nuggets, listed as questionable. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon. Peyton Watson is out. Spencer Jones is out. Now, why are those three questionable? I'll tell you why. Because they're waiting to see what happened last night to see if the Nuggets want to win this game. Do you want to win the last two games? Do you want the 3 seed? Because if the Nuggets win the final 2 games, they win the 3 seed. Then they will play Minnesota.
Well, Vic, I want them to win the 3 seed, but what do they want to do?
If they go 1-1 against OKC and San Antonio, they more than likely will have the 4 seed. But they can still end up with the 3 seed if perhaps Houston or LA lose. If they lose both games, they'll probably end up with the 5 seed and be on the road for the first round. What do you want if you're the Nuggets? What do you want? Does it matter?
Well, you know what, Vic? The Nuggets have lost all games to OKC this year. I don't like that.
If they finish tied, somebody asked this, if Denver, Houston, and the Lakers finish tied at the end of the season, which very well could happen. If Denver loses 1 of 2 and the other 2 win games, they could all finish with the exact same record, 3 deadlock teams. The tiebreaker is this. Division winner gets the first nod. That's the Lakers. They will win their division. They will get the 3 seed. And then after that, it's head-to-head. Nuggets own the head-to-head over Houston. So it would be Lakers, Denver, Houston, if they were to finish in a 3-way tie.
I got a question for you. Did you give a key?
No. I told you, write this down. There's no key. What key do you want for a game like this?
I don't know.
Key? What key do you want when one team is holding off its entire roster?
That's what you're here
for. What key? What is there a magic key for that?
Hey, Brett, your boy did a lot of talking for no keying.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a key. A key. What do you want? Here's my key. What do the Nuggets want? Do they want the 3 seed or not?
I don't know what they want. What do they want, Vic? What does David Adelman want? What are these secret internal discussions about who you want to meet in the first round? Who you possibly want to meet in the second round?
Win the game, keep the 3 seed, and stay healthy.
What's more important? What order? What order? What if Aaron Gordon is feeling like some tightness? Do you even dare put him out there?
No, but you want the 3 seed. You want the 3 seed. You want home court advantage 3 seed.
And that's why
that's not more important than health. That's not more important than health. No. That what you just said is not more important than having a healthy roster. That's number one.
Yeah. Yep. If anybody is feeling any sort of pangs, anything like that, then they sit. But you go out there and you win this game to keep the 3 seed.
By the way, Minnesota, I've been reading some stuff on the T-Wolves. In their last game, they're very, very happy because Jaden McDaniels looks normal again. Ant-Man is getting ready for the playoffs. They are ready for a playoff push, and they expect a healthy roster for the postseason.
Good for them.
If that is the 3 seed, you will get a healthy Minnesota team in the first round.
Well, guess what? If you want to win a championship, you should beat Minnesota. You should beat Houston, and you should beat the Lakers, and you should beat everybody.
You know, I'm so used to coming on out and saying, yeah, you know what? They can beat everybody. I guess it's just not that way anymore.
The Nuggets?
Yeah.
You know what? I thought about this. I'm like, the Nuggets, I'm almost expecting them to be down at half. That is an expectation of mine now.
You could roll out Nelly and his bandmates.
Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Nelly was knocking down some threes in that first half, I tell you.
A lot of open looks.
Starting at point guard. Him and his jazz flute, Nelly.
Let it ride!
It's an expectation I have now. I can't expect anything different. Why would I? It's all they do. They go out, they trail at half, and then they're like, okay, you guys want to play now? When do you guys want to do basketball? Third quarter? Midway through? All right, fine. Deal. But just win. Just win. Keep the 3 seed. If they don't, then what was the whole point of the final 12 games of the year? What was the purpose to it?
I agree with you. If you have a chance to win a game, you always go win. You play to win, but some teams like to manipulate the schedule to their liking. Again, even Nikola Jokic has made it known playoffs are about matchups, not necessarily who the best team is, who the best matchup might be. The path to the championship is always under consideration.
I'll tell you right now, the matchup of OKC in the second round is something you don't want. The matchup of the Spurs in the second round is preferable to OKC.
Weren't you the guy saying, though, you'd rather play OKC early?
Yeah, but that's
not me.
Okay, first of all,
Not
that's
me.
what Powder was saying for a month straight.
Well, he's
I said,
stupid.
all right, hang on. At that time, the Nuggets were floundering. They won a game, lost a game. They were playing 500 basketball, and I was just kind of over it, and it looked like the 3 seed was impossible anyway. I was like, you know what? Then just bring on OKC. Like, get it out of the way, and if you win, you win. But now, you put yourself in a position where you don't have to. So don't let go of that.
You know what I love that's emerged from this 10-game win streak? And I know a lot of people will complain and say, well, they haven't played anybody. I don't think it matters as much as this. I think the fact that the Nuggets have clutched up in these clutch games, because of these 10 games, 7 of them were clutch games, and they've won them. What renewed confidence going into the postseason, where every game is a clutch game, right? Every postseason game, barring a couple outliers, they come down to the clutch. And the Nuggets needed to get back to their ways, and they have.
Nuggets and Thunder face off at Ball Arena, and you can hear all the action right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game with Birdo starts at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law, and tip-off shortly after 7 p.m. on your home for the Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
If you're ready to head to the mountains, you know that deals up there can be difficult. Sometimes not, but sometimes they can be. You need somebody that you can trust to help you out with that deal, whether it's buying or selling, and that person is Anastasia Bell. You want to upgrade a mountain home? You want to pack up and move to the mountains? Investment property, second, whatever it may be, she is the one to go to. She's been sought out by clients from the Front Range and beyond for an awfully long time. She's an expert in mountain properties. And you need that kind of expertise, that professionalism. So here's her telephone number. I tell you every single day. Maybe you've written it down. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you should right now. The number is 970-968-7646. That's 970-968-7646. Imagine having a Breckenridge ski chalet. Ski in, ski out property, truly exclusive. She can help you out with that as well. Mountain properties, they're incredibly popular, and Anastasia Bell knows how to get it done. Give her a call, 970-968-7646. You got it, Anastasia Bell. So silly. You're so silly, Brett.
What? What did I do? You're naughty is what you are.
Do we have drunk takes today? Seriously, do we?
I don't know, Moj. You've asked this question every Friday for the last 7 years. What do you think?
Because I believe this week has been fairly benign.
No, you guys didn't spend a whole segment talking about interlocking toes yesterday. So no, we have no drunk takes.
You know, Vic has been interesting this week. He insulted outer space for about half the week.
Yep.
Told the moon to get bent. That was pretty rude.
That was rude. Yeah.
I mean, all the moon does is
moons.
Tides and whatnot, right? Provided some stability. And so he badmouthed the moon. I don't know. It's just been one of them weeks. I wasn't sure we had any drunk takes.
The Avs are the number one team in hockey.
Yes, they are.
They have led from November 1st all the way through the end of the year.
You probably never get a chance because you're home, Vic, and you're doing your thing and whatever. But I like to watch Raj and Spring on the post game on my way home.
Pass.
Jesus, God. That's so rude. God, that's so rude.
They do a great job.
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, they do. They do a great job. Fill the cup with foam. Whatever. It's whatever they do. No, but they're allowed to get a little bit, because it's internet only, they're allowed to get a little bit bluer, so to speak. And they were making a good point last night. Look, the Avs are the number one team. Let's not overthink this crap. Winning a championship is never easy, even if you are the best team in the league. It's never easy. It's going to be hard. But let's not pretend like they're not the best team. All right? I mean, screw everybody else. You got the best team.
Yeah.
So what's your point?
Doesn't get well. I mean, let's just
Great question.
Let's stop playing, patty cake about. Well, do you got to face Dallas in the second round? I think it's stays. Well, I am. I'm whiny. Okay, well, I am. I'm going to stop myself from being whiny. No more whiny about that stuff, man. They're the best team. They got home ice. Go get it.
What in God's name is there to be whiny about this Avs season? They pretty much from the beginning of the season in November. I know the beginning was late September, October, but since November, 4th, they took over the NHL and haven't looked back?
November 1st.
November 1st? I mean, yeah. They accomplished everything they hoped to accomplish. They are the number one overall seed. They are the president's champ. They've got everything they want. What's the problem?
You know what's interesting is the Avs in Carolina, and that was the team that was maybe going to try to catch them for the presidents, right?
Yeah.
They're the only two teams who have been in a playoff spot every day of the season. Every single day this season, they've both been in a playoff spot.
Well, I'll tell you, the Avalanche, quite literally, to me, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, you try and figure out reasons or causes for concern when you head into a postseason. What's your weakness? What can teams exploit? Like the Nuggets have those. They have weaknesses. You can get after them on the defensive side. Like you can make them pay. You can push a game into a track meet. Like they're going to score with you, but maybe their defense isn't up to the standard that we're used to seeing out of them.
You make a great point. There are no obvious weaknesses for the Avs. They have answered every question on the test.
I mean, they can get loose.
But every question's been answered.
It has.
Power play,
it has.
They fixed it. PK, extraordinary. Goalies, they got a guy.
No,
two guys.
They
have two guys.
They have two. One of them leads the league in save percentage and goals against. Like, they have the leading scorer in the league. I just saw this earlier. How about this? I'm going to give you the leaders in plus-minus throughout the NHL this year.
Littered with Avalanche
Here's
players.
your top five. McKinnon, Natchez, Kucherov, Malinsky, and Manson.
That's amazing. Oh, let me see that.
McKinnon, Natchez, Kucherov, Malinsky, Manson. Four out of the top five spots.
Unreal.
Who's sixth? Sixth is Moser. I said it right.
Moser. That's
Devon Taves is 10th. Lehkonen is 14th. Burns is 15th. McCarr's 19th. They're everywhere. They do everything.
I'm pleading for Avalanche fans, put your superstitions aside. Don't worry about this curse of the President's Trophy crap. Again, we're not doing Harry meets Potter here.
The Avs have won a President's Trophy in the Cup in the same year.
We're not doing Harry meets Potter. They're fine. They're fine. Everything and now it's up to them in the playoffs to continue to ascend. The Nuggets have one big question mark going into the postseason, and it'll remain to be seen. Can they defend enough to win 4 series? Can they defend? We know they could score. I mean, this is the best offense ever. We know they can do that. They can outscore you every time. Can they do enough on the defensive end?
Do you want me to give you a super cool radio answer? I don't know. I really don't. I've said this before about the Nuggets, and I think Kreckman said something similar to this. What I've said is, let's say they match up with Minnesota in the first round. I could see the Nuggets losing that in 6. I could see them winning in 5. I don't know. Either way.
I can make a case just like you. Yes.
I could see the Nuggets making it to the NBA Finals. I could see them getting bounced in the first round. I have no idea what to expect from them. None. Because nothing's been consistent. Part of it isn't even their fault. It's just the amount of injuries they've had to deal with. Guys shuffling in and out of the lineup. Every time you get somebody back, somebody else leaves.
You just hit on it. It's the injury-related stuff. It sucks that it doesn't look like Peyton Watson's playing, obviously, tonight. I would have loved to have him play maybe Sunday, get a game in before the postseason. I mean, you think about it, Peyton Watson, he played 2 games when he came back from his injury before going out?
Yeah.
He will have missed the last 2 months of the season, and that's a guy you're going to lean on off the bench. Remember we were talking about, when Peyton comes back, is he going to start? Well, that's out of the question now.
Right.
So a guy that you were leaning on to really produce for you is suddenly, dude, he doesn't have the minutes under his belt.
Now, if there's some solace to it, you wanted Peyton Watson to start because Cam Johnson wasn't playing well. Cam Johnson's he's been excellent.
Understood, but you want your best players on the floor in clutch situations. You know, you need somebody to guard SGA or one of these wings that can't stop scoring. You need him.
Yeah.
You need him. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why the Nuggets postseason chances took a shot, because we just don't know health-wise who they'll be.
Yeah, but you know what, Vic? It's much like Brett's buddy talking about Bo Nix. I know for the Nuggets, it's in there. Dude, it's the championship pedigree for the players that matter the most. It's in there. Can it come out and spread through everybody? Maybe we're overthinking the Peyton Watson. He's a young stud. He knows what to do. Let him get in there and swat and run.
I'll say this.
Defend, swat, and run.
I'll say this about the postseason. A lot of the regular season, because it's so much, young, hungry teams, they hustle, they turn you over, they run. There's not as much fast breaking in the playoffs. It becomes a half-court game. And if I had to rely on a half-court offense, there's none like, in my opinion, the Nuggets half-court offense. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They know what they're doing. It is tried and true. And they got weapons everywhere. And that gives me solace that when the game slows down in the postseason and you have to play in the half court, ain't nobody better to play with than Nikola Jokic in the half court.
Yep.
Nobody.
Yep.
Here's the thing. This is what the Nuggets have been all year. Their inability to get stops at times leaves any team able to beat them. But the Nuggets' ability to score whenever the hell they want gives them the ability to beat anybody.
It was uncanny in that Portland game when they were down 17 in the second half and came back. In the fourth quarter, every time they had the ball on the offensive end, you're like, oh, yeah, where's it coming from?
Yeah.
Who wants it? Like every single time down. Now, the guy who's helped rescue them in that game was Aaron Gordon.
Yep.
I'm going to watch him closely in the postseason because I'm going to hold my breath. You need a healthy AG.
I mean, I think it's this simple. The Nuggets have no chance to win if AG gets hurt. I mean, I just think it's that easy.
So
he means too much. He's too much of your Swiss Army knife. He's too important defensively.
That's why I go back to, do you sit him tonight? Is the 3 seed more important than a healthy AG?
Well, is there something actually wrong with him?
No, I'm not saying. Well, you remember he was sort of in pain the last game.
Well, I thought that's because he got hit in the schwanz.
I don't know. I'm not suggesting there is anything wrong, but you don't want anything wrong. You don't want to even risk it. God, you know what sucked last year remember when they lost AG in Game 6? Remember the hamstring? Do you remember when that happened and how it happened?
No.
So because I'll never forget it. I was so mad. The Nuggets were well ahead late in that game. They were up by like 9 points. The game was over. And then they sort of relaxed. And they let Oklahoma City score a couple easy buckets. And OKC started playing full court. They were doing that full court pressure thing. And the game should have been over. And AG was going back to help after a turnover, and he pulled his hamstring. And it happened in the final, was it the final minute of the game? I think so.
It was at the very, very end, yeah.
It happened like when the game was already over, and you're like, oh, my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And then it was watching him try and play in that Game 7 was just I was in pain watching him.
It was magical in my opinion.
He couldn't move.
Yeah,
dude.
he couldn't move.
He led the team in rebounds. He had 12 rebounds.
I know, but dude,
with half a leg.
It looked like it hurt so
But the
bad.
fact he played, man.
Oh, I know. It's amazing.
No, don't get me wrong. He's a total
warrior.
stud.
Do you know what it reminded me of?
Total stud, but he's just, you could see it.
What a warrior.
Do you guys remember when Jason Witten retired, he went to the Monday Night Football booth and then unretired and played for the Cowboys another year? And I remember him running over the middle of the field. And I'm like, bro, you can't. It looks like you're on stilts. Like you can't bend a joint. The hell are you doing out there? But yeah, it's crazy how late that happened in Game 6. And I mean, to answer your question, Vic, I would have zero issue saying, AG, you're not playing until the postseason starts.
Just to give you an example how these last couple games of the season can influence an entire postseason run. Let me give you another example. 2 years ago, the Denver Nuggets are the number 1 seed with 2 games to play. Number 1. They go into San Antonio against a San Antonio team that at that time was so far out of the playoff picture. They were 21-60. Terrible team.
Yeah.
The Nuggets at that point had won 56 games. They finished with 57 wins. It's a W, right? They lose to San Antonio in the final second. Devontae Graham makes a floater. San Antonio rallied to upset the Nuggets in San Antonio. The Nuggets would lose a tiebreaker and lose the number 1 seed to OKC. It would send them into a second-round matchup against OKC, and we remember what happened. I'm sorry, a second-round matchup with Minnesota, and we remember what happened then.
Yeah, it stunk.
So that loss in San Antonio to a crappy Spurs team changed everything.
Could I have a Masters minute, please, for Vic?
It's time for a Masters Minute. Get it all out of your system, boys. 60 seconds on the clock. Your time starts now.
Okay, I got Amen Corner up on my little thing here, Vic.
My music.
What's it like going into Amen Corner? What's that like?
It's magical. First of all, number 11 is the toughest hole on the course, in my opinion. Number 11, you hear tee shot. If you don't at least put a little flare on it, you have no choice but to hit it short. And then if you hit it short, it's going to come bounding down that hill into the water. And then after that, you're probably going to double 11. You get to number 12, and you're saying, how in the hell am I going to land it on that?
How do I land on that skinny
green?
green?
Where do I put this?
Yeah.
And then you're going to double that. And then you get to 13. Now you're mad because you just butchered your scores. You get to 13, and you don't even see the fairway because it's just a big hole left. There's a bunch of trees in front of you. And, of course, you flare it out to the right behind a dogwood.
See what you did?
I know, but he's my only conduit.
Now listen to this. Yeah. What if CBS opened the broadcast Sunday with this?
Oh my God.
Hey Vic, I find it offensive that you would play this around the sacredness of the Masters. How dare you?
I would allow this. If Jim Nantz opened coverage on Sunday with that.
Dude, the fairways look like carpet. They look like carpet.
Why are you are so obsessed?
Moshe, because he's right. Brett,
look at it, Brett.
Brett, listen to this.
This is why you suck.
Brett, you suck. Shut up. Moser, I'm talking to you. When you hit a ball at Augusta National, you feel shame and guilt that you hurt the Mother Earth. You want to instantly apologize. I'm so sorry I did that to you.
I want to instantly apologize to everybody listening right now.
This is why I said you're who you are.
No.
That's why you're you and I'm me.
No, the reason why I'm me and you're you is because, again, you didn't know your teammates. Again.
You like golf, but you don't appreciate
I do.
it.
No, I do appreciate it. I watched all of it. Yes, all of it. I consumed every second of it yesterday. But here's what I didn't do. I wasn't watching with my friends, and I said, bro, what kind of seed do you think they put down on the fairway grass?
But these are questions
Special
sophisticated
sauce.
golf fans ask. You're unsophisticated.
Yeah, you friggin' hillbilly.
Neck.
Redneck.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Bang, 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 bang.
Go ahead, Mose. You got anything else to say about the plugs with the special sauce that's in there? Drunk takes next.
Final segment of the show, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Avs have wrapped up the President's Trophy. The Pios are into the Natty. Nuggets are going to be the 3 seed. By the time we get back next week and whatnot.
I just hit myself in the face with my own headphones. Like, I pulled it like a slingshot, and it just wrecked me in the nose.
That's a shame. So, Vic, I want to make one other thing clear because I'm riding pretty high right now. I'm feeling pretty good. Rocks are going to come back and win this series against the Padres.
That Nelly Moser's high.
If we come back on Monday, I'll be in Edmonton, by the way, doing the show from Edmonton.
He was high.
If we come back on Monday and Patrick Reed has won his second green jacket, I'm not coming in.
What's your deal? What's your deal with that?
Yeah, I've never seen anybody so...
I know there's a lot of people that don't like Patrick Reed, but tell me why.
Changed my life.
What's going on here?
Like, you're a weirdo that a golfer winning a tournament makes you mad. You're weird. You're a weird dude.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No. Yeah. This is fine. Look, I have sports hate for people. I hate people in sports, but I can explain it. Explain Patrick Reed.
Everything about him is a human being.
All right, that's not going to do it. Not going to do it for me.
Well, that's your answer. Everything about him is a golfer and is a dude.
Everything he does, you've done.
Wait a minute.
You cheated.
Wait,
You've moved your ball.
I've got it. I know exactly what it is.
You're plump.
Hey.
Watch how mad Moser's going to get when I say this. Watch how mad he's going to get. You know why he hates Patrick Reed?
Because he can't beat Patrick Reed.
Because I think Patrick Reed might remind him of a young Moj.
Exactly. You hate what you are.
And a young Moj that maybe did some things with his skills on tour. And now... it's like he's looking in a mirror to his past self. The ghost of Christmas past has showed up at Augusta.
Hate what you are. Why do you think I hate Rory McIlroy?
I hate Rory.
Brett hates Rory for some reason.
You do?
I hate.
How could you hate Rory?
He's whiny.
Have you ever seen?
Always whining about stuff, whining.
You're weird.
And he was like sort of the ringleader of the live guys who were so sanctimonious.
Exactly?
I like most people on tour.
Like who?
I just hate Rory.
I want to thank my good friend Steve Scholes for reminding me that Reed is there a couple back after the first round. I'm not happy about that. Have you ever seen Patrick Reed run? Have you ever seen him run as a human? Run.
Why would I see a golfer run? I know no golfer's gait.
Continue on.
What are you doing? All right.
Both of you guys are troubled individuals.
Let me tell you something. You asked me who I like. I like most people. I like DeChambeau. I like Xander. I love Hatton. Mm-hmm. Hatton's not very good.
What do you think about Jason Day's wardrobe?
I love Jason Day. Jason Day looks like me out there. I love it.
He's actually trying to be fashionable, though.
Yeah, but comfy. What? Why am I? What are you showing me now? What are you doing that's not for the radio? That's just for us here. What is this?
That's neat.
Go talk into the microphone. What am I doing here? What am I watching?
Patrick Reed running. Now you'll understand why I am where I am.
No, I'm watching him. He runs. Okay. All right, do me a favor, Moj. Hang on. I'm gonna show this to the people watching here. Here you go. Here's what Moser's talking about, Vic. This is him. This is why he doesn't like Patrick Reed right here. And I will say it's a funny run. He runs funny. Yeah. Moj, do me a favor.
Yeah.
I'll get my phone out.
Yeah.
Give me a little jog down the hallway here.
Jaunt.
Let's see how that looks. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Give it a jaunt and see.
By the way, you know what happened when he made that hole in one and ran like that?
Nelly, we won't curse, I promise. You go film Moser running outside. We're going to do a side-by-side of him and Patrick Reed.
His billion-dollar watch flew off into the Tulies. So hysterical.
Go ahead, Moser. Go give me a jog out there. We're going to record it.
All right, fine.
Yep, go do it.
Get out there.
Nelly's already left. Vic, watch your language, okay?
I didn't say anything bad.
I'm just saying, we don't have a guardrail here. There's no Nelly, so we just got to be careful is all I'm saying.
What, do you think I'm going to suddenly forget how to talk because Nelly's not at the control?
Yes. It's my exact fear. So Moj is now out in the hallway.
Moj is going to try to be all athletic running.
Hang on, let's see if I can. Oh God. I got to tell you, I saw it for like half a second. Didn't look great. So Nelly's going to come back.
That was like a trend. That was a like having people run, spouses filming each other running. When's the last time you sprinted? Like a full-blown sprint?
I blew out my hamstring, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I sprinted one time in the last 4 years, and my hamstring said, we don't do this anymore.
We don't play this game.
Yeah. I got to tell you, Moj, I saw about half a second of it. Looked a lot like Patrick Reed.
Yeah, Nelly, release that video. I want to see that jaunt.
Release
gate.
the hounds.
In fact, Nelly, do it side by side with Patrick Reed. I'm telling you. He doesn't like Patrick Reed because he is Patrick Reed.
Send the Patrick Reed video to Nelly.
It's on his phone.
No, the Patrick Reed video.
Oh,
the Patrick
we
Reed
don't have
video.
time for that crap.
No, we're going to put it out later. What if Moser blew his other Achilles right then and there?
I was so scared of that. Yeah.
All right, hang on. Here's the video. Let's see the Moser run. Hang on, Nelly.
Okay.
All right, full screen it. Yeah. Can you do that? Oh, never mind. Just play it. Play it.
Moser
right,
running the halls.
Here's the. Oh my God, Moser, that's terrible. That is worse than Patrick Reed.
Moser, I swear to God, and I mean this.
Go
I
back.
love you.
Go back and play that again.
You're my brother in arm. Moser, you are one of my closest, dearest friends.
No way.
You look like a corpse.
I know.
Who was motorized.
Bro, why are you bow-legged running? Like, what is that?
You look like you have to poop.
You do. Do you have to poop?
I have no shoes on. I'm running on slick carpet.
Oh, my God.
You
that is
in
the
the
worst
shoes. You blame the shoes on you throwing a 50-mile-an-hour speedball.
I am not joking. I've seen a lot of adults run. That might be the worst gait I've seen from an adult.
What do we always say on this show about the most underrated quality in a human being is what? Self-awareness. The fact that you got after Patrick Reed for the way he runs only for us to watch that is unbelievable.
The fact that you're defending Patrick Reed means you're part of the problem.
Moj, you just did yourself a disservice. You know how, some people in our business are so uncoordinated, can't do anything, and you're like, God, and you're going to try and tell me how hard this game is?
Hey, R2-D2.
How is anybody ever going to take you seriously?
Hey, R2-D2, at least I did it.
What? Run? I can't run? Dude, I run every day. I actually run. But what you just did, I actually do.
I was wondering what he was talking about, calling you R2-D2, that he was me move.
Settle down.
I swear, dude. It looked as if you sharted and you had to get to the bathroom as fast as you could.
Settle down, R2.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we can say that on the air. Whatever. It happened. See what happens when Nelly leaves for a second, Vic? You do forget how to talk. I don't know if that's allowed.
Say that. What are you talking about? That's not a bad word.
It's pretty close.
It's not.
I said Devin Vassal's name the other day, and we all had a heart attack for a second. Anyway, let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly. The Spurs for being a young team. And make no mistake, they are so good.
And it's not just Wemby.
No, it's
not
Vassal,
just
it's
Wemby.
Castle, it's all the assholes on that. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if we can do that.
Well, you just did.
And I didn't say the word. I didn't say it. I was saying the end of the last names of the Spurs players.
I want to be great like Elvis without the tassels. Hire 8 bodyguards who let him beat up all the guys on the Spurs.
Devin Vassal.
Yeah, whatever.
What's next?
We're still playing this little jinx game, a little cartoon game that all of you witchcraft, your Harry Met Rogers or whatever those shows are.
What?
Harry Potter, Harry Met Potter.
What the hell is Harry Rogers?
I don't know.
What is that? How do you even get that confused with Harry Potter?
Hysterical.
All right, what's next?
I'm like that. I like adversity. I like going uphill.
Did you say I'm like that?
Yeah, I'm hard like that.
I like going uphill. I like sweating. I like making things
First
hard.
of all, you can't call yourself hard. Can't say I'm hard like that. Somebody else is going to say he's hard like that.
Go ahead and say it then.
Jeez.
Stupid. Pass.
How stupid is that?
What's next?
I want to see right now. I want to see you interlock fingers with Moser and see if we can have just a normal conversation without any funny business. Come on, get behind the Moser. Interlock fingers the way they were. I just want to see if I can still.
This is
interlock
the
them.
most intimate thing you can do with somebody.
Just two dudes talking sports.
I hated every second of that. It's so uncomfortable. I hate it. What's next?
When's your thing coming out?
Did you just ask him when his thing's coming out?
Yeah, he did. But
I just walked in on that.
I let that go because, I know how this show is. It's a drunk take if I'm not careful. I get asked that at least once a day.
Is Mike Vrabel ever asked you that?
When's your thing coming out? All right, last one. Go ahead. See, here it comes. Here it comes. Do you feel that energy? It's rising, rising. Keep stepping up, 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 up.
Colorado wagon. Oh my God!
Nelly just blue-balled me. You did.
Oh.
You did.
What is going on?
That was the build-up. We couldn't play it because it's copyright reasons. That was the Harlem Shake. It was building and building and building. And then Nelly blue-balled me. How dare you? iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll break down everything, including the playoff scenarios, when we come back on Monday.
It's going to be pretty clear, I think.
Have a great weekend.
This is a terrible radio show.
Might be worse on Monday. We'll see. Talk to you then. Love you. See you.
Can't say I'm hard like that. Somebody else is going to say he's hard like that.
Go ahead and say it then.
5 seconds to go. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn. For the 4th time in their 30 seasons, the Colorado Avalanche are President's Trophy winners. The best regular season record in the NHL belongs to the Colorado Avalanche. They get to 114 points and a record of 52, 16, and 10. Home ice for the duration of the Stanley Cup playoffs belongs in the Mile High City.
Beozo, if I may, is the crafty righty.
Yes.
Everything's below the speed limit. But he does get some rollover ground balls. Trying to get one here. Not going to happen. In fact, this is going to be a walk-off grand slam. It took 12 innings. It was back and forth. San Diego wins it on a Xander Bogaerts walk-off grand slam.
Listen, we'll get into the President's Trophy. We will get into the craziness that it was a double overtime victory last night for the Denver Pioneers, but it's not often that I can say I have breaking news when it comes to the Colorado Rockies. And no, this isn't a joke because we just played a walk-off grand slam that had Xander Bogaerts snap a 3-game win streak for the Rocks. This from Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. The Penner Sports Group, which owns a controlling interest in the Denver Broncos, has joined the Rockies ownership group in a move that will have a major impact on Colorado Major League Baseball franchise operations. Penner Sports Group, the family entity of Greg and Carrie Walton Penner that holds a stake in the Broncos, a large controlling stake in the Broncos, now becomes the largest minority partner of the Rockies, purchasing 40% of the club.
Wow.
That is monumental.
I have other breaking news. The Colorado Rockies are going to be playing in the AFC Championship within about 4 years because the Penners are going to get that thing right.
Dude, I didn't think that had a chance of happening. 40% of the team sold to the Penner Sports Group.
It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's one of the most committed, professional, classy organizations and ownership groups in all of pro sports is the Penner Walton Group. And you just feel it. We feel it on a daily basis. I feel it as a high school head coach. We're going to have 50 helmets that have been donated by that group that are going to go to every high school in the state of Colorado. And we're in year 2 of it. We're going to have 100 of those puppies by the year 4 that I'm there. The amount of class and investment in the betterment of not just the team, the people that make up the team, but also those that make up the fan base. That's an ownership group that takes that very seriously. And it combines with the Montfort ownership group that clearly has taken its lumps, has also made some decisions as of late to right some wrongs. Rockies baseball is trending. It's trending in a good direction, Raj. I love it.
40% of, what is 40% of 1.68 billion? Like close to $700 million?
That's about right.
Something like that. Let's call it roundish numbers. It's got to be close to that. It's funny. It all comes at a point where Major League Baseball is running, sprinting, hurtling toward a lockout. Hurtling toward what a lot of people want is a salary cap. So even if you get the richest owners in sports, how much does that matter for a league that might be going to cap? Now, if they don't go to cap and you end up going to this
$640 million.
Okay. You know what? Fine.
Sweet.
Let's call it 700.
It's a lot of money.
At that point, let's just call it 700 million. If the league doesn't go to a hard cap, this means so much more. So much more. If it goes to a hard cap, the expectations get tamped a little bit in terms of the actual money that you can throw at the problem that are the Colorado Rockies. But knowing what they've done to turn around the Broncos in such a short period of time and looking at all the things that they've done to pour into the infrastructure around that football team, the new structure that's going up at Dove Valley, hopefully soon breaking ground at Burnham Yard. Sorry, I said it wrong.
It's Burnham Yard.
Yep, there you go. Make sure you put me in my place.
Good thing, too, is that it's an ownership group that's not going to have to build 2 stadiums because I don't think that Coors Field needs a whole lot of anything. That is the furthest thing from the problem is facility.
This is gigantic news. What's been the moniker for fans that have been frustrated over the last 10 years?
Sell the team.
Sell the team.
Sell the team.
No, they didn't sell the entire team.
No,
I don't believe you can have like a controlling stake in the Rockies if you also own
an NFL team.
The NFL team in the same city. I'm pretty certain that's the issue here. But 40% is pretty close, man. I was ready to talk hockey this morning. I was ready to talk collegiate hockey off the bat. This should be Christmas Day for Rockies fans. Off of 13 games where they look competent and the pitching staff looks pretty good. Like Chase Dollander was really good last night. 4.1 innings, 1 earned, 1 walk, 3 Ks. A little bullpen game holds the Padres to 1 run through regulation. They trade 1 runs in the 10th and the 11th.
Fought to the very bitter end. Entertaining baseball game. Felt like you were going to get on the correct side of 500 for the first time in 2022, right? It was the last time that you were on the correct side of 500.
The final score doesn't matter to me. Like the 7-3 walk-off grand slam. It's the 7-3 is the same thing as like 4-3.
Yep. Where do you find yourself? What do you think that priority number 1 is going to be for the coalescing of this ownership group or this ownership agreement? Because it's still 60% Monfort family, correct? Is there any chance that they sell that 60?
No, probably not. You're getting a lot of cash. $700 million is a lot of cash, man. Here's the quote from Greg Penner. We are excited to expand our commitment to the Denver sports community through a minority partnership with the Colorado Rockies. This investment from Penner Sports Group reflects our deep appreciation for what the Rockies mean to this region, the passion of their fans, and the confidence in the future of the franchise. Again, I said the Rockies are currently valued by Forbes at $1.68 billion. It has been formally approved as of this morning by Major League Baseball. It does immediately help them in terms of being able to play with, I don't know if can you play with the Mets? Can you play with the Yankees? Can you play with the Dodgers at this point?
No.
But you're, for lack of a better term, you're in the ballpark.
Top 10?
Probably.
Man, I'll tell you what, it'd be a lot of fun is just to bring some pop back to Colorado, to Coors Field. Because you got to pay for pop. And with the change in the game of baseball, in the analytics era, everybody's got that uppercut swing. And so there is a world that exists that you can have some big time home run hitters back in this ballpark yet again. But you got to pay.
The Walton Penner ownership group is worth $77.4 billion. The richest owner in Major League Baseball is worth $23 billion.
That's wild.
So it's not top 10. You're right there. Now, what's 40% of that 77? You're still worth more than Steve Cohen. Your minority owners are worth more than the richest individual owner in Major League Baseball.
How does that work, though? Like, if you're 40% minority owner, how much money can you give towards salaries? Like, are you allowed to just, if there is no salary cap?
I think you could just go crazy.
I mean,
I don't know the inner workings of how billionaires own their teams. Like, I wish I could tell you.
Well, are there many arrangements like this? Have you ever heard of an arrangement like this? Like a long-standing owner ownership group owner of a Major League Baseball team selling 40% of it to, not prolific, the top of the top of ownership groups in sport, and you already were in the same town? That's crazy.
Your richest owner, Stephen Cohen, Rogers Communications, which I believe owns Sportsnet and stuff up in Canada.
Is that
they're kind of like the Comcast or NBC of Canada, I guess. That's the Blue Jays. The Tigers, owned by the Ilitch family at $7 billion. And these are the individual owners. The Lerner family with the Nationals. Mark Walter with the Dodgers. This is of 2025. Trying to find you the
But
most
interestingly,
well.
the Dodgers ownership group is a conglomerate, right? So you're talking about is that the majority owner is worth that? But then that's where the Dodgers are so unique that they pulled in so many different owners that make up just an absolute monopoly in the industry, which is kind of what the Rockies are doing right now.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them.
Which is kind of awesome. Because in this world that we live in, if you're kind of known as a cheaper ownership group, well, do what cheap people do. Get richer. Sell a component of your investment, and then find a way because of that for it to get better, which it's going to. It's inevitably going to get better. When does this take place? Is this immediately?
Major League Baseball approved it this morning.
So there was no rumor around this. Zero.
Monfort will continue his role. This is Dick Monfort, will continue his role as chairman and CEO. Charlie Monfort will remain on as owner and general partner. Walker Monfort will remain as the team's the club's president, running day-to-day operations. And here is the statement from Dick Monfort. Speaking personally on behalf of Charlie and our family, our other partners and the organization, we are excited to welcome Greg and Carrie Penner into the Rockies ownership group. I've had the pleasure to build a strong relationship with Greg and Carrie over the past few years, and for many reasons, including their recent successes with the Denver Broncos. We know we'll be getting much more than just financial support in this partnership with the Penner Sports Group. Greg and Carrie have proven that they share the same passion for our region and a strong commitment to compete at the highest level. We are thrilled to add them to the Rockies ownership group as we best position this franchise for long-term sustained success. Apparently, negotiations have been ongoing for months between the Monforts and the Penners. Yeah, this is. I didn't think this was going to happen. I didn't think there was any world in which this was going to happen.
You know what this spells?
And this isn't like a 10%. This is damn near owning the team.
You know what this is just screaming right now? Shopping spree. How fun is that going to be, man? Go out and get some pieces, man. You can pay for it. You can go buy it. There is no salary cap, Raj.
I don't know if there's any super exciting free agents next year.
What about trade deadline?
I don't know. You could go get Tarek Skubal. If Skubal doesn't agree to terms with Detroit, you could pay him a boatload of money.
Why wouldn't you go bananas at the trade deadline? Baseball is a trade deadline sport.
No, you're not adding at the trade deadline. Don't do this. They're on the right path. Don't blow it up just because you have shiny new owners. You don't want better players? Don't blow it up.
You don't like better players. You don't want a home run hitter.
Oh, I think you're going about this the wrong way. I think you're going about that the wrong way, without a doubt. Just because you have new ownership group doesn't mean you automatically try and bring in aging stars, because that's what you would be able to get at the trade deadline. You're not trading for Connor Griffin. You're not trading for James Wood. You're not trading for Bobby Witt. You're not trading for Paul Skeens at the deadline. It's not happening.
Fair.
Now, could you start doing that next season, the season after that? Continue on your path, right? I don't think this changes anything that the Rockies are doing right now for this season. Don't change your path. Don't screw this up. Don't be the Mets when they got out from underneath the Ponzi scheme nonsense and go and signed Jason Bay at 35 years old because you had money. Don't do that. Don't screw this up. Let Paul D. Podesta. Give Paul D. Podesta the ability to be a Moneyball nerd with the pockets of Steve Cohen.
That's sexy.
Sounds like it'll work, man. If you guys are just joining us, breaking news with the Rockies, the Walton Penner ownership group has agreed to purchase a 40% minority share within the Colorado Rockies. That coming down this morning from the Denver Post. Patrick Saunders writing the article there again. The Walton Penner ownership group, now 40% minority owners with the Colorado Rockies. Will continue reaction to this on the other side, as well as reaction to the Avalanche winning their 4th President's Trophy in franchise history. DU getting a double overtime victory and heading to the national championship game in the Frozen Four. So much more on the other side on Altitude 92.5. It's the morning sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and the DU Pioneers are looking for their record 11th. Well, they already have the record, but to extend their record to 11 Division I championships. You can hear it tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. Westwood One's coverage live from Las Vegas will start at 3:15. The puck drops at 3:30. Your home for all Denver sports is Altitude Sports Radio after a double overtime victory for the Pios. We'll get back into that in a little bit. We'll react to the Avs, their President's Trophy victory with a 3-1 win over the Flames last night. But we bring in the host of PhD from 12 to 3 here on Altitude Sports Radio. DMac, you just got off the phone with Patrick Smythe. And I need to know what you learned about this monumental deal between the Rockies and the Broncos, the Walton Pennership ownership group, rather. I always screw that up. Walton Penner.
I like pennership. It's kind of like penmanship.
I try so hard not to do that. The Walton Penner ownership group buying a 40% stake in the Colorado Rockies. What have you learned?
I kid you not. I was just told Greg and Carey view the Rockies as a sleeping giant. I swear to God.
Not with those words. Don't do that.
I swear to God. I swear on the lives. I swear on the lives of my children and my family, without prodding, the exact quote was they view the Rockies as a sleeping giant.
Of course they do. Otherwise, what would you spend? What did we say it was going to be over? Just about $700 million?
Just under $700 million. Well, that's based off of the valuation that Forbes has for the Rockies.
Let me give you some notes on from what I understand. First of all, the relationship directly with Greg and Carey has been going on with Dick Monfort organically, as rich people will do for the past few years. And based off of that relationship, conversations just started happening. Like the what if worlds started happening. The Broncos will. What I was told, it'll be similar to the contributions that Lewis Hamilton and Melody Hobson have with the Broncos will be the Broncos to the Rockies, despite a pretty significant investment. They're not there to run the Rockies. They're there to support what's going on. But you realize wiping out debt and having a limitless amount of capital, you guys do realize this puts the Rockies in the same category as the Dodgers and the Yankees. And that is exactly what's happened today. It might be one of the more seismic moments in Colorado sports history with this involvement. And there won't be day-to-day butting in, but there'll be, conversations that will be had, a sounding board per se, without any kind of direct management.
Darren, go ahead.
We went over the money for the richest owners in Major League Baseball. Even if you take half of what this ownership group is worth, it's worth more than Stephen Cohen, who's the richest owner in MLB, who owns the New York Mets right now. Like, we were trying to find out, are you in the same weight class as the Dodgers? And we were like, maybe you're on the outside looking in. No, you are in the ballpark. You are at the plate taking the same cuts at the same fastballs.
The debt is done. It's wiped off the board, and you can have as much capital as you need to get done whatever you want. I was also told this is only involved with the Rockies, not like McGregor Square or any other investments that the Rockies may have. So it's purely about the team and the sport. And they do have a great relationship. And a lot of people have thrown Dick Monfort under the bus. But look at the people who like Dick Monfort. That would be Greg and Carey Penner and, Stan Kroenke for that matter, by the way. So despite a lot of people being very angry and sell the team, what's interesting? Nobody really said sell 40% of the team. And that kind of gets the job done, to be quite honest with you.
Darren, when you think about all the offseason happenings of the Colorado Rockies, and also you combine that with the fact that these ownership decisions of selling a stake of the team, they don't happen overnight. Do you think that Paul DePodesta is the general manager for the Colorado Rockies if he didn't know that there was going to be some type of changes or on the horizon?
That's a really good question. I do know these conversations started almost a year ago, by the way. So this has been going on for a long time. But I was also told that the Broncos had no direct influence or impact on the changes that were decided upon. All those happened with the Rockies. But that's a good question there, Coach. Was Paul DePodesta told, hey,
Paul, because that hiring happened late in the year after the season was done. It happened late. That's a good one, Coacher. That's a good one. You know what? We'll have to have Paul DePodesta on again and ask him that question. But it wouldn't just be Paul, would it? It would be theoretically everybody. Haven't you kind of raised an eyebrow? Like, how did the Rockies get all these really good personnel, coaches? Like, how did they get all these guys with this incredible backgrounds to come to the Rockies? You know, that's a good conspiracy theory there, Coach. That's a fun one right there.
You don't leave the NFL without that type of assurance.
No, and it's a completely legal. It's a legal parameter to say, hey, wink, wink, wink. There's big things are on the way.
There's larger pockets to be found.
I mean, you know, you wouldn't guarantee it, would you? But you would say, hey, listen, this is happening. I know conversations were going on for a long time that predated the hiring of Paul DePodesta. It's a good theory right there. I mean, if you're Dick and Walker Monfort, why wouldn't you use that as a selling point?
Darren, true or false? The store, the mega store, Walmart, has been better to the city of Denver than westward expansion.
It has been the most, when you really think about it, it's been the most impactful time period in Colorado sports history. Because not only what it's done for the Broncos in terms of success, but what it is doing for the community as they prove every single day. And man, oh man, you want the richest owners to own your team. No hate on billionaires here. You want your owners to be billionaires that care about the community, by the way, because let's not even forget the helmet program that they're doing. They didn't have to do
Coach brought it up.
I just talked
right?
about it.
I mean, that's over $100 million project right there.
For me, who actually people don't believe that I actually have a budget. It's really hard to figure out helmets and we're offering 50 complimentary helmets that are valued at over $800, $900 per helmet. What are we doing?
It's remarkable. Nobody's done that. And I really hope if this can get back to Greg and Carrie, and this might be more of Carrie than Greg. I've always thought, and Ian Desmond brought this up when he used to play for the Rockies, that kids in the inner city don't play baseball anymore because the facilities are so poor. And I'm a big Colorado baseball guy, but deeply involved in the youth scene for a long time. The one thing that I think baseball teams should be ashamed of is they don't make bigger investments in the ballpark communities in terms of access to sport. So I really, really, really hope this comes with a significant amount, just like the football helmets, access to artificial turf, because the grass fields are ridiculous, but artificial turf, all-purpose, multi-purpose city fields to increase the level of joy and fun that comes with baseball that's so missing in the areas around the ballpark, guys. The suburbs are covered. We're good in the suburbs.
Highlands Ranch got plenty of them. We're good.
Develop the area around, and look what the Broncos have done. If you want to talk about a community aspect, a possibility, this is where the Broncos really can. Carrie's done an unbelievable job in this department. Your comment about ownership, nobody has ever been more impactful in a small amount of time for the Colorado sports community and the community in general than the Penner. There's no doubt about it, and they continue to do so. It's remarkable.
Wait until the 2 new stadiums go up, until the developments around Elitch's start to go up. It'll be a different city 15 years from now than what you see in front of you. That'd be amazing to see those facilities that they have in Lowry, like those 4 beautiful fields out there, like near Big Bear, and I think like Matchbuff High School is out there. To have a facility like that closer to where Denver East is, it'd be unbelievable. How does this development, again, if you guys are just joining us and you haven't heard just yet, the Walton Penner ownership group has bought 40% of the Colorado Rockies. Does it change anything this year?
Sure, absolutely. They they erased their debt. Who do you need? What do you want? I mean, listen, they made significant changes in terms of not giving up on this year by adding veterans to the mix. And even though they lost last night, It was Bernardino, who came from the Red Sox. Lorenzen, who's been a veteran. Troy Johnston, who just was crap-talking the Marlins. Nobody cares about them. They have brought in veterans, and they got rid of players that didn't make any sense, like Michael Tolia, who would just strike out left and right, for a guy like TJ Rumfeld, who's been a great rookie, and we're waiting for Charlie Condon to come up soon enough. So will it change things this year? It sure could. Absolutely it could. Because when it comes to acquiring talent, and if it does come to cash capital for any of that, that can now happen. You have no more debt. It's gone. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. So depending if you trust the organization, which is a famous expression in Rockies lore, but if you trust the organization, man, I trust this organization. If Greg and Carey are part of it, sure. Why wouldn't I?
My favorite text that I've gotten here at 303-504-0925 is from the 419. Yeah, never mind about that whole thing about a salary cap in baseball. That sounds stupid. I agree. No salary cap. Keep doing what you're doing in baseball. Let's defer contracts. Let's get the next Shohei Ohtani here in Colorado because we're now in the same stratosphere. Screw a salary cap.
Stay the course, baseball. It's amazing news.
DMac, we appreciate it, man. I'm assuming so much more reaction on your socials, on Altitude socials, than obviously from 12 to 3 with Polumbus, Hastings, and yourself, DMac.
DMac, aren't you so glad that you've invested in the Rockies on the airwaves for the last calendar year? Today's your payday.
I spent 2 years detailing every single Rockies. 2 years and every single inning of every game last year. Because I've always said the whole boycott, ignore it, forget it. No, pay attention. Be critical. Know what you're talking about. That's why I always thought the sell the team take was the laziest, because you weren't paying attention to what's going on. And even on our station, they don't have any good players. Listen, be specific about what's going on, fellas, and give them the respect they deserve. But nobody saw this coming. Not really. This is such a ridiculous game changer. My hot take at the beginning of the baseball season would be the Rockies would be in the playoffs in 3 years at the end of the 2028 season. Boy, do I stand by that one.
It could be even sooner at this point.
It could be even sooner.
The coldest beer in baseball just got a little bit colder, didn't it?
Woo! Let's go.
Were you happier this morning or when the Broncos drafted Bo Nix?
Bo Nix, please. That was the all-timer. This is good, but come on now.
It's not quite the same level of release.
All right, this is good.
There was release. I was sitting next to it. I had to wipe off some release.
Oh, get out!
What is going on here?
Get out!
Welcome to the morning.
We'll see you at noon. That is Darren McKee of PhD. Unbelievable. The Denver Broncos essentially have purchased 40% of the Colorado Rockies this morning. Just a monumental change in the landscape of sports ownership here in the Mile High City. And baseball's back. We talked about this for almost a whole segment. I feel badly for you, even though you were in San Francisco at the time and you were watching Bumgarner and Matt Kane and Buster Posey.
Built the old school way, just nailing the draft, getting the draft right.
Just crushing it and winning World Series. That had to be awesome. 2007, Rocktober is unlike anything I have ever experienced in this city. And we have gone through Larry O'Brien's and Stanley Cup championships and AFC championship games and multiple Super Bowls. I've never felt that type of buzz. Honestly, the closest that I got to it was 2023 with the Nuggets, because it was something that had never happened before.
It was something magical.
It felt magical. It felt like it was cathartic because it was never going to happen.
Yep.
The Nuggets were never going to win a championship. And then they run roughshod through the postseason at 16-4. And you get this amazing... I was 2.5 feet away from Scotty and Kaz. And Scotty gets up, he's got tears in his eyes, and just puts an arm around Kaz. And they call the final seconds in Game 5 against the Heat. That's the closest I've been to Rocktober of 2007. And they didn't even win.
The Colorado Rockies will have a title by 2040.
You're not going out on a limb there, but yeah, I agree.
That's it. I mean, 2040 is not that far away, Rosh. It's 14 years ago.
It does feel like it's
14 years from now.
I'll have a high schooler then.
Whoa.
I'll be thinking about where I'm sending my daughter to college.
My daughter will be either married or...
You're going to have a grandkid by then, maybe.
Holy smokes.
Okay, championship by 2040. Are we putting that on the board too?
Yeah.
Is that part of the journey?
That's right. Colorado Rockies. The Rockies have won the pennant. The Rockies have won the pennant.
303-504-0925. The Thunder and the Nuggets face off tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear all the action on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game with Birdo starts at 6:30. It's all powered by Ramos Law. Tip-off shortly after 7 p.m. on your home for the Nuggets. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs are the President's Trophy champions. We'll wrap that up, and we'll tell you what it means for the postseason on the other side.
I think guys should be really happy that we've accomplished those 3 goals, like first in the division, the conference, and the league. It's where it always starts. I mean, you got to play a long regular season before you ever even get to the playoffs, and then now it's time to refocus, get ready for playoffs, do whatever we need to do to be as good as we can possibly be for the drop of the puck come playoff time. And then you basically wash everything that you've done except for what you've learned as a team about yourselves and start fresh, because it's a completely different ballgame.
The Avs, coming off of a 3-1 victory against the Calgary Flames, have locked up the number 1 overall seed in the National Hockey League going into the Stanley Cup playoffs. They are the President's Trophy winner. They are tied for the second most President's Trophy wins among all teams. They now have 4. They did it in 96-97, 2000-2001 when they won the Cup, and then in 2020-2021. Jared Bednar becomes just the 8th head coach in NHL history to win that trophy at least twice with the same team. The others are Scotty Bowman, Barry Trotz, Alain Vigneault, Mike Babcock, Ken Hitchcock, and Glenn Sather.
There's quite a few cocks there, too.
Yeah, there sure are.
There's a hitch and what was it, a hitch and an ad?
Bab. Hitch and a bab.
Hitch and a bab. Tied to a cock. Yeah, it's good. Wild thing here. Last night I was watching. It was a great moment. As somebody's been through the ups and downs of being a coach in general, different levels, smaller levels than obviously this, but it was really fun for me to watch Jared Bednar at Colorado Social after the game on Altitude TV, and the unbelievable reception that he received from Avs faithful, because it's not always easy, especially when you're a long-term head coach, a Stanley Cup champion head coach, but one that has endured and has at times been responsible for, admittedly so, some of the shortcomings of the last 2-3 years. For him to have a moment last night where the applause was ruckus. I mean, he could barely spit a word out up there. And talking to Kiefer, and I believe was it John Michael Alves was up there last night, I believe. The two of them just interviewing Jared Bednar. That's a great moment for a coach and you sometimes forget these coaches are dealing with so much stress, so much pressure, and they're paid really well for it. But they also have to deal with the other side of it. I recently watched Michael Malone's press conference at the University of North Carolina, and while there was quite a bit of chip on his shoulder, at times a little bit of vitriol, you can kind of sense there's a really cool moment where he talked about his daughter and reuniting with his daughter there at University of North Carolina, and this is now his daughter's opportunity. It reminded me how hard it is to be a coach, A, and B, how if you've won a championship in this really, really dynamic sports city, you should forever be enshrined as one of the greats here in this state. And Jared Bednar, congratulations on President's Cup trophy, excuse me.
Again, we've talked about the Rockies for 45 minutes to open up the show on April the 10th, which is something that I didn't think was going to come out of my mouth. We'll get back into that big ownership stake that the Broncos have essentially purchased 40% of the Rockies as of this morning. A monumental shift in Major League Baseball and certainly here in the city. But the Avs, a 3-1 win over the Flames. They get a 52nd goal from Nathan McKinnon, who now has a 2-goal lead on Cole Caulfield, who scored his 50th last night in a Montreal win over Tampa Bay. Watch out, that's a fun team in the Eastern Conference. You're going to get some players back. Kale's going to play a couple of games here before it's all over. But Bednar did say in his post-game interviews that he's going to talk to players like Devon Taves, Nathan McKinnon, Marty Necas about whether or not they want to take a day off. If they don't want to take games off, I do expect him, as the guy who runs the lines, to keep them under like 20 minutes a game. I don't need Nate playing anywhere close to 20. 17, 18 minutes in a game, get a bunch of those on the power play, get your touches there, but let your third and fourth liners take the majority of your minutes here, because when it comes time for the playoffs, McKinnon's line and Landeskog's line, and certainly the pairings with Taves and Makar on them, will be north of 20 minutes, if not right there every single night. So if they don't sit out, that's how I want to see it pan out.
Right.
Mackenzie Blackwood was good.
Yeah, he was good. It was good.
It was solid.
Although it got a little exciting there at the end.
Oh
man, I was like, no, you're going to go through the entirety of this game, and they're going to drop 2 in the last like minute and 50 seconds or something.
Yeah, with the goaltender pulled, and the game previous that they won, the goalie was pulled for nearly 4 minutes, and Colorado couldn't score. I'm just waiting here for an empty netter.
Come on now,
anytime now.
You got Nathan McKinnon with a whole bunch of space, and it's just like, oh, come on, man. But yeah, it was fun. The thing that stood out to me last night, listening to Bedsy talk after the game with at the Colorado Social, talking about like that Drury line, like how much he loves and has seen that Drury line like come about, and it's got grit, it's got tenacity, it's got something. And he said that a lot of times, like the first line, sometimes an elite first line will be canceled out in the playoffs by another elite first line. Sometimes the second line will be canceled out because there's another elite second line. But where are you at in your third and fourth lines? And obviously the Drury line being such a positive development over the season, Drury being a great acquisition a year ago. He did mention, though, that I found this interesting, that he's still essentially trying to find the data and the right finessing the right pieces to coalesce the new parts. And it struck me, it's like he's still getting to know, exactly what Nicholas Waugh is.
Right.
He's still getting to know how he can utilize. I mean, even he knows Nazem Kadri. Obviously he does. But how does it all fit perfectly in with all the different chemistry pieces out there? Like, that's the stuff that I think he's going to probably commit to over these next, how many, is it 3 games?
4 games.
4 games remaining.
As it stands today, Colorado plays the LA Kings, who with a win over Vancouver last night.
Love it.
Jumped up into the wild card 2 position. They do have a game in hand on Nashville. They are 1 point up on the Predators. They're 3 points up on Winnipeg, who stayed alive, but still they're on life support, the Jets.
I think you're seeing the Kings, brother.
I think you're seeing the Kings.
And I'm excited.
Yeah. Now, there's not a team that scares me in the 8th seed. Like, even Nashville doesn't scare me. They're like, watch out for UC Soros. And I was talking about this with Springer on the postgame show last night, man. The second round is terrifying. Whether it's Minnesota or Dallas, and they played a bloodbath last night that Minnesota just choked away in the third period. So it looks like it's going to be Dallas at home, Minnesota on the road in round 1. The second round is going to be very tough. That is a coin flip between 3 teams as it stands right now that basically have the same claim to a cup as Colorado. Maybe Minnesota just like a touch less, but Dallas is right there with you. If not, based off of them being in the conference finals 3 straight years, they've got a larger claim than you do right now. The first round doesn't scare me at all. And what I said to Spring was like, every year before the Masters, people are like, oh, who's your dark horse pick to win the Masters? Who's your guy that's going to come out and shock everyone? And we're talking about, Chris Gotterup, and we're talking about Harris English and Sepp Straka, all these guys. And then I go, Scotty Scheffler's in the tournament, right? And Scotty's not in the lead right now. He's 3 back, but he's right there. And he's Scotty freaking Scheffler. That's who the Avs are in the first round. Don't be nervous about the Los Angeles Kings because they like to hit people. They hit you more than any team in the NHL did this year in the 3 games you played the Kings. You know what happened all 3 of those games? You beat them.
Are the Dallas Stars Jordan Spieth? Texan. He's a Texan that has won. Essentially, he won a long time ago. And he's like always like it feels like he's always in contention, and then it's just always just falls apart at the very end.
Up until Rory's Masters win last year, they were Rory McIlroy.
Okay.
Because Rory went
when's
like a decade.
When's the last time Jordan Spieth
right
won
there.
anything, man? Like
he's probably, I bet you he's 3 to 4 years removed. I think the last one he had was an RBC Heritage win. And I want to say it was in like 2022.
And Jordan Spieth,
his last major was 2016?
2017 at the British Open. He won the Open Championship in 2017.
At Birkdale?
And this was the guy, right? This was the one that was going to get us all fired up. And he was the one that was the heir apparent to Tiger Woods in the sport, I felt like.
No, he was just hot. But I do find them to be the bridesmaid always. I don't know if there's a perfect golfer right now. Spieth is close, but like he's too sporadic. Like I never feel as though the Stars are a dumpster fire. And there are times, even in one round where you look at Jordan Spieth and go, oh yeah, you could win the Masters, and then 3 holes later, he's dropping his second ball in the 13th green, and he's about to card a triple. Like, he's too up and down for me to give him the award of being the Dallas Stars. I think if you were to remove Rory's Masters win from last year, the Stars are McIlroy.
He last won in 2022.
RBC Heritage?
Yeah, you nailed it. Pretty good.
I love me some golf.
Minus 13. Pretty good. Pretty.
But you know what? I'm glad you said that. Don't allow yourselves to be Bryson DeChambeau in the second round from last year. Don't allow that to happen. When you've got a stranglehold on that second round matchup against the Stars, put your foot down.
Go 2007 Tiger Woods.
Be Tiger. Be Scotty. That's who the Avs are. Don't fool yourselves into thinking that a dark horse is going to beat them in the first round. It ain't going to happen. I don't like using this word because the song put them on a losing streak. Guys, they're a wagon. An absolute wagon. You know who's going to be a wagon in a few years? The Colorado Rockies. Because the Broncos just bought a 40% stake. What? Unbelievable. Continue reacting to the monumental news that the Walton Penner ownership group has purchased a 40% minority stake in the Colorado Rockies. That reaction to the DU Pioneers and a double overtime winner. And also, we've got a big time matchup in basketball tonight. Oklahoma City's in town to take on the Nuggets. That's at 7 p.m. on Altitude 92.5. KJ's NFL notes are coming up in 15 minutes from right now, as well as a Masters update as we are well into round 2 of the 90th Masters. The lead still at 5 under par, shared by Sam Burns and defending champion Rory McIlroy. The Avs got a 3-1 win over the Flames last night, and they are now the President's Trophy winners, looking to become the first President's Trophy winner to win the Stanley Cup in the same season since 2012-2013 with the Chicago Blackhawks.
All that means to me, Raj, is that's a whole heck of a lot of home playoff hockey here.
Oh, yeah.
In the best sports town in America.
And with a win tonight, we'll get some more home playoff action. Nuggets against Oklahoma City. Remains to be seen who's going to be played. KJ, you have any insight onto who's going to be sat for either one of these teams this evening?
Well, it will be SGA. It will be Chet Holmgren. It will be Isaiah Hartenstein.
Those are guys that are being set?
These guys are guys that are being set. Alex Caruso and also one of the Jalen Williams. We're going to say
the big one.
Yeah, the big one. So those are their main guys. Lou Dort will play tonight. I want to confirm that.
Son of a gun.
I know. You know, every chance he gets to injure Jokic, he's going to have at it.
You know what's weird is I actually believe that KJ Granderson is he's a confidential Lou Dort stan.
Huh?
I don't know, man.
Where do you get that?
I think KJ respects his game.
I respect his hustle.
Exactly. I respect his hustle in the way he plays defense. I just don't respect the way that he goes about the flopping.
But isn't that the whole damn team?
It is, but he does things intentionally. Like he's like, I don't want to go this far, but this is the only comparison I have. He's kind of like the Draymond Green for OKC, where like he'll just do little things that's just like, why?
He's
what
the ultimate antagonist, is he not? He plays the antagonistic role right now in the NBA, maybe better than anybody else. And unfortunately, it just feels like it's going to be an inevitable punchable face series against OKC, and that's what I'm hoping for. Because I want to see some faces actually get punched right out of the postseason.
Are you comfortable pushing that off until round 3? Because there's some jockeying that can be done here. Houston currently sits 1 game behind you, tied with LA in the 4-5 matchup. LA's got the tiebreaker over Houston, so if the playoffs were to start this evening, LA would host Houston. Right? We can all agree here on this show that everything as it stands today, the Lakers would be the easiest first-round matchup, correct? Luka's not really playing. Austin Reeves probably not playing.
That's your favorite basketball player.
Luka?
No,
yeah, he's a freak.
Austin Reeves.
Well, when he's healtzy, that guy rocks.
You love Austin
That
Reeves.
dude rocks.
You think he's the greatest?
I think he's pretty good, yes. You're not speaking any lies over there, man.
Once again, I grew up in Southern California in the era of James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal. Austin Reeves does not impress me. I feel like I'm Michaela. Was it the gymnast? The one that was like, had the face like
Michaela Maroney?
I feel like I'm Michaela Maroney when I look at the current Los Angeles Lakers, and especially Austin Reeves.
Can we agree with my assessment, though?
You can.
The Lakers would be the easiest first-round matchup.
Yes.
You have no way to guarantee it, but you could hunt that first-round matchup. If you were to find a way to lose and get into the 4 seed, and LA loses their next 2 games, and Houston wins their remaining 2 games, Denver would be the 4, LA would be the 5, Houston would be the 3.
Then you play OKC in round 2.
So there is a possibility that could happen. It is so many things have to fall into place.
Raj, you want to know what I want to be? I want to be Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. I think it was late 80s, early 90s.
Was that an NES?
Oh, Nintendo Entertainment System.
Yeah, it was NES.
And just
87.
One of the absolute great games of all time. I want the Nuggets to be in the Mike Tyson Punch-Out trajectory. I want them to start out with what is it, Glassjaw Joe?
Yep.
And then every round, you just level up a little bit. You level up San Antonio, Soda Popinski. And then you play OKC. Might be Mike Tyson himself. Cool. You get through that. All right. I don't know. What's the last one? Is it Buster Douglas against the Boston Celtics? Sure. I don't really want a circuitous path.
King Hippo?
King Hippo. Yeah. I'm ready. I am ready for just a good, natural.
Don Flamenco?
Don Flamenco is good. He used to dance.
He's the Spaniard.
And then Hippo. Who is Hippo again? What'd you say?
King Hippo.
King Hippo.
He was like the Pacific Islander with the grass skirt.
You used to have to wait till he like reached up so you can punch him right in the stomach. So good.
Looked like Butterbean.
Butterbean vibes. When we talk about, who is currently Mike Tyson in the National Basketball Association, that's the Oklahoma City Thunder. And the odds right now of the MVP going to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are overwhelming. Did you see the graphic the Denver Nuggets put out yesterday by the numbers?
I did not.
Staggering. So by the numbers, Nikola Jokic was displayed prominently with a humongous mugshot of his head.
Oh, I did see this.
And then below him, smaller heads, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama, Luka Doncic. Points per game. One guy that led all four in scoring points per game, Luka Doncic. Rebounds per game, Nikola Jokic at 12.9, and that is significantly more than Shai and Luka, and 1.4 more than Victor Wembanyama's 11.5. Assists per game, also Nikola Jokic at 10.9 assists per game, which is nearly double that of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 6.6 assists per game. And then you continue on. It was field goal percentage. Nikola Jokic, 56.9, leads the NBA. You want to know the only two stats that the MVP frontrunner leads right now?
Points per game and free throws.
Shai Gilgeous,
or shooting percentage.
All he leads in right now is 3-point percentage, and then he's an 87.9% free throw shooter, which is about where all of his points come from. Is the foul line. The freaking foul hunting demon that he is. And then Nikola Jokic leads in efficiency per game. Blocks. What is BPM? Talk to me about BPM.
That's a good question. Let me look that up.
There's a couple stats. Nikola Jokic
box plus minus.
Oh, yeah. 14.1 box plus minus. What about VORP?
Value over replacement player.
Mm-hmm. Number one. He's a VORP legend. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has the best 3-point percentage and the best free throw percentage, and that's it. Victor Wembanyama.
Does it make you a little bit less upset if I were to tell you that the NBA players are also voting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the MVP over Joker? So it's not just the writers and the media members. The Athletic came out with an anonymous NBA player poll. Who is the MVP this year? Shai got 39% of the vote. Joker got 21.4%.
Oh, so he got more than Victor Wembanyama.
Jaylen Brown got 8.2. Cade Cunningham, 8.2. Luka Doncic, 8.2. Victor Wembanyama, 5%. This poll has gone the way of the media vote every single year going back to 2021.
Okay. Victor Wembanyama leads one stat. Blocks per game.
Yeah, he's not going to win the MVP.
No, but
he'll win Defensive Player of the Year, but he also has to play a game, and he's got bruised ribs, which is
then Luka Doncic,
a whole different conversation.
Luka Doncic just leads. He's a score. He's a walking bucket. That's what he is.
He can't win it unless he wins his appeal. So he's appealing to the NBA that because he not only lost time at the end of the year to this, was it a hamstring injury that he's dealing with, or an MCL, something like that Luka's dealing with right now?
I think it's a hammy.
I think it's a hammy as well.
It is a hammy. Remember when I went off about it? Luka Doncic has a hamstring?
Yes.
Okay.
Hamstring injury for
nothing
Luka.
Explosively.
And then he also missed time because he had a kid that was born, but it was born in Europe. So it's not like he could just take a couple of days off. He actually had to take an extended period of time off. So if he wins that appeal, he will be eligible for postseason awards. Victor Wembanyama still needs to play one more game to be eligible. I believe Joker needs one more game too, which will happen tonight. But the players are trying to tell you that they think SGA is the MVP too.
But Jokic is clearly number two.
But in the same article that The Athletic came out with, there's guys quoting like, yeah, he's the best player on planet Earth. So I don't know how you reconcile I'm voting for Shea, but the best player on planet Earth is Nikola Jokic.
The guy is averaging a very comfortable triple-double this year. Is he having his best season this year?
Joker?
I mean, in terms of well-rounded basketball? I mean, he leads in all these statistics.
It will for sure be one of the most prominent offensive seasons in NBA history, man.
And so, of course, then the reason that SGA, with the only statistical lead that he has right now, is 3-point percentage and free throw percentage.
Also, his team is
okay. Cool. So let's talk about that.
Has way more wins.
Way more. How many more?
Well, they have 62 right now.
Yeah, and how many is Jokic going to finish out with? Most likely
53, 54, maybe.
Difference of like 8, 9. I mean, that's significant, but it's not like for an MVP when you lead statistically and you watch Nikola Jokic do what he does. Like this year of any year, to me, it feels comical that Nikola Jokic is actually considered, at least by the betting sites, the third favorite to win the Heisman. Jeez. My gosh.
Tell me you're a college football coach.
I can't help it.
Without telling me you're a college football coach.
I think Nikola Jokic deserves the Rocket Richard. Just kidding. He's the MVP, man. In my opinion, this year, I feel like he's the MVP. I don't think that this has been even Shea's most dominant season by it. And I think this, if Nikola Jokic is the best player on planet Earth and he's having a career year as in terms of complete dominance in a multitude of statistical categories, let alone that he's averaging just shy of 30 points a game. I mean, the guy does so many freaking things so freaking well, and we get to watch it every single night, nearly.
To go back to my question that I asked you, you don't mess around with like trying to hunt the Lakers, right? You just win.
No.
Win tonight. Lock yourself in as the 3 seed.
No, I don't want to hunt the Lakers.
Okay.
No.
Just win your next couple of games against teams that will be sitting players because San Antonio and Oklahoma City are both locked into their spots. Be the 3 seed, take on Minnesota, play a tough 6-game series against them, and then go up against a team that you were better matched up to beat in San Antonio in round 2 and hope that something crazy happens to OKC, right, or you meet up with them like you did last year and you just happen to be healthy. Because last year, you pushed them to 7 and you weren't anywhere near healthy.
And I know on pretty good authority, Raj, the Nuggets really want the 3 seed. They don't want to play around. Finish the season the way that you need to finish the season. Continue this really positive trajectory of how you're playing. Recent form, I think, it'll lend itself to starting hot in the postseason.
A little wrinkle in the Rockies story today. So if you're just joining us, big news in Major League Baseball, big news in the Mile High City. The Broncos have essentially purchased 40% of the Colorado Rockies. What I've been saying is that who owns the Broncos, right? The Walton Penner ownership group. Little wrinkle. This is the Penner Sports Group that is purchasing 40% of the Rockies because Rob is a 10% owner in the Diamondbacks, so he's not part of this deal.
Yep.
It's a little change. I don't think it's that important.
I think isn't it more like the Denver representatives of the Walton Penner group that are here actively working
so
with.
It is technically the Penner Sports Group, not the Walton Penner ownership group. I could say that name for a decade. I'm not going to screw it up any more than I do
Walton
today.
Pennership.
I tried, right? I'm going to get you just like I did with ChatGPT and Vic.
Is the baseball team going to be known as the Colorado Bronchies?
Huh?
Broncos and the Rockies, baby.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, gross. We're not, benefiting this. We're not doing that.
But we get to deal with like the positive side. We get to become. We all get to benefit from the positives of.
Are you changing their colors?
No, I like the Rockies, man. Purple and black. It's your thing. Do it. It's a fun time to be a sports fan here. Go shop at Walmart.
NFL notes next. Every single day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron, biggest stories on the diamond. The Penner Sports Group that owned the Denver Broncos, well, part of the Walton Penner ownership group that owned the Denver Broncos, had purchased 40% of the Colorado Rockies as of this morning. In one pen signature, one flourish of a pen.
Stroke of the pen.
The Rockies have access to more capital than like 95% of baseball. What a day. KJ, what's going on in football?
Well, you know what? That as far as the Broncos are concerned, that's actually the top story, and you covered a good portion of it. And here's a portion of the statement from the Penners, quote, "We are excited to expand our commitment to the Denver sports community through a minority partnership with the Colorado Rockies. This investment from the Penner Sports Group reflects our deep appreciation for what the Rockies mean to this region, the passion of their fans, and our confidence in the future of the franchise," end quote. So, let's have this conversation, guys. How much pressure does this put on the Broncos and the other teams in town to maximize their windows, knowing that the Rockies will one day catch them?
I don't know if there's competition between the two teams, like, oh, we got to win now.
I don't look at it as any type of pressure or competition. I now look at it as it's inevitable that the Rockies are going to be there. And it's inevitable that insofar as this ownership group continues to pull the right strings with the Denver Broncos, they're also headed towards the championship. I think it's good for.
If when this window is over 15 years from now, let's say the Avs have 3, Nuggets in with 2, Broncos only get 1 out of it, and the Rockies maybe get 1 or 2.
That'd be unreal.
It would be unreal, but in the
sign
same
me up. Where do I sign?
Yeah. But would you look?
I think I just DMac'd.
Would you look at the Broncos any different though? Because the Broncos, they have the team right now constructed to win more than 1. Would you feel any different if they only got 1 out of this window?
Broncos get 1 out of this window. I think that's a success.
You get 1 Super Bowl in the Bo Nix era.
Interesting.
Success.
Interesting.
I mean, I think that's a wild success, guys.
You got 1 in the Peyton Manning era.
He was the 6th quarterback drafted in his draft class.
You got 1 in the Peyton Manning era. Yeah. I call it a success. Bo isn't on the same level as Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. Therefore, 1 championship for Nate and Cale is not enough.
I don't know that Bo, just pure quarterback arm talent, throwing the football, the thing that the quarterback does, I don't think he's an Elway, man. I just don't. So if he got a championship, man, I would go to the rooftops and say I was the dumbest guy alive for questioning this pick at all.
Hindsight being 2020, 1 would not have been enough for John Elway.
Correct.
The fact that they went back-to-back erases everything that happened in the 80s.
And that's why he is a
when they were
no-brainer.
Good, they just got blown out.
He is a no-brainer, first face up on the Mount Rushmore of Denver Broncos.
And you can't take his face off.
And will always be there.
Dude, Mount Rushmore of Colorado sports, his face will never come off of that mountain. Ever. And I don't think Joe's does either, because Joe's had a hand in winning cups.
Elway is the Lincoln Memorial.
Do I feel the same about the Nuggets and Jokic? Yes, I do. 1 is not enough for Joker. He's that good.
Yeah,
1's enough for
Bo.
Bo.
This, man. If you only win 1 in the Jokic era, it's a failure. I think it's a little bit of a systemic failure. Let's just take care of business this year.
I agree.
Let's just take care of business over the next 2.5 months, Raj. Can we? Is that cool? Is that fine with you?
Also, if Major League Baseball does do some sort of change to a salary cap or how money works, and then they bring in expansion teams, right? Because they're talking about expanding Major League Baseball. We expect to have a potential realignment. The Rockies in this situation, getting some of the richest owners in the history of sport, if not the richest owners in the history of sport, you would likely be realigned out of division from LA. So you wouldn't have to trade money with a team in division. The proposed realignments that a lot of people have gone through right now would be Rockies, Royals, Rangers, Astros. give me that division with this new ownership group coming in and taking over a 40% stake. You're talking about a team with a pathway to immediate contention. Realignment will help that along. KJ, what's next?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Jaguars GM James Gladstone teased this to close the 2025 season, and yesterday it became official, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. The Jaguars are officially making Travis Hunter a full-time cornerback starting in 2026. Hunter will have some gadget plays on offense, but he will no longer have the 50-50 split as he did when he played at Colorado. Is this the right move for Travis Hunter?
It is 100% the right move.
The wrong move for football.
It's the wrong move for fans. It's the wrong move for... But you know what's even worse than for fans is Travis Hunter to not be available and healthy to play at all, which is what happened a year ago in a league that plays 17 games with the best players and the most outlandish body types on planet Earth.
Can I be a little, crass with respects to Travis right now? Is he really that big of a deal for NFL fans? Does anyone really care about watching Travis Hunter, the quarterback? Or did we really care about Travis Hunter, the two-way star at Colorado, winning a Heisman because he was playing both ways?
Travis Hunter.
When's the last time that you cared about a only cornerback in college football?
Charles Woodson.
Okay.
But he was
over 2 decades.
And he was a returner, an elite returner.
We cared about Travis Hunter because he did something that was unprecedented. So no, I don't think it hurts. If he were to get hurt again and he would have a very short career and an unsuccessful career, it would not really hurt NFL viewers. The fact that he's not playing both ways is way more to the detriment of the league. Now, it's best for him. It's best for the Jags. I get that. I understand that, and I appreciate it. But no, I don't agree with you that if Travis Hunter gets hurt again because he's playing both ways and you don't get to watch him, the NFL is going to be hurting. Nope.
So crazy, man. Travis Hunter a year ago, he had such little impact on the defensive side of the football. Played 7 games on defense, had a total of 15 tackles. He had 3 PBUs. And that was it. That was all you saw. On the offensive side of the ball, 28 catches, 298 yards, 1 touchdown. Fumbled once. This is what I actually like to do when I'm talking about first-time varsity high school football starters. Master a position. Master a position. Prove that you can do that and you can stay healthy before we start to get ahead of our skis a little bit.
He did that in college, though.
He did, but every time you level up, it's a level up.
You're wiping the slate.
Yeah, so I think freshman football, freshman high school football, play everything. You're a big-time player. You're the starting safety. You're the starting receiver. You're a kick returner, punt returner. Cool. All of a sudden, it's varsity. You're a sophomore. First time playing in a varsity game. Hey, man, I think we're going to give you a chance to get really good at this one thing. That goes well. Then to whom much is given, much is required. You earn what you get, right? Then you continue to build on that. So I think this is a good starting point for Travis Hunter, certainly to hit the reset button, because 2025 was a failure for the Jaguars and Travis Hunter. He was a jack of all trades, master of none, and ultimately he was hurt. And I think they want to get this thing right.
So is this a starting point, or is this who he is in the NFL?
I think it's a starting point.
So if he has a couple of years where he's healthy and they go, all right, you get to play wide receiver again.
They already said they're going to be using him in
some small packages
and gadgets. That's the right thing to do. That's what I said all year last year. We were going through this draft process. I said, I think he's an elite corner. Why? Because he's got better ball skills than anybody at the position in the National Football League. Why? Because he's an elite wide receiver from a ball skill standpoint. And he also happens to be a really good man cover player. I think this is the right move.
It's good for the game to have guys try the two-way player. It is. That was such a fun
NFL
season
is
to
so
watch.
long, though, man. It's such a long season. And
We didn't think there was going to be a Shohei, and there is.
I agree, but Shohei,
and there's other guys who are being drafted in the top 10 as two-way players.
Does Shohei ever have to put the crown of his head in the midsection of Derrick Henry?
No,
he doesn't.
But he has to rifle a ball at 98 miles an hour 95 times in a game. Then he has to get up to a plate and swing with that same right arm as his lead arm from the left side of the plate. It's nowhere near the same level of like violent collision. I'm not comparing the two sports at all. Like don't get me wrong there. But his body for his sport is taxed just as much.
Right. I mean, outside of arm issues.
And he's had arm issues. He's had 2 Tommy John surgeries in his career.
Correct. And he's missed significant time.
Yeah, but he's also won 3 MVPs.
Yeah. It's different, man. Different sport. Incredibly impressive nonetheless, but different sport. Could you imagine doing the alternative? He missed 10 games last year, Raj. I'm the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're a legitimate contender. We looked like every bit the Super Bowl contender going into the playoffs, did we not? And all of a sudden, I'm just going to say, yeah, let's do the same thing we did last year with Travis Hunter. Or was he the second pick of the draft?
Something like that.
Yeah, our second pick of the draft that played last year as a rookie. Yeah, let's do the same. Let's just run it back. Maybe this year we'll get 8 or 9 games out of him instead of 7.
He was second overall.
It's a big investment, man.
Don't get me wrong. It's the right thing for Jacksonville to do. It's the right thing for Travis as an athlete and as a human.
I want to see Travis play 17 games. And you know what? If he gets out healthy and he does some really good things, he has 3 picks, is 1 for a touchdown, and then he gets, let's say he catches 20 balls. 3 touchdowns.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
That's what that's what I see it. A success story would be that. And I think it's probably inevitable if he's healthy. Because he's that good, man.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we'll continue reacting to the biggest news of the day. The Penner Sports Group has agreed to purchase 40% of the Colorado Rockies, a monumental shift in Major League Baseball. Also, reaction to the one game that we haven't talked about yet. It was a double overtime thriller between the DU Pioneers and the Michigan Wolverines, and the Piles are going back to the final. All that on the other side. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Your reactions to the news in Major League Baseball of the Penners purchasing 40% of the Colorado Rockies.
I'll tell you what, man. This news about the Colorado Rockies, we'll say joining ownership forces with the Broncos. The Broncos, Raj, did not quite completely purchase
but
the Rockies,
it
nor did you
boils
say
down
that.
to that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, and at this stage, this is not exactly the Bullen family taking over with or getting 40% from the Montforts. No. This is an elite ownership group. But that news today, well, it sure beats the heck out of the other news trying to follow this Vrabel Rossini stuff, man.
Did you see so all of the memes that have been going through Rossini lately, and the photos obviously coming out of them in, was it Sedona?
Sedona, yeah.
On like a friend's retreat, but you only see pictures of them like holding hands.
I don't interlock often.
Yeah, you don't interlock.
Yeah,
I interlock fingers sometimes with my wife, but sometimes, like if I hold her hand with my left hand, I won't interlock because my ring feels weird.
It's made out of tungsten.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Yeah.
I'll interlock with my right hand, but I'm not interlocking fingers with another woman.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's inappropriate. And
so Rossini and Vrabel are like, they're photographed everywhere, interlocking fingers and being like a little close. You've seen all these memes going around. My favorite one has been Diana Rossini has issued a statement. And again, this is a meme. I did something this past weekend that I am deeply ashamed of. If I've hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I am so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a woman of faith. And there's a deep drive to left by Castellanos, and that'll be a home run, and so that'll make it 4-0. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
I don't think you are.
May the Castellanos meme never die.
Never. And you know what's great is working the Snoop Dogg Bowl 2 years in a row. Guess who was the TV broadcaster?
Was it Diana?
No. Tom Brenneman.
Even better.
He's like the greatest guy ever, man. In terms of like approachable.
I made a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, really big one. But he's just sitting there on the CW network calling the Snoop Dogg Bowl. And Jesus, I don't know.
Man, we got a double overtime victory from the Pios over Michigan.
Okay,
man, they held on. What a great hockey game. DU gets out to an early lead. Then Michigan scores 2 goals with in 53 seconds apart from each other to take a 2-1 lead going into the second. Cale Ashcroft scores and ties it up, and we got a 2-2 game going into the third. The Pioneers take a late penalty with under 10 minutes to go. Freshman takes a late penalty. They put the best power play in the country on the man advantage, and they score 45 seconds in or whatever it was. They take this 3-2 lead, and I just felt, they don't have it. They don't have it. It's not going to happen. DU didn't have the puck all that much from the 10-minute mark in the second period throughout the rest of the game. It was just Michigan possession. And Michigan is a team that is laden with NHL talent. Like Will Horkoff is a freak. TJ Hughes might win the Hobie Baker this year. Aiden Park is unbelievable. Cole McKinney's like one of the most relentless players I've ever coached against. Like, they're just very good. But David Carl just has a team that never quits. And they found a way to win a game that they shouldn't have won. Like, they were built to win that game 2-1. Caswell ties it up with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go on an unreal net front tip. Short side, back bar and down, ties the game up, and then DU holds on for dear life for the better part of a half hour in overtime. Little seeing eye shot from Kent Anderson. Upperclassman. Beats Michigan, and DU is going to a Frozen Four final yet again, looking for another national championship, and that'll be tomorrow on AM 950.
What is the secret sauce for DU's hockey program? Is it just tradition rich? Like, why Denver, Colorado? Why is it the best hockey program in America?
Tradition rich. They're also able to get players to stay. Like, the difference between DU and Michigan right now is Michigan's got like a bunch of young players that'll stay there for a couple of years and then leave and go to the NHL or leave and go to Europe. DU's got a bunch of kids that stay for 3-4 seasons.
Why?
And I do think that helps.
Why is that?
Because they don't have as much money as Michigan and Penn State, who are now in that NIL landscape. Like, we just think about NIL from basketball and football. NIL is a real thing in college hockey too.
So who would DU be the equivalent to in like college football? Was it like maybe in the pre-NIL era? Is it Boise State? But they didn't win a championship. They're better.
DU's got more national titles than any other program in history.
Like the University of Minnesota should have the most because of what's in their backyard.
Yeah.
And the proximity to Canada and just so much talent. Being within, like a 6-hour drive of where you're at is like otherworldly.
You know who DU's been for years? They've been the Broncos of the Shanahan era.
Okay.
When it comes to running backs.
Really good running outside zone.
They just find goaltenders that no one has ever heard of, and then they turn into freaks in the month of March and April. Just like Shanahan had all these guys that, like, you turn around and was like, oh, Ron Dane's pretty good. Obviously, you have Terrell Davis, but then there's a litany of players that you can run through that just have 1,000-yard season, 1,000-yard season, 1,000-yard season. It's not just Clinton Portis.
So who do they have in the championships at Wisconsin?
It'll be Wisconsin, the Badgers, who I believe have the third most national championships.
Sounds about right. They had Connor Hellbuck. Wasn't he? No, he wasn't. We said he's not a Badger.
Hellbuck went to Massachusetts.
Ours was Joe Pavelski.
Yeah. Like Tatum Bell had a 1,000-yard season. Like Willis McGahee, he had, I think, 1,000-yard season for them. Orlandis Gary. Like, that's who the DU Pioneers are when it comes to goaltending in the spring. They just find a guy, shows up, plays well, and they win. So sick, man. Good for them. Double overtime victory for the Pios.
Kind of wish we had DU football. Some DU football. I want it to be in the new Pac-12.
Denver?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a big enough school to have football.
I don't know. They used to. They used to be really good.
Come on.
Yeah. DU football. Let's see when the last time they had. So DU Pioneers football. First season was 1885.
There's 6,200 students at DU. They're not fielding a football team.
I mean, Notre Dame has 8,000 students. Stanford has 6,500. Duke has, 5,800. Depends on how much you want to invest. I mean,
Duke has 18,000.
Gosh, DU football was 0-3 in their history of bowl games. Dang it. They lost.
Notre Dame has 13,000.
You're including grad students.
I am. Grad students can play football and basketball. Why am I not including grad students?
College football has nothing to do with enrollment.
You know what?
This isn't high school.
It's not crazy for me. It's not crazy for me to say that Notre Dame, Duke, and Stanford are larger schools than Denver.
But I'm just telling you, man, the DU Pios, they played the New Mexico Lobos in the 1945 Sun Bowl. Lost 24-34. How about this? 1950.
Weren't we in war?
You want to go to
That was right after.
You want to play in the Pineapple Bowl against the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, but you lost 28-7. Man, DU football would hit so hard. I would, I'd probably throw my name in that one.
All right, Coach. It is Friday. It's almost noon. It's time to pop some tops. I was going to pop some tops to hockey this weekend and the Avs in Vegas and DU in Wisconsin, but with the news of the day, screw that. There's one game I'm watching, and it's Saturday night as the Rockies take on the Padres and their former starting pitcher, Germán Márquez. 6:40 MLB TV. The Rockies obviously play again later tonight, but with the new ownership, man, I'm sitting down, I'm having a chilly one, and I'm watching the Rockies take on the Padres. Pop a top.
Ooh, that sounds good right there. You know about me? I'm going to be supporting another championship here in Denver to start what is going to be a spring and summer of championships, and that's the DU Pios taking on the Scotty Badgers. National championship countdown to puck drop is one day, 3 hours, 34 minutes, Saturday, April 11th. 3:30 p.m. Mountain Time, live from T-Mobile Arena, and I'm popping that top. Go Pios, baby.
You can listen to that game on AM 950 starting tomorrow at 3:15 right here on Altitude Sports Radio. That'll do it for us this week. For Coach Mike Sanford, the return of KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Quick Masters update. Wyndham Clark, one shot off the lead. Rory McIlroy alone has not started his second round at 5 under par. More reaction to the wild Rockies news of the day with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac.
I'll tell you, he's a humongous fan of the Walton Penner ownership group.
Is it Glorilla?
It's Glow.
my friends, we arrive here on a glorious day in Colorado sports history, and I'm proud to be able to roll this out. I swear on the lives of my children, may lightning strike them down if I'm exaggerating. On the phone with the Broncos earlier today, I was told this direct quote. Greg and Carey view the Rockies as a sleeping giant. Scott, like I said, may lightning strike down my children if I'm lying that was said to me. I mean, the lightning would have to strike my son in bed in Boulder because he's a college student. I don't think he wakes up before noon on a Friday. He doesn't have any classes, but still, lightning could get you through the window. Greg and Carey see the Rockies as a sleeping giant. I couldn't believe it when I heard those words. Your boy's having a good day over here, and I don't want to get, overly excited, but I'm leaping through my skin in joy and celebration.
Well, what do smart investors, real estate people, they made a lot of money in real estate and other stuff like that. What do the smart ones do?
They keep going.
They buy when the stock is low.
Well, there you go. 3 years.
And I almost wonder, here's why I looked at it. And we had DiPodesto on this week, and I thought it was fantastic. Really got me excited. I wasn't one of the guys like you and Nate who poo-pooed bringing DiPodesto in from football when they did it. I thought it was a great idea.
What are you lumping me into that for?
You were one of the guys.
What are you talking about?
10 years. Well, Cleveland. Look what he's doing good with Cleveland.
Oh, you need to check your map, but go ahead.
You and Nate.
You want to trash Nate and Tyler, go for it. I don't care about that.
Anyway, I thought it was a great idea. I liked the hire in the first place.
I did too.
He's a lot better shape than I thought. But I think for Monfort, he's got outside people in for the first time since basically the franchise was first started, which obviously everybody was outside people, right? Mm-hmm. And then when the Monforts kind of took over full control, 20 years ago, 22, 3 years ago?
You tell me.
And once he ran Charlie out, right?
Or, yeah, okay.
Or Charlie helped run himself out.
Exactly.
I think he gave up control this year for the first time. And I think when he gave up control, I think he saw and went, whoa, we got to spin differently.
Mm-hmm.
We probably have to, there's probably some minor league facilities that need to be upgraded. We don't need to be sharing a place with Arizona down in Tempe, Scottsdale. We need our own facility and academy or whatever it might be. And I think this is just what I was saying today. Him thinking, wow, I'm probably going to need a little infusion of cash. And I'm probably going to need a little bit deeper pockets if we're going to do this the right way. Listen, I like the Penners, and I love what they've done with the Broncos. We've saying high praises for them for the last 3 years, right?
Right.
This is exciting. If you're a Rockies fan, just been waiting. If you're not excited about this.
I'll tell you this. If your whole complaint is they didn't sell the entire team, you got some mental problems. If that's your takeaway here. And by the way, you can't take a victory lap if your whole thing was sell the team. Because I know what you meant by sell the team. That meant the Monforts are out of the baseball business completely. So don't think you can take a victory lap saying, see, I told you they would sell the team. Show me the person out there who said they should sell a portion of the team to erase debt and give themselves more cash collateral in the future. Show me that person, because that person doesn't exist. Now, I'll tell you this, doing some talking to some birdies behind the scenes. This deal was in the works almost for a year. Like they've been at this for a long time. And I do respect what Mike Sanford brought up earlier.
do you think that D Podesta, and if you look at some of the other people the Rockies have brought in, it's like, wow, like experience, success. Like, why are they here? They must have better options. I think what Mike thought of and pointed out makes a lot of sense, that there was like, hey, everybody, we're working on something. Because they had been working on something before they hired all these people. And finally, the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Also, I think it's important to note that Greg and Kerry Penner started their own group. This is not the Walton Penner ownership group that owns the Broncos. In fact, it can't be to have a stake in the Rockies. Why?
NFL stupid rules.
No,
right?
Robson Walton owns 10% of the Diamondbacks.
Oh, there you go.
So this is Greg and Kerry doing something outside of Kerry's dad, Robson. Kerry and Greg's value is $5 billion. Robson's value is $146 billion. So this is sort of a interesting project that Greg and Kerry are going out on kind of on their own. Not that they don't have family support for things, but Robson can't be part of this. He already owns part of the Diamondbacks.
Right.
So why would Greg and Kerry care this much?
And didn't he just get into that just in the last 3-4 years too?
I don't know when he got involved with the Diamondbacks. I think it was relatively recently, but I don't know. But this is Greg and Kerry sort of striking out on their own a little bit. And I would say, look at the football helmet program they did. For all the schools in Colorado, everybody gets like 50 helmets per school, which is over $100 million, by the way. They're throwing hundreds of millions of dollars into a stadium that's going to be gone in 6 years. They're building a new Dove Valley. If you haven't driven over there, take a field trip. That is mind-blowing what's going on, right down the street here. Never mind what's eventually going to happen at Burnham Yard or Lone Tree. But probably Burnham Yard. And all of a sudden you see...
I got a conspiracy theory with that now.
Oh, okay.
What a nice place downtown for a new baseball stadium that's 32 years old.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Or course field renovations.
Well, here's now, Dan, you hit upon something smart every now and then. You say, well, what difference will this make? Well, I was told explicitly that there's not going to be it's like Melody Hobson with the Broncos. Like, you get a seat at the table, but, the business decisions are being made by other people. However, what if you need help with something and now you have partners? You have partners to talk to consult with, or perhaps to use as investment strategy. So what if there was an analytical study saying we need to readjust the outfield at Coors Field to make it more friendly for us to win more, which they have made adjustments to the outfield over. But what if we need more? Well, now we have a way to do it. Now, when it comes to cash issues, our debt is now gone. So now we can do whatever we kind of want to do as long as it makes sense. And we go to our partners and we say, here's what we want to do. Can we work on this together? And now you have a way to do it. And so and this is funny because Dick Monfort was one of the leading proponents for a salary cap. Hey, man, whatever now. Seriously, you're in the same operating ballpark as the top 10 owners, because the real money is like the $5 billion, not the $146 billion. But you're there amongst the top 10 owners of baseball. So now cash really should not be that big of an issue. It is a huge day in Colorado sports to bring the Rockies on par with the Broncos, Avalanche, and Nuggets. It's a remarkable day.
By the way, guys, just a quick note here. So you mentioned Rob Walton purchasing a 10% stake in the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
So it was estimated at a $2 billion franchise valuation with funds aimed at Chase Field renovations.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. That's why it was probably brought in. So it's awesome. And when I was told that they see the Rockies as a sleepy giant, it was like you would say.
But again,
I was glad I was wearing sweatpants.
But again, you're on the baseball side, and you know what they are? Cha-ching side.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, but it's the same thing.
It all works together. The number one reason the Broncos were as bad as they were is because they had a bad ownership structure. after they won a Super Bowl.
How
Number
soon?
one reason.
How soon will we be saying, just, what's it going to just think off the top of your head? You just brainstorming thing and all the time. How soon will it be where you're sitting over there going, hey, don't forget, in about 45 minutes, Rocky's pregame show will be.
We'll see.
Make sure you load the Altitude app for the Rockies tonight. That's 7 o'clock. That's 7 o'clock.
We'll see. I mean, if you could if you could get in a time machine for 30 years from now, you'd see an entire new downtown Denver based upon sports. And it would more or less, and this has happened like cities like Atlanta, for example, when they brought in the Olympics and built Centennial Park. It wasn't just that. They put in that Ferris wheel, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the CNN building, all that. All that didn't exist before. And it became, well, you would know Atlanta better than anybody.
There was a hotel in a downtown mall and a bad stadium. They blew up the stadium, played at Georgia Tech for a year or so, and then
recreated Atlanta.
Yeah. And now it's all nice in that area.
And
Georgia
you
Tech's
kind of
right
have like multiple downtowns in Atlanta, actually,
Yeah.
But it definitely helped the city.
Right.
It got you Super Bowls, it got you national champion, it got you everything.
When the Elitch project gets done, when the Burnham Yard project's done, the tech center was kind of built, even though it's for businesses and tech, it's in itself turned into a small little city too, right? Because you can just live there and have plenty of food and eats and do whatever you want to do. In 30 years, you're probably going to have, if Coors Field stays up, and listen, it's a timeless structure, but it's going to be reconfigured somehow.
Well, you can make some changes.
You're going to have a new football facility. You're probably going to have a new basketball facility and basketball/hockey facility, and you're probably going to have a whole brand new 1 or 2 entertainment districts.
Yeah,
or one that can flow into the other.
Yes. It's pretty
How about
awesome.
a new baseball stadium at Burnham Yards and Lone Tree still in play for a football stadium?
I mean, I don't have enough left hands. It's Altitude Sports Radio app. We're glad that you're listening. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Patrick Saunders from the Denver Post with more details about this historic day in Denver sports next. Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post joins us. And in terms of a historic sports days in Colorado sports history, this is right up there. Holy cow. Patrick, can you frame what this deal means for the Rockies with the Penner Sports Group? I got to be careful and get it right.
Not the Walton Penner.
Not the Walton Penner Group, the Penner Sports Group, now getting a 40% interest in the Rockies.
Well, it's, as you said, it's huge. According to the Rockies, it takes away some of their outstanding debt. It certainly gives the team deeper pockets.
How much debt was that, Patrick, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I do not know. The Rockies books are not public.
Okay.
And I have no idea. You know, I mean, you measure that against the team's value, of course, but I don't know in terms of the day-to-day books, if you will, what the outstanding debt is. But it does give the Rockies deeper pockets. I think it heartens the fan base, which I think is huge. I think the off-season moves the Rockies made, cleaning the front office and bringing in new folks, started that a little bit. And I don't know this for sure. It would not shock me if down the road maybe the Penner Group becomes majority owner. I'm not going to say that's going to happen soon or is even in their blueprint, but it would never shock me if that were to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line, a lot of fans have been saying for years the Monforts simply didn't have deep enough pockets to compete. Now, you can argue with that because there's other owners who have won and don't spend as much as the Monforts have. But that's the perception around the Rocky Mountain region for sure.
But the organizations, and we had Deepa Test on, and he talked on this, the organizations that may not spend as much money have a development and scouting department in the minor leagues that are way better than what the Rockies have put on board. You could kind of survive, can't you, with shallower pockets if you're always bringing up talent and or selling them if the time is right.
No, Scott, that's exactly right. And the Rockies have not invested in the minor league system and development and analytics and all of that nearly as much as they needed to as compared to, let's say, the Brewers or the Guardians or even the Diamondbacks for that matter. And those teams were able to, certainly the Brewers and the Guardians, to be consistently above 500 and be in the talk for the playoffs almost every year for the past decade or so, and the Rockies haven't even been close to that. So this should enable the Rockies to continue investing more in stuff behind the scenes, not necessarily payroll on the Rockies' 26 or 40-man roster, but the other stuff that you need to do in this day and age to become a better franchise overall. I think that's already happening some, but I think this just provides, more bulk for that.
It seems weird on the surface how quick it just appeared to us, right? And fans forever have been like, sell the team. Nobody ever thought that this was going to happen. And I know he's still got controlling interest, but how long have they been working behind the scenes, putting this out there and availability for suitors?
Well, I shouldn't say I've known. I was told that this was in the works, way last fall. But the source who told me this, I kept running into dead ends trying to confirm it. And when I was originally told, I was told it was only 25%. But I did know I didn't know all the specifics, let me put it that way. But I knew this was going on behind the scenes. But then it kind of died down for a while. And it was only over the last couple of days that I've got wind of it again. But bottom line, they have been meeting formally and informally for months about this. And it finally came to fruition, this morning, I guess.
Now part of this 40% of the ownership group, like they've got a different group than the group that owns the Broncos. So this is a separate group. McGregor Square and all the real estate dealings that the Rockies have gotten into, is this tied into the bulk of the Rockies, or is that a separate deal?
That's a separate deal. So, for instance, Dick Monfort and his partners are on McGregor Square, and then Charlie Munford's son, Kenneth, who owns a lot of properties in Lodo, bars, restaurants, etc., that's a separate entity of itself, too. As far as I know, the Penner Group buying into the Rockies is simply buying into the Rockies.
Baseball franchise.
Right, not the Montfort's downtown McGregor Square conglomerate type thing.
What do you think this will do for the Rockies fan base, or perhaps, as people have pointed out, the dwindling fan base?
I still think winning is going to be the be-all, end-all. Let's face it, the Rockies have been so bad. They've been boring, too. I mean, last year they not only lost 119 games, but it was a boring product. This year they've had the 3 lowest crowds in franchise history on the last homestand, partly because the Astros aren't a great draw, but partly because I think the season ticket base has certainly dwindled a lot over the last 3 years or 7 years, whatever you want to say. So I think the fans are going to have a show-me attitude. But judging by the Twitter response and emails I've already received today, et cetera, I think fans are excited about this. I think it's something that they think is going to energize the franchise beyond just shaking up the front office. So pretty historic day, as DMac opened up by saying. It's a big deal.
You know, it's funny, though. I understand why people aren't interested in the Rockies, but if you do tune in and pay attention now, like if you've done nothing and you've written them off, but you now start, they're way more exciting than they were last year.
Yeah.
Not a little more exciting,
the first
way different.
13 games are better than any 13-game stretch last year at any time. Would you guys agree?
Yes,
No
absolutely.
question. Right, and I mean, last night, I'm not sure how many people stayed up to watch it. The loss to the Padres, but the guy hit a walk-off, but that was, it was kind of a walk-off grand slam, but that was all about extra inning strategy in this day and age. The Rockies could very easily have won that game. It was a terrific ball game.
It was a great game. It was a great game.
At least now they're competitive, right?
Absolutely.
And they're energetic. It's a new style of baseball. Are they still going to lose a lot? Yeah, because they're just not talented enough to win over the long haul. But at least they're more competitive.
Well, didn't the top 100 prospect list come out recently? And I think Rockies own two top prospects in the top 100. Where does that number need to get to next year, the year after, and then we'll say, all right, they've done what they said they're going to do. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know what the numbers are in front of me. I don't have them in front of me about which organizations have the most in the top 100. But the Rockies clearly need to be in the top, say, certainly top half and top 10 if they're going to still be a draft and develop team and not spend big on free agents. They've got to be better about who they draft and how they develop those guys. I think it was ESPN came out 2-3 weeks ago, and they had the top 100 players in the majors now, and the Rockies didn't have a single player on ESPN's list. Now, I think they had an oversight because they did not include catcher Hunter Goodman, and I think they overlooked Tovar a little bit because he was hurt last year. But the Rockies, Cardinals, and Marlins were the only teams on ESPN's list to not have a single player currently in their top 100. So clearly, perception-wise, the Rockies lack talent. But yes, they do need to build up their farm system because last I looked, it's rated anywhere from 22, 23, all the way up to like 27. And they got to be better than that.
Patrick, will you and Thomas and others who have diligently followed the Rockies through their lowest moments have room on the bandwagon for recent people to jump on board, or should they just walk far behind?
No, they can jump on board. I'm going to needle them. Are you talking about media folks?
Yes, of course.
Once a year? Yeah, of course. I'll needle them when they show up, other than opening day, but that's okay. That's fine. That's
all aboard, baby.
We got room. We got room for you. All right. Congratulations to everybody. It's great news, Patrick, when teams get better. And we want the Rockies to be better, and this is a huge step in that direction. So,
it is. And you know what? We've seen in the past when the Rockies earn it, the Rocky Mountain region, Colorado, it is a baseball town. It is.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, by the way, I just Googling while you're talking, Patrick, to confirm what you said. Milwaukee number 1, Pittsburgh 2, and Cleveland number 3 as far as minor league systems and what they're doing right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There you
two
go.
of the teams you mentioned are in the top 3.
Hey, last little point, and you might not know, and it's a fun speculation. But when I was looking at some of the people that were joining the Rockies, it was like, wow, that person's joining and this person's joining. Do you think there was a little nod, wink, wink, or a little like, hey, Paul DePodesta, guess what we're working on behind the scenes?
You know, that's a great question. You mentioned my buddy Thomas Hardy, and I was talking to him this morning, and it didn't dawn on me until this morning. I don't think any of the players clearly they brought in.
No.
But you mean the front office
Yes,
types?
yeah.
I don't know it. But you know what? Now that the way this has all come down, you got to wonder if Paul DePodesta and Josh Burns and some of the other people were told, listen, guys.
Well, you don't think Walker knew a little bit about it?
Oh, of course, Walker.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's the point. Did they use that as a recruiting tool?
But did the president of baseball office, Paul DePodesta, or general manager Josh Burns, did they get as DMac, a wink and a nod and to say, hey, big changes are on the way? That's entirely possible, yes. And that might be the reason why they were on board, beyond just the fact of what DePodesta said, I'm a sucker for a challenge, which was a great line, and it's one of the all-timers.
Yeah.
But maybe there is a little bit more to it now that we know this.
Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate it. We'll read more about it in the Denver Post. Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks,
See you,
guys.
Patrick.
Appreciate it. All right, guys.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup by Sanford earlier today. Because I'm looking at these guys like, why would DePodesta? And then it was like, Josh Burns, the backgrounds with some of these people are like, man, they must have had like other choices. You want to come to the Rockies?
I guarantee you that was talked about. It's got to be hush-hush. No one knows.
Well, these deals aren't coming together overnight.
No.
I mean, these deals are going to take some time to put together.
Well,
Can you
almost a
imagine
year.
a dinner with the Momfords and DePodesta, and they're just like, hey, listen, over bites of steak?
I need you to pick this tab up, but next year we'll have a company credit card.
Hang in there with us, because guess what? We're getting this investment. It's hush-hush, whatever, but we're working on it. Which, by the way, I was told it's been going on for close to a year. Never mind just the fall. It was happening before that too. So this is fun. This is great. And you can see right there, with the influx of who owns a team, the interest of other people working for that team. It's like you got a great quarterback, free agents are going to want to come to town. There's influences there. So a stunning example of at least what a possibility could be. When we come back, Drew Goodman had a funny call, unfortunately, of a grand slam. And you hear that the Rockies lost by 4 and gave up a grand slam. You think it's a bad game. It wasn't. It was a really...
It was also the 11th inning.
12th inning.
Or 12th inning, they put a guy on second.
And by the way, when the Rockies had scored runners in the 10th and 11th, the Padres matched them in the 10th and the 11th. And then the Rockies could not play a runner in the 12th. You start with a runner on second. They had Fernando Tatis bunt. Think about that for a second. Fernando Tatis bunted. You got a runner on third. The Rockies walked the bases intentionally. Not that they, were trying to just get to Bogarts, but you're just analytically trying to give yourself the best chance at a double play when one run ends it. They wouldn't have done it if they were up by a run.
Right.
But in that situation, you're in desperation time. So a swing in the bat results in a grand slam. It's not a bad loss. It's a tooth and nail game against a really good team. That's the type of baseball they're playing right now. Drew Goodman was on the call. He'll join us coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised how the right treatment can improve your love life. The truth is, ED can ruin the moment, and when you're getting intimate with your partner and you aren't able to perform the way you want or used to be able to, it can be really frustrating. But at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED.
They can get you back to performing again and even make things a little bit better than they have in years. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic delivers advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They use this science to empower male performance with therapies that far go beyond the pills. So get with the program. Success rates well over 90%. Call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. 5 locations up and down I-25, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Beozo, if I may, is the crafty righty.
Yes.
Everything's below the speed limit. But he does get some rollover ground balls. Trying to get one here. Not going to happen. In fact, this is going to be a walk-off grand slam.
I mean, that actually was a great call. It's a bummer, but that was a really great call. It's not going to happen here. Drew Goodman joins us right now from San Diego.
That is a great line.
Drew, it was a great
That's a great
call,
line.
but it's in a bad situation. But, at least you nailed it.
Well, it's funny. I saw something on. First of all, hello, boys. It's
Hi, Drew. By the way, let me say, Drew joins us thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway and Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Yes, Drew.
There you go. So it's interesting because I saw something on social media, which I do my best to try to stay away from. But anyhow, I saw something out there. It was a comparison, home announcers. I mean, you guys have all lived this before, right? So Don Orsillo, my counterpart on television in San Diego, Donnie's probably had to go to the doctor this morning to see if his throat's okay. And, and I was a little more sedate. So,
yeah, a little bit. Listen, it was a great game, though. And before we get to the specifics of the Rockies, what is your reaction to the news that the Penner Sports Group has bought 40% of the Rockies?
I like all of you, I read it this morning. I was shocked. Actually, my oldest son, who's in finance, called me from Manhattan, and I didn't know what he was talking about initially. I was working out, and I think it's a good thing. I think it's a really good thing. They have done a marvelous job, seemingly, with the Broncos. They don't leave a stone unturned to, try to make every part of the Broncos first class. The Rockies, despite all of the criticism, that the Monforts receive, players and people who work there love the Monforts. And I know that's not a popular sentiment with the fans because of how, tough things have been the last several years. But, they're loyal and they're really good people. And now they're joining forces with the Penner Group. So, at first glance, it seems like it's a super positive to me. I'm excited.
Did you ever see a world in which this is happening? I feel like forever we're just like, he'll never sell the team, and he didn't quite sell the team, but this is a big deal. Well,
he sold a portion, but from what I've read, again, I'm not privy to this, way above my pay scale, but they still have the controlling interest. They're still the majority owners, and I'm excited about everything that Walker has done. His son. One of his sons this offseason in terms of hiring Paul DePodesta and Josh Burns and some significant and real changes that have been made, baseball people that are widely respected in the industry, and then keeping Warren Schaefer and changing, the coaching staff. There's a lot of young, bright people, and there's a new energy. I know you guys have heard that it's a process. You don't go from 119 losses to 105 wins. DMac, you and I have talked about that. But there are substantive changes that have taken place, and Walker Monfort, and because Dick has to sign off on it, they deserve a lot of credit. And maybe people think, well, this took too long to happen, but it's finally happening. However you want to take on, whatever your take is on that, I think this is a super positive, and whatever transpired from an ownership standpoint with the Penner Group, that seems like a great positive as well.
You just said this, DMax talked about it too, Drew, and we just had Patrick Saunders on. Listen, this first 13 games this season has been fun baseball. It's been entertaining baseball, other than really kind of that opening day first inning. I mean, it's been really good baseball. That being said, I don't know if they've had a 13-game stretch that's been this much fun to win, even though they've lost 7 of them, maybe in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, Scotty, that's fair. And I know you can appreciate good baseball going back to following the Royals growing up, and they were never going to necessarily outspend anyone, but they play a gritty style of baseball. Do they still need to upgrade the talent level? Of course. Yep. But this is a group that really buys in. Think of those losses down in Miami. You lose 3 in a row down there to start the season, and people are like, "Up here it goes again." But it was different. I mean, there were 3 one-run losses last night. Easily, they could have won 3 different times in extra innings. So. Yeah, it's 6 and 7. We know where they're coming from, but it truly it's different. And I'm not, just sitting up here, trying to blow smoke. It is different. It has a different feel every day. I don't know what the final record is. They still have a ways to go, but I know the process has begun, and I think it's real. I really do.
Tonight it's Sagano against Walker Buehler Mason Miller has been unbelievable coming out to Corns blind, and we remember him from, of course, the World Baseball Classic. Like, the Padres are no joke, Drew. And when I'm seeing Fernando Tatis bunting yesterday in the 12th, I'm like, wow, that's interesting. So being, you know what? I hate to say it, but I am about some moral victories this year. This year. Like, being competitive and giving us great games to me is very satisfying.
Yeah, and one other thing about, Scotty mentioned the first 13 games. The Rockies, go figure, right? The Rockies have the toughest schedule through the first 40 days of any team in baseball. So they're they're 10 games into a 29-game stretch where everybody's over 500 from a year ago. I think everybody's a playoff team or something like that, and they're 6 and 4. So they're doing just fine. And tonight, Sugano, who's been good so far, taking on Walker Buehler, who has not been the same Walker Buehler we all remember from his LA days. So who knows?
Who knows? Now that your son is on play-by-play on the radio side by things,
are you buying a lot more dinners for him?
Yeah, how does that work on the road?
That's funny. I bought him beers last night. And I'm going to buy him we have an off day in Houston on Monday, which is happens to be my birthday, which will take second fiddle to a celebratory big league dinner, as we like to call them, at Maestro's down in Houston.
So you stay in that hotel right across the road there from Maestro's?
Yeah, the Post Oak.
Isn't that a great hotel? Oh,
yeah. Listen, nobody's going to feel sorry for anybody who travels from major league circles. I mean, major league by NBA, NHL, NFL. Yeah. So you can bitch about a lot of things in life. That ain't one of them.
No. Maestro's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, listen, your daughters used to babysit for my kids.
Right.
And I will tell you that this happened organically. Dave Tepper, who you guys know well, he was with Altitude. Dave did not know me, took a liking to Zach a couple of years ago, and he then spent 2 years down in Amarillo in the Diamondbacks organization when he was done playing in college and broadcasting. And I literally had zero to do with this. Not that they would listen to me anyhow. So I'm super proud of him. He's a good young broadcaster. He's a great young man. And when he called me a week ago and told me he got it, I mean, listen, there were a lot of tears.
For sure. Yeah. Proud dad.
Yeah, but were they tears because you're proud, or you're going, God dang it, we're on the road for 100 days. That means I'm going to have at least 45 dinners.
Right. Hey, you know what? You know what's funny? So yesterday, you know me, I got up and I'm slave to my process, and I work out, and then I'm going, hey, you coming down to the gym yet? And then I end up going to breakfast with him, and he worked out after. But I'm more like, he's probably already reluctant to try to get into dad's routine. So it's good. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'll tell you this:
I got to give him space.
Drew's got a son. He's got a son who, if he took batting practice at Coors Field, he'd knock a few out right now, like today. He would knock a few out. That's Zach Goodman right there, my man.
Well.
So I don't know if there's anybody else in the Rockies media who, could Houston still and Sully still hit one out? Drew, could they get a hold of one?
Corey definitely. I mean, I saw it's probably been a few years, but Corey definitely. You know, he's in his mid-40s. Corey still has a really good swing. Spilly, I think if they literally swung the bat for a week, no problem.
Okay.
Huey, that wasn't really his
Huey was a
game.
glove.
Yeah.
Yeah, Huey was a glove. I mean, he's a big leaguer, man. But, Huey's a year older than I am. I always remind him of that. So who knows? I mean, these guys are the best in the world. Scotty, how many times when you're doing an NBA broadcast, Tyler, when you're watching the NFL, do you look in the Jack bleeps on social media want to rip the worst. My dad always told me this. The worst player in Major League Baseball, the worst player in the NBA, NHL, NFL, is the greatest player to come out of his town ever.
Kidding. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So be careful who you rip.
Most
right?
times. Hey, mention that right now. Give us your quick sport takes on the what the Avalanche and the Nuggets are doing.
I am so friggin' excited because, especially the Avalanche. I love the Nuggets. Scotty and you and I did them for a bunch of years. I used to call the games. I'm getting old when Scotty was still playing, and Scotty's like 80. So anyhow, I'm excited about both clubs. It's pretty obvious. You guys talk about it every day. You got to have Aaron Gordon healthy. You got to, cross your fingers that he doesn't have any soft tissue injuries. It's just you can't win it without him. I'm excited about them. I think the Avalanche. I mean, now they won the President's Cup. If they again have the health, McCarr's going to come back. Landeskog's story's off the charts. I mean, you thought he was done 3 years out. I'm so excited about their prospects. I think they have not only clearly the talent to do it, but I think they have the drive that we saw a few years ago when they were the last one standing. So I think we're getting a parade. I don't know if we're getting two, but I feel really good about that ice hockey team over at Pepsi Center. Right?
I'm right there with you.
Drew, we'll let you go. Go Gorlocks. Have a great call tonight. And what a day for Rockies. My man. We'll talk to you later, Drew.
Yeah, we'll do it. Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy.
Right, there you go. Speaking of the Avalanche, we'll go inside the locker room after the game last night. It was surprising. A little surprising inside the Avalanche locker room last night. I'll tell you why next.
All right, if you're out there struggling with a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call them today, 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way. You deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, they're just fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Come on.
Just don't put Nate McKinnon on Nickelodeon.
Oh, man. Well, you got a couple curse words there and there, but
just a few F-bombs dropped throughout the broadcast.
I just want to say congratulations to Connor McGahee, DU alum, Mark Rycroft, DU alum, Logan O'Connor, DU alum. That was something else. Listen, the
Avs win was secondary to what DU was able to do against Michigan.
It was really nice. But the Avs were winning one way or the other. It was really good to get it done. It was squirrely giving up 2 goals with Calgary having an empty net, and the second one was overturned because of a previous offsides. That is still such a weird rule. Yeah. Worked in the favor of the Avs last night, and then Nate just hands the puck to McKinnon for an empty netter. Nate's a little bit of an empty netter merchant this year. He's got
he's trying to get that Rocket Richard trophy.
Well, they got Caulfield up there in Montreal, and he has 0 empty netters this year. And him and
how many's Nate got?
52 now, because Nate just handed him one. Nate just doesn't
He's
care.
got 52 goals, but how many empty naters?
Empty naters? Empty naters, 7.
Yeah, I got a nader for you.
So, but as this is going on, the DU game, like everybody in the arena is like peeking at their phones and looking around the corners at TVs, and I'm seeing Riker, and he's all jumped up about it.
He's watching it down in between the benches.
He was, all. And then for Ken Anderson, the captain, getting the goal of a freshman goaltender in this day and age of huge goalies, 5'10" if he's lucky, 155 pounds if he's lucky, freshman, being your guy, and Ned, Johnny Hicks, that is remarkable.
I read yesterday before the game started that all Final 4 teams had freshman goaltenders.
Unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And DU scored with less than a couple minutes to go to tie it up. Oh, my hat's off to the Pios, man. That is so damn exciting.
Were they down 2-1?
It was 1-0, 2-1, 3-2.
Yeah, they were up 1-0 and down 2-1. I stopped watching. I have to admit in the second period because I watched the intermission and then I watched the second and I watched the end of the first, intermission, and then the second. I felt those announcers were so pro Michigan. It was
there's no doubt about it.
Of course they were.
No doubt about it.
Absolutely, because
and so was the crowd, by the way.
It just drove me crazy.
Oh, and the crowd was completely
In fact,
Michigan.
if you notice, one of the guys that on the studio show was wearing a blue and gold striped tie.
Which is ironic about that because we all know why they'd be pro Michigan. It's just it's easier to sell. It's bigger money. It's all that.
It's everything. When you just want to prop up a safety school like Michigan, no problem.
But you would think with
But I got so angry at it, I stopped watching because
you were too frustrated.
Every even if they what a great shot there by Michigan, like
whatever.
Dude, it's so pro Michigan. Did you watch the game at all, Dan?
Oh yeah.
Did you not feel they were like so pro Michigan?
Oh yeah.
It drove me absolutely crazy.
You would think with the legendary success that DU has had, that program has had, like what program would you want to sell more in college hockey than DU?
They're pumping up Michigan, and God bless them. Michigan's a great hockey program, not shorten the program. But you pointed out yesterday, DU has got more national titles than Michigan. So why aren't you propping up DU?
Because there's just more eyeballs on Michigan. There's more people. There's more money. There's more everything at a place like I said, a safety school like Michigan.
Now they got to go against another Big Ten school. So what does that mean?
Well, it means they're going to be propping up Wisconsin. What do you think? I mean, I didn't know. David Carl, the coach of DU, was pretty funny afterwards.
Covering from this game is going to be a challenge, correct?
Oh, no, the hotel told us if we don't get back by 10:45, we don't get to eat, so we need to get the hell out of here.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach.
There you go, man. The shutting off the food at 10:45, we got to leave. Oh, they'll be fine. They'll have plenty of jump for Wisconsin. Meanwhile, after the Avs game, go in the locker room, and I'm expecting the fate of Ophelia and Dancing Parker Kelly.
No.
It was like, I guess I won't say a funeral, but it wasn't even as excited as just a win. Like, when they just win a game, they have a little celebration and play some music or whatever. So never mind something over the top. They had nothing. And it's like, oh, okay. We're in a different mode now.
I told you.
We have turned a page. You got to understand, the whole year, They've been having a little bit of fun after a win. 0. And, man, I'm talking to Natchez and Gabe and Blackwood, and it is focused. It's like, yeah, okay, that was good.
Because I've been telling you for the last 2 weeks, the President's Trophy, all it is for us and the media and the fans and whatever. It's in an unwritten rule in football, you don't pick up the AFC Championship trophy.
I think that's not a football thing, actually.
Well,
is that a football thing?
There's somebody, or one of the things.
I think that should be a rule.
You don't pick up that trophy because that ain't the one you want.
Well, that definitely is the rule if you win the Western or Eastern Conference final in hockey.
The President's Trophy.
Yeah, because maybe that's what it is.
It's a hockey thing. You actually do get a literal trophy. I don't even know what the President Trophy looks like. They have a trophy case near the
I'm sure they have
room.
something, but maybe it's just a certificate.
No, I think it's
maybe they got a wall of certificates.
I'll tell you
there.
this, and this should feel good for Avs fans. If you wanted a laser-focused team, dialed in, and not making too big of a deal of something,
of just beating Calgary,
you got it.
Yep,
you got it, my friends. That's what they were. To the degree it was a little surprising. I mean, I get it. You're serious. You're focused. I'm okay if you want to have a little. I mean, I certainly expected them to celebrate the win as they celebrated every other win this year. They didn't even do that.
Tyler, why he was surprised? Because the wave runner is always going like this, and he wanted to ride that wave while I was up there.
I thought there would be a little just moment of joy for a hell of an accomplishment.
The President's Trophy's kind of clean. That thing's pretty good looking.
Oh, that's what you get. I don't. Well, this is the 4th one they've had.
How many franchises got 4 of those? That list has got to be awfully short.
Have they won the Stanley Cup the year they won the? Was it one time?
1 year they did, and 1 year they didn't.
01. I believe they won the President's Trophy.
Well, then let's do it again this year.
That's right.
This doesn't matter. This is poo-poo.
Only 8 times in NHL history has the President's Trophy winner won the Stanley Cup. Think about that for a second.
And the Avalanche did it once.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't care about this. I said it when they won it in 22 and they got booted out of the playoffs. I don't need that. I don't care about that. And you know what? It just showed me those guys don't care about that.
We are in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice.
Backus and Shanker don't care about that.
It sets up a really, really interesting scenario for the Avalanche. And the Nuggets are in this same conversation too, based on what's going on. We'll get to that in a second. But this is an amazing time for tickets for the Nuggets right now. The best selection is at nuggets.com/tickets. To jump on it, get your seats to the hottest team in the NBA. That is the Denver Nuggets. So we'll get into that and the quirky decisions that both Jared Bednar and David Adelman have to make. Really, really strange stuff. That's next. The DU Pioneers are looking for their record 11th Division I championship, and you can hear it tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Westwood One's coverage is happening live from Vegas. It'll start at 3:15. The puck drops at 3:30 on your home for all Denver sports, Altitude Sports Radio. Okay, let me go through a couple things for you. Yesterday after the game, Jared Bednar said this about McKinnon and Natchez.
If Nate wants to keep playing, he's going to play. Marty, same thing. There's two guys chasing milestones and whatnot. So if they're able to play, we'll get them as much rest as we can in between games. And then some guys, I'm going to try to get some guys a little bit of a breather that I think could probably benefit from it.
This is interesting. Now, Natchez is 2 points away from 100, 2 goals away from 40. Nate is competing with this guy Caulfield from the Canadiens for the Rocket Richard title for most goals. He's got 52, so he's got a couple goal leads on this Caulfield guy. And Bednar said it's going to be up to these guys how they want to play. So it's got to be these guys that want to play or not play.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with that? Or is it a selfish move if you're a veteran to want to play for only personal standards? And I'll get to that, but I've got another very specific case for you guys. But on that, to just achieve personal milestones.
No, it's not selfish. It's got to be something big, right? Okay. Maybe it's selfish if you're talking about personal milestones. If you're talking about hey, in year one, I got 12 goals.
Well,
and
for Natchez and Nate, it would be personal milestones.
And then in year two, I got 14 goals. Okay, yeah, I think that probably would be selfish. But in the instance of Nate, that was a different story, is a different story. When you're talking about records, that is not selfish to me.
Well, it's personal records. They're not all-time records. These are all just personal records.
So that's what I'm separating.
Was it selfish for Gronk to tell Brady, I need 2 more catches so I can get $1 million bonus?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's $1 million.
A little bit, but
you any one of us not telling our quarterback, hey, if I get 2 more catches, I get $1 million bonus.
Well, there's something financial tied into this. I don't think there's that. Well, I don't know. I don't think there's anything financial tied into it. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's actually a good question. And I've always had this issue with professional sports because it's actually a huge issue. If players if they've got incentives and they're on the verge of reaching that incentive and your team is already clinched, and then all of a sudden you sit your guys for the next 2 games, that team should be required to pay out that incentive. That's how I've always felt about it because it is a bunch of BS, and most good franchises do that. But they don't all do that, and it is BS when it happens.
Those are those two. I got another one for you guys. Brent Burns. Now listen, if you're going to rest anybody, you're going to rest the oldest player in the NHL so he can be ready for the playoffs. And don't forget, the NHL playoffs start right away. Their last regular season game against the Kraken is Thursday. They will play at Ball Arena on Saturday or Sunday. And it sort of depends with what the Nuggets are doing too. But that weekend, undoubtedly, you will have probably Nuggets have Saturday, Sunday, some sort of combination where you can hear right here on 92.5. Brent Burns should not play. But if you sit Brent Burns, you interrupt his Ironman streak. The only reason he would play, he would play would be keeping a personal milestone going.
That's in the category of not selfish. That is absolutely in the category of not selfish because he is in pursuit of an all-time record.
The all-time wrestle by Phil Kessel, and he's about 64 away from that. 60, 64.
And I know that's a lot of games, guys.
The chance of him getting all 64.
Hold on.
Pretty slim.
Hold on. I know that that's a lot of games, and you say pretty slim. Logic would agree with you. He made it 1,000.
No, I get it.
Who are you to tell him that?
Well, you know what? Bedsy is not that guy. In fact, that's what Bedsy said. I'm asking what your reaction. Bedsy said he'll go to the guys. For example, Nate gets to choose. Natchez gets to choose. Do you guys like it that the coach is giving these guys the choice on these matters, even if it doesn't necessarily benefit the team, because I'll tell you what would benefit the team: rest. And just having these guys ready for the playoffs.
Life is not fair. Life is not equal, and sports does not have to be a democracy. So I don't think you have to treat all players the same. Just because you're going to give somebody a choice doesn't mean you have to give all the guys the choice. And I don't think that's the right answer, to give all the guys the choice.
Well, Bednar said he was going to talk individually to each guy, and he said specifically Natchez and Nate can make up their own minds. I think it's not that big of a deal if you say, hey, Gabe Landeskog, you don't need to come to Canada. Right. Devon Taves, listen, dude, thank you for carrying the water without Makar. You can stay home, too, and not come with us to Canada. He did say he does think Cale does need to play and will play before because he's just missed too much time. But if you look at some other guys, it's,
Well, you probably like to take Taves.
Oh,
but you talked to Makar, so Makar, okay, he's going to play the front end of the back-to-back, but not the second game. You get Taves so they can play together, play that in that first game, and then shut down Taves after that too.
I think I'm struggling with this because I understand personal accomplishment, but the team always means more than the personal accomplishments. And you've done
tell the Olympians.
You've done yourself an unbelievable favor by finishing off the season with 4 completely meaningless games to go. Nobody gets to do that. It's a luxury. I think you should take advantage of that luxury. Yeah. I think it's better for the team. So I'd have a tough conversation with all those guys, all of them.
Yeah, you don't know,
including Brent Burns.
Yeah, I would tell you with Brett too. Now I will say this with Brett because he is the older statesman, and it is such an accomplishment. I would leave that up to him because that's a pretty good streak. Now the Natchez, which is a personal glory thing, or the points leader is a personal glory thing. I think you got to look at this too. Is there something written in their contract of a $250,000 or a $500,000 bonus if you lead the league in goals?
Well, wouldn't be leading. He'd be hitting 100 for Natchez, for example. 100 points.
But I'm talking about for
Nate?
McKinnon liable to have, if you lead the league in goals, you get an extra $250,000. Guys got bonuses like that.
Okay, but he's already one of the highest paid players in the NHL right now, as is.
Here's one thing you always lose sight of: rich people want more.
Duh.
You just want a little. People want more.
No. Hold on. What I want is to put yourself in the best possible position for the playoffs. Naz Kadri took a puck to the finger. He's got some sort of broken finger, and we'll see. Gabe Landeskog got knocked in the jewels by a Cale Makar slap shot. Shizzle happens. Like, there's no way to avoid it when you play in these hockey games except to not play. And you've done the hardest thing. You've given yourself the biggest advantage. You could take a week off. Week off.
I'll tell you this. I'd actually be mad for Burns if he wasn't playing. I'd be mad for him. That would be BS. But if the team sat him down and didn't give him the choice, that would be ridiculous.
What if he gets hurt against the Kraken?
Oh well. He earned that right. DMac, he earned that right.
What?
Sorry.
Come on, man.
No, not come on.
He's a player for a team, not his own thing.
No.
He earned that right.
Once you start doing that, that's when you lose a team. When you start acting, acting, you work for me, not the other way around. That's when you lose a locker room.
Okay,
dude, don't dismiss that. Like that's real, man.
I think it's preposterous compared to winning a Stanley Cup. Any personal achievement like that, even if there's a financial goal tied to it, I think is ridiculous compared to being ready for the playoffs.
I played with a guy named Randy Smith, who until AC Green broke his streak had the ultimate Ironman streak of 906 straight games. And I was on the team with him when and he'd been playing here and there when the coach decided not to play him in a game. Didn't say anything, didn't do anything. Just all of a sudden after 906 games, streak ended. And had opportunity to put him in, could have kept it alive.
How'd that go over?
We as teammates thought it was pretty crappy.
Right.
Yeah, we as teammates thought it was pretty crappy.
As DMac sits there and dismisses it, he's like, okay. Yeah, that's how you lose locker rooms.
But that's why Bednar said, I'll ask Burns. And listen, we know Bednar. You know what he's going to do? He's going to listen. We need you, dog. We need you in the playoffs. I know this streak, it matters, and it does matter. And I'm happy to play you. You know, maybe I cut your shifts down instead of 16 minutes a game, I get you 12.
Yeah, by the way,
something like that.
By the way, is there a time requirement here?
No.
Right. Like, get the dude on the ice.
But I'd leave it up to him. Now McKinnon, there could be a bonus thing in there, and who knows? For Natchez, there might be a 100-point bonus in there too.
I don't know.
If it's bonuses, then you got to get good coaches get their guys their bonuses.
Yeah, how about this? Play the mana shift, like someone on the text line says. Play the mana shift, get him out of there. Cool.
I actually thought it would be kind of a cool way for Burns to wrap things up, though, for that streak. Unless he really burns to play another year, pun intended. Because he's got to get like 60 more straight in. He's got to play like 2/3 straight of a season at age 42. I don't know if he's going to be back with the Avs next year. We'll see. Maybe. But maybe not.
Well, if you win it, maybe. Cogliano they brought back.
This is the decision the organization has to make, and it's interesting. Turn to the Nuggets for a second. You ready for who's not playing for the Thunder tonight?
Everybody.
Shea, Jay Will, Chet, Hartenstein, Caruso, Cason Wallace, Jalen Williams, Isaiah Joe, Sorber, whoever that is. Holy cow. Now, I got to ask you, why do you think they're doing this?
Well, I know why.
Why?
They want Denver to get the 3rd seed.
Why?
Because they don't want Denver until the finals.
Why?
Because they think Denver's their biggest challenger.
Why?
I don't know. They said it last year, and they think it this year. I think.
Why is Denver the biggest?
Because Denver's won a championship. They understand what the process to go through that, and they give them. And even though they've lost 3, they lost one of the games when no one played.
Mm-hmm.
Lost one of those games or 2 of those games without Gordon. One without Gordon and Watson. And it was last-second shots on both of them, basically. I think they think Denver's trouble for them.
Okay.
And if they can get a team, and Denver's a little older. I mean, Joker's got 10 years in. Murray's got 9. Gordon's got 11 or 12, whatever it is. Play more. Go play San Antonio in that second round. And we know that playoff series is going to be beat them up.
Okay.
And we're going to have a lesser team we have to beat in the final. I talked to a radio station, OKC. They want Denver in 3rd.
If they want the Nuggets in the conference finals, should the Nuggets want Oklahoma City in the 2nd round?
Maybe.
Okay. So how do you handle this tonight if you're the Nuggets, knowing both Houston and LA won? Both Houston and LA won, and both Houston and LA have dog butt teams coming up, likely wins again for them. You could manage things if you're the Nuggets if you wanted to. How do you think the Nuggets should handle it?
Well, let's go back to our conversation with the Avs. Because of the injury for all the Supermax deals out there, guess who has to play one more of these last 2 games?
Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic. So, which one are you going to play him in?
Well, theoretically, you would play him in both, because if you wanted the 3rd seed, the only way to guarantee it is to win your last 2 games. That's the only way to guarantee it 100%. And it will come down to the last game. I believe it will, because of the opponents the Lakers and the Rockets have to play. Now, don't forget, if you're tied with the Rockets, you win the tiebreaker. If you're tied with the Lakers, you lose. You don't have the tiebreaker. So you got a 1-game lead on both of them right now. But they're tied. So it's a little bit easier to get away with Houston, but not so much with the Lakers, which puts you in 4th place instead of 3rd, possibly, if the Lakers just win their final games. So what do you do? It's juicy, man. So I'm looking up the schedules that each have. Pretty gutsy win by the Lakers last night, in all honesty, against Golden State, 119-103. Because theoretically, Golden State cares. It is a road game. The Lakers are down a bunch of guys. If Golden State was going to do anything or, make some kind of statement, they could have won a home game, but they didn't.
Let's see. Green played 22 minutes. less than half. Podozemski played 24 minutes.
So everybody's tanking? Golden State's tanking?
They weren't trying. They're stuck in their position, up or down. Steph Curry took the night off. They weren't trying to win that game.
All right. So the Lakers got Phoenix and Utah. I don't know. Phoenix and Utah don't have much to play for right now.
Mm-mm.
So are they going to lay? Is everybody just laying down?
The whole league's laying down.
I didn't even see who won that Utah Memphis game.
Utah Memphis.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Neither one of them teams wanted to win last night.
God, Utah.
They
Memphis,
haven't played.
That's what we're looking into.
They play tonight. They
play
tonight. They play tonight. What would you do though if you're the Nuggets guys? How would you want to manage?
I
this
think
situation?
David talked about it last game. I think they just play. They play their game. They play their game for continuity
because they listed AG, Joker, and Jamal like questionable or whatever on the injury report.
I would not. We talk about. I don't think I'd play Gordon. I'd probably rest him for sure. Joker has to play another game, and then you know what? I probably wouldn't even take any of those three to San Antonio. And then if you're third, you're third. If you're fourth, you're fourth. They don't care. They got a home. They want a home court in the first round. They're not going to have home court in the second round, whether they're third or fourth, right? And they're not going to drop any lower than 4.
They're not going. Well, no, they could. They could. No, you could get passed by the Lakers and Houston.
Well, you get passed by the Lakers, they go to 3. But if the best
lose,
Houston does is tie the same.
No. Houston could pass you. They're only a game back. If they win 2 and you lose 2, you're 5th. You just lost home court. Oh, no. It's that ain't a done deal.
I mean, look.
Yeah. What would you do?
Well, yeah, you can't lose both of them. So you can play to win tonight, and then you don't take anybody to San Antonio.
If you win tonight,
that'd be kind of nice, though. Actually,
yeah. You win tonight.
You can't do worse than 4th.
You can't do worse than 4th. Then once again, 3rd or 4th, you got home court for the first round. You don't have home court for the second round. You know, if you're 3rd or 4th, anyway, you either got OKC or you got San Antonio.
And now you're saying, well, would you rather play your 4 and the Lakers are 5, your 3 and Minnesota's 6, your 4 and Houston's 5? Then you think second round, I'd rather play the Thunder or the Spurs. I mean, you go dizzy thinking about all these, and we got 2 games left.
I think you go and play tonight.
You play it out tonight.
Play it out tonight.
Now we've seen
play it out tonight, and then you can be done.
We've seen scrubs on other teams give the Nuggets fits in the first half,
including OKC.
Yes. So I'm not going to guarantee anything.
Kind of Memphis the other night.
Exactly. Utah. I mean, you've played Scrub City and really struggled for portions of the game that you've won. You've won all of them. But, it hasn't been relaxing. And you know tonight what Oklahoma City is going to do with whoever they play. You know what it's going to be, Scott. It's going to be run and gun. We're just going to jack up as many threes as we can, and we'll see where it goes. I think it's hysterical how the NBA is just situated these days. It's comical. It's not good.
Well, but you're talking about Oklahoma City doing this. They've got 63 wins, so you're going to say they've done it wrong?
No. And to me, this is what the Avalanche should be copying. What they're doing right now. I don't know what personal goals Jalen Williams has or Chet Holmgren has. They probably got something, right? There's probably something on the line for these guys, and they're just sitting them. They don't care. So if they don't care about whatever personal accomplishments you can pick up in the final couple games, why did the Avalanche?
Because every guy's different, man, and all records are not the same.
I bet Wemby plays a little bit. I bet he plays the required amount of minutes.
I bet he doesn't.
Really? Because if he doesn't play X amount of minutes in one of the next couple games, he does not qualify for all the accolades.
I don't think he can. I think he has to play both games.
I don't think so. I thought it was like, well, you know what? We can dig into that, Dan. I thought it was like 12 minutes or something for one of the games. Dan, look up what Wemby has to play to qualify for the honors or something. It's something like that. We'll find out the details coming back for no dumb questions. But my social media was blowing up that Wemby is gonna play, has to play to qualify for individual awards. But the right thing, obviously, is to sit him. They can't go anywhere. They're at number 2. That's it. They're done.
Yeah, that one to me is actually a little bit more complicated. That's an
Wemby's
individual reward.
Wemby's played 63 games. He has to play in 65.
What's the deal, Dan?
So this is saying Wemby needs to play at least 20 minutes in one more regular season game to reach the 65-game threshold.
He's only played 63.
Well, you guys have competing sources.
Well, I'm just looking at his stat sheet.
Which one of you used Grok? Which one of you used ChatGPT?
Well, Dan's
I'm
Grok.
This is actually ChatGPT.
I'm just looking at his stats, and he's played in 63 games.
Well, Dan's looking at ChatGPT.
Well, yeah.
You guys want to fight?
But he's played. You have to play in 65.
Dan's is more what I've been hearing. Well, why don't we dig into it?
Because you listen to frickin' Muggles all the time. I tell you that all the time. You've got cheese balls in your ears.
I got cheese balls in my ears?
Yeah, because they're down in mom's basement going,
oh, here we go again.
He's got to do this.
Everybody watch.
Oh, Lord.
Get on Twitch. Get on YouTube.
He's played in 63 games.
Text line. Let us know.
Don't you have to play in 65?
Dan?
I don't know, but now I'm excited to find out who's right.
Yeah, no, Scott, you are right because this is wrong. It's saying Wembanyama has 64 qualifying games.
No, he
does
played
not.
63.
I'm saying you're right. This is wrong.
Chat GP these.
It's going to break.
Hey, it's truly never too early to start planning for retirement. Whether it's decades away or just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors, they can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. So call Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189, and start learning more. Guys, if you want peace of mind with your investment portfolio, a great place to start is with Trajan Wealth. Just simply call and get a second opinion. Schedule that complimentary introductory meeting to learn more. Trajan Wealth offers tailored wealth management plans. They're going to take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and timeline. They're going to work with you. They're going to work for you. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189, and you're going to feel calm and confident in your future. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, this was a really interesting question. And I think we figured it out during the break.
And when it comes to this much math to figure out, guess what?
Yeah,
Stupid rule.
I got you. And when it comes to retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Scott and Dan were both right. Scott's claim was Wemby's only played in 63 regular games. He needs to play 2 more games. Dan said, nope, he only has to play 20 minutes of 1 more game. That's what ChatGPT says. Scott is right. Wembanyama has only played in 63 regular season games. However, the championship game of the cup game, whatever that was, doesn't count as a regular season game, but it does count in qualifying you towards the 65 for postseason awards.
How does that count as a qualifier if it doesn't count as a game?
That's exactly what I was just saying during the break. I don't get how those two can exist in the same world.
I don't know, but it does. So
according to Chad again.
Well, yeah, but they're not lying about that.
Oh, Chad just lied about the last one.
Well, no, they weren't lying in that either. Scott was looking up his record. Nobody was lying about anything. You're both well-intentioned. The answer is he only has to play in 1 more game
because
for 20 minutes.
Because the game they don't count on your record, they count as a game played.
Correct.
How does that? I don't get that.
Because you kissed up to the NBA for their cup game.
Because they got now that they made this rule, yes. they got to start finding little ways to get around it.
So it's a little bit of a bonus. It's a little kiss if you make the championship game because you have to play an extra game compared to the other 28 teams. That is damn fascinating, don't you think? That is kind of crazy.
It is because Silver makes a stupid ass rule because they gave an MVP to a guy 1 year he didn't want it and he barely played because they load managed him all year, and so they didn't want any more of that to happen. So I thought, look, we're smart, and now you've got possibly Luka, who's been one of the top 3 or 4 players in the league, and has a horrible injury. He can't win anything.
Yep.
If Wemby, who's been a hell of a player, is probably going to win Defensive Player of the Year and All NBA, top 2 or 3 player in the league, he doesn't play at least another game, and he's going to play with broken ribs because of a stupid rule.
Now, I'll give you another twist. If you're the Spurs, do you play Wemby for 20 minutes against Dallas at home tonight or on ESPN Sunday night against Denver?
Well, I'll tell you what the NBA will want.
No kidding. What do you think they're going to want?
I think he's going to want to get this done and get out of here.
That's what I would do.
I don't think that's what the NBA would want.
No, I know.
NBA doesn't get a choice in this one, though.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
You don't think the NBA and ESPN is going to lean on
if
the
he
Spurs
doesn't play tonight,
for Jokic, Wemby Part 2?
No, if he doesn't play tonight and he plays against Sunday against the Nuggets, then the NBA threatened the San Antonio Spurs with a $500,000 fine.
Something's going on.
Yeah.
And
that's actually BS if they do, because hey, just because you set up the rules and you don't like the way that this is unfolding, like you don't get to find me because I want to choose what game I'm going to play my guy in.
The ESPN game is on national TV on Sunday. Of course they would want Wemby and Joker. Of course they would.
You probably won't get Joker.
That depends. That all depends on what the Nuggets want. And certainly, here's what you definitely don't want. You definitely don't want a game that doesn't have Joker or Wemby on national TV.
And that's a possibility.
Well, very possible, unless the NBA leans on them. And it depends how much the Nuggets want to be in third place. Because if they really want to be in third place, there's no way to guarantee it except for playing it out for the next 2 games.
But if you win tonight, you guarantee yourself third or fourth.
You guarantee yourself a spot over Houston if you win tonight. You're right. Third, you do. You guarantee yourselves third or fourth if you win tonight. But you don't guarantee yourself third unless you win on Sunday as well. I think this is delicious. I just think this is, this is fun as hell. And it's frustrating and stupid and dumb because of these personal accolades. What do you do? But here's the twist. If you're the Spurs, there's no reason as a team to play Wemby, except if you don't, he won't qualify for the personal stuff. But he's dealing with an injury and you can't move. Why are you playing him? You shouldn't. The individual stuff shouldn't mean that much. It should not mean more than being healthy going into the playoffs.
But again, the NBA,
they set it up like this.
They set it up because they wanted max contracts and
to play so you don't sit.
And you got to have 2 years of this or that.
And you know what would cause the NBA to panic real quick? When their own rules prevent Luka, Wemby. Yeah, I mean, how many guys do we got to go down the list of your superstars that don't get to make these lists?
Yeah.
Now the NBA is going to be like, uh-oh, what did we do?
Do you know how ridiculous it would be for Wembanyama to not get Defensive Player of the Year because he didn't play 20 minutes in one of these last 2 games? How stupid would that be? Because he didn't qualify for it.
Because he's 7'5", can block shots.
Anyways, do you guys have any? Well, that's it for No Dumb Questions. It's a no dumb thing. It's the NBA being dumb.
Dumb.
What can I tell you?
Yeah,
it's just dumb.
But it all stems from Embiid winning, and they basically load managed him all that year. And I don't know if he got 65 games in or not.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed what's happening the past couple days. There is kind of a momentum for Jokic to be the MVP. Like the odds have increased, that he would win or whatever you want to say. It's gone more in his favor. And more people are talking about Jokic winning the MVP. Why? Because of this last 10-game stretch where he's put up historic numbers. So all of a sudden, he's back in the conversation.
If you had 8 votes before, maybe it's 13 now.
Then what if the guy that left him off the boat completely or the guy that voted him 5th actually is going to raise their votes?
Poll. I don't know. It's hysterical.
Shea Gilgeous going to win this. I don't know.
You should lose your vote when you do something insane like that.
When we come back with the big story of the day, the Broncos bought a significant chunk of the Rockies. Wow. Details next.
Hey, if you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been going to Phil Long for a very long time. Every time I need a car, I go there time and time again because they take care of me and relationships matter to me. If relationships matter to you, go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to build a long-term relationship. You're going to become a customer for life because they treat you differently. They respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to get the best price. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state this weekend looking for a new vehicle. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and remember that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
When I was talking to somebody inside of the Broncos organization earlier today, and they said to me literally, Greg and Carey view the Rockies as a sleeping giant. I swear on the lives of my kids, that was said to me verbatim. I almost fell off my seat.
They've been listening to you.
It was a...
You might have inspired the deal. They might have never bought the Rockies had you not called them a sleeping giant.
But can you imagine just coining the phrase Rockies are a sleeping giant at the beginning of this season in a farcical sort of manner, to actually hear on one of the biggest momentous days of the year that you're thinking of the Rockies was echoed by Greg and Carey.
So we're just supposed to take your word for that? No. I haven't seen that.
I'm swearing on the life. Because I got the quote. I'm telling you, on the lives of my kids.
You got the quote from your boy who...
Doesn't matter who my boy is.
Who listens to this show.
Doesn't matter who my boy is.
Who listens to this show and has heard you coin it.
Doesn't matter.
They go, hey, you can see. So you got like sweatpants went boing.
Boing. It was quadruple boing. It was as boinging as you could get.
Most people pat themselves on their backs. DMac?
I'm still right here when you talk to Tyler like that. I just see it. I'm standing right here, sitting.
What did I say?
Nobody would know the difference.
Oh, that's fair. But yes. So me and the Broncos have coined the Rockies a sleeping giant. Updating the story per Mike Kliss, the Denver Post was the only Rockies minority partner that completely sold out from Greg and Carey's 40% investment. The Post, an original minority owner, by way of...
I never knew that. Did you know the Denver Post? Yeah.
Yeah. For a long time, since 1991, had held between a 7 to 8% minority stake. The Penners also bought portions from each of the Rockies' partners. And the third component was an equity infusion for debt relief. I would love to know what that debt actually was, but I don't know, and maybe we'll never know.
Probably the, what's that bar place way upstairs?
The rooftop?
Rooftop and all that stuff.
No idea.
And the new bars in the place.
Now, I was told this too. First of all, this deal's been almost a year in the making. The Penners and Montforts just acquired a relationship, wasn't previous to the ownership of the Broncos, but, you know, you run in the same circles, right? And you don't think billionaires that own sports teams run in the same circles?
You both sit at the Cheerios Country Club bar.
I mean, it's okay.
We're going back to the waste management billionaire.
Well, what can I tell you? They have... They know each other, and this wasn't some sort of what I'm trying to say is this has been growing for a long time. It's kind of organic the way this has all gone down, and perhaps a good business venture that we didn't see coming, but they've been working on it for a long time.
How many times have you, maybe not DMac, us, general speaking, public, said, gosh, I wish the Penners would buy the Rockies, and then you say it. You never actually thought that was going to happen. And then you wake up one morning and you read, the Penners have bought into the Colorado Rockies.
Because here's why. Nobody was ever clever enough to say, and boy, I'll give somebody a pat on the back if they got receipts. Not the Rockies should sell, but the Rockies should sell a portion of the team. That's what people didn't say. Because everybody who has made a big bang the drum, sell the team, obviously is doing so to get the Montforts out of baseball decision-making positions. Nobody's saying sell the team for a portion of it, and then we'll see what happens later. Nobody means that when they say sell the team. Don't take a victory lap if you said, oh, I said they should sell the team, and now they have. Show me somebody who has said they should sell a portion of the team for cash infusion, debt relief, and
I wish they would have sold the whole thing to the Penners. I mean, I still wish that. I could still live in that world.
It's more likely to happen now over the next few years.
That really caught me off guard. That didn't even register with me, but when we had Patrick Saunders on and he brought that up, that's a possibility now that they will take over in time.
Perhaps. We'll see how things go.
Cool.
They're certainly set up to do so. And they buy out the Denver Post. Guys, what do you think the most positive thing, or negative, I suppose, which I can't really think of any, but maybe it exists. What do you think is the most likely result of what's happening today?
Greg and Carey sitting down below the net, behind the net at home field. And
I'm sure they'll have good seats.
Yeah, good seats.
I'm sure they're allowed to park on the field if they wanted to.
Yeah. Well, they got a new parking spot out back. That's kind of cool.
I'll tell you this. If they don't like Dinger, things could happen. I'll tell you this, too. All of a sudden, I'm not that concerned. I'm not that concerned about a salary cap in baseball anymore. Not that big of a deal now.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, you almost wonder now.
But we're a small market team. I thought we could do
Dick
that.
Mumford slows that roll down a little bit. Or maybe the Penners also know that is coming in. We're going to have a better chance to compete, and it's going to raise our stock.
The Rockies have never been cheap, but they also have never been one of the higher spending teams. That's fair. To call them cheap is unfair. To call them not one of the highest spending teams, well, that's also fair too. Well, guess what? Now they can operate in the same circle as the Yankees and the Dodgers. They can operate in the same damn circles. How about that?
So are we going to be the next small market team that does what the Padres did a couple years back?
Go into debt?
Well, I mean, they gave out like $500 million contracts.
I would say this. Finances and money won't be the reason the Rockies can't do anything.
But we really should slow down on all that anyways, because that's not the model that we're chasing right now. That's not what we're doing with DePodesta. That's not why you brought him in here. So really, the money and the cash, in theory, should have no influence on the current model.
I think what will happen is Greg and Carey will sit there, and there'll be a sounding board, and if they need to do things to make the teams better, there'll be a way to do it where there wasn't a way to do it. Whatever that is, whether maybe it's a reconfiguration of the stadium itself, perhaps. Look at what they've spent on facilities at the drop of a hat. It's crazy. What if you did want to establish some sort of huge glass wall in left field, sort of a see-through green monster sort of thing? Or you want to do some other capital improvements to a stadium that's been around for a long time that will help performance on the field. I think it's got to do with that more than anything, not just aesthetics. Well, now you have a way to do it if you choose to do it. Perhaps there is a way to get out of the Chris Bryant contract now that didn't exist before because you got massive debt relief today. You can just move on and you don't have to suck things up. The Broncos did move on from the Russell Wilson contract. You got to work under a salary cap.
How about this?
But they weren't afraid.
You buy the Broncos, have to get out of $80 million guaranteed. Now you buy into the Rockies, you got to get out of another $50 million. Here we go.
Just write it into the business plan, Scotty.
It's remarkable what...
How do we know that's not part of the debt relief? We don't know.
We don't know. What we do know is what everybody essentially, at the end of the day, this is as close as you could possibly dream of to the sell the team mantra that people have been banging the drum. For people who say, I don't go to games because I'm protesting ownership, this is as close as you damn get to getting your exact wish. So what's your beef with the Rockies starting today? And don't give me the crap about what's happened in the past. That doesn't matter. What matters is what's going on today. Do you guys believe the Rockies will be better as of today as time goes on for a long time?
Well, you still only owe 40%. So day-to-day saying what's going to happen ain't in their control.
You still need to trust the organization to do the right things in the future. Do you under their current construction?
Well, here's my question. When Greg Penner got here, it was a fair question at the time. Is this just going to be an absentee ownership group? And we learned very, very quickly, no. Greg Penner specifically is here every single day. This is the new baby. This is all the attention.
This is their town.
But are they looking at the Rockies as a silent investment that they're just trying to make money on? Or are they looking at it like this is something that I'm going to have day-to-day involvement in? Because, a lot of minority owners have no involvement in a franchise. Now, granted, most minority owners don't own 40%. That's a very significant chunk of change right there. But, like Tom Brady, for example, who owns, 3-4% or whatever.
4%?
Yeah. I mean, he's not involved in the day-to-day. He's more involved than most are.
Yeah. He's more involved because of his football knowledge, not his investment. The Denver Post, you just read the article, they bought their 8% stake.
Gone now.
Has the Denver Post had any say in what's going on?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I was told the relationship that Greg and Carrie Penner have with the Rockies is similar to what Melody Hobson has with the Broncos. Value partner, but no say on day-to-day stuff. But if we're doing something and we, for example, hiring a coach, they had some of their minority owners in on the coaching interviews.
Well, then that's not very encouraging.
Well,
I mean, if you're trying to encourage me, you did the opposite with that.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, that's the situation. So whether you buy into it or not, that's up to you.
See, to me, that feels more like this is an investment. Like, throw that thing into our portfolio. Whereas the Broncos, like, we're there every day. We're dialed in. I would love to see somebody from the ownership group. Day-to-day is probably not realistic, but you get what I'm saying.
I think it's important to note, too, this is the Penner Sports Group, which is different than the Walton Penner ownership group. Yeah, this is a different setup with Robson Walton not part of it. Robson Walton, who's worth $146 billion, Carrie's dad, actually owns a 10% stake in the Diamondbacks. So this is their thing, not the same thing that owns the Broncos. It's a little bit different. A lot of the same people, but it is different. It's a separate entity.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Did they bring any other
families got ownership in different teams?
Correct.
Did they bring any of the celebrities over though with them?
Not that I'm aware of, but you never know. But you're right. Now, dad and daughter own interests in two different Major League Baseball teams in the same division.
From a baseball, that almost doesn't feel right.
Well, let's see how fast he gets rid of the Arizona one, though.
We'll see. You never know. That could always happen. Who knows?
And you know what happens that day? That's the day.
The 11%?
No, forget that. That's the day that they now own the Colorado Rockies.
Well, that's right. That's what I meant. They own an additional 11%, which would give them 51%. That changes everything. But do you think the Monforts are going to want to get out of the majority ownership business?
No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. Scott?
No.
So none of us think that's realistic. It never was.
It can be a pass down for families.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And why would you give that up?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. But it sets up a fun dynamic in downtown Denver for sure. So there you go. Big story of the day. Huge. One of the biggest in Denver sports history.
Well, I think the Penner Walton Group was shown they're not afraid to talk to the right people to get jobs done.
Mm-hmm.
That's what good businessmen do, right? They're not just throwing stupid money at stupid things. Well, I do think that DePodesta and Jones, two major entities they brought in, in the offseason to help flip this what's going on down at
Burns,
Blake,
Josh
Burns.
Okay.
Jones.
Close.
I bet they've talked to him. Because I think Greg Penner likes smart people. We had DePodesta on there. Do you think Josh Burns and DePodesta had a conversation with Penner yet?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I bet
don't
they
know.
have.
I don't know.
What are you doing? Tell me your vision. What we're doing.
I don't know. That's a great
now,
question.
Now they lay out that vision, and he go.
I see it here on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Did DePodesta know about this deal before he signed his deal?
I think yes.
It would make logical sense, but there's no confirmation of that.
No.
Boy, if we just had that interview,
but if they've been doing it for
a
year or so, and you sign him this summer, then there was probably some serious conversation.
They signed him in the fall, and the deal was definitely matriculating in the summer.
DePodesta feels like it'd be. I don't know. When you got all the resources that the Penners have in cash, DePodesta is that the model you'd pick?
If I'm DePodesta?
No. If I'm the Penners. And I got cash to burn.
Yeah. Would I be interested in Paul DePodesta?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Well,
in fact, where did he come from?
Well, he came from the Browns, and he came
from the NFL.
where the Penners are involved. Huh? Isn't that interesting? Was there a previous relationship?
I don't think you guys are tracking exactly what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is DePodesta is known for Moneyball.
Yeah.
He's known for micromanaging. He's known for making the most out of small contracts. And when your single most valuable resource is money, and you can spend it and fix things.
But again,
I don't see.
But don't forget where DePodesta went to after Moneyball and small money and nothing. He went for the Dodgers and was the GM of the Dodgers for 2 years, and then he got blown out.
The Moneyball thing fits perfectly to here because it's another quote unquote small market.
Yeah, but also a lot of money does work too.
No, but
Moneyball works when you don't have much to spend.
If
Dodgers.
Moneyball makes you play smart.
Sure, but you'd rather just have a lot of money.
Dodgers go out and
It's
buy.
way easier to just spend.
Dodgers go out and
so
buy.
much easier.
Dodgers go out and buy whoever they want. We understand that.
Yeah.
And so did the Padres, but Padres didn't win anything, and now they're 30. They lost $30 million last year. The Dodgers go and spend this kind of money, but guess what? Also, they got a great minor league system still. They're still bringing up nasty young players.
Which is
all
why,
the time.
at the end of the day, you got to trust the organization to do the right thing. And we'll see. But boy, oh boy, you got yourself such a better shot of success. It's crazy. The Thunder and Nuggets face off tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear all the action on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game with Birdo. Starts at 6:30, man. It's powered by Ramos Law, and tip-off will be shortly after 7 on your home for Nuggets basketball. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Travis Hunter. Was that worth a second-round pick? Details on this story coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't bulge, mind foggy, sex drive ain't what it used to be. It's time to switch things up. Guys, low T is coming. Something men younger and younger are experiencing. Perhaps your game isn't where it used to be. Less energy, less drive, not feeling like yourself. You deserve to feel your best. Be strong in the gym during your workouts. Feel more driven at work and even better in the bedroom. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies include TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So they treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. So don't be older. Take control. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom. Hey now. More confident in every part of your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first steps towards feeling better. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad, you guys do such a great job. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. All of our guests on the show are via the Ramos Law Hotline. Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com.
Imagine, seriously, the schooling that dude has.
Oh,
Mr. Ramos.
He's a doctor and a lawyer.
Dr. Ramos, yeah.
He's a doctor.
And a lawyer.
Let's go, Dan. Football go, I mean.
Get him all the time. Just ask
He's a doctor and
a lawyer.
What do you got, Dan?
All right, guys, before we get to Travis Hunter.
He's a bum and... Oh.
There you go. What kind of takeaways would you like to see the Rockies implement from the Broncos business model? How the Walton Penner Group
sign a
runs
rookie
the
punter.
Broncos?
If they could take on one trait that the Broncos instilled, it's to not let the past influence the future.
Yes.
Don't be loyal to things and be okay taking a hit in the short run for stuff in the long run. Don't be afraid of shedding money if you have to. The one thing about the Walton Penner Group is they ain't cheap. And if they needed to move on or make a hard decision financially, they just did it.
Yeah.
So I think if you took that same sort of, like, I don't know about this Chris Bryant deal. I don't know how you get out of it. But if there's a way to get out of it, even if it costs you a few bucks, just get out of it and move on. The Walton Penner Group was a rip the Band-Aid sort of ethos from everything they did. And I think the Rockies would be well served doing the same thing.
That's true. But you know what else they are? They're aggressive, man. They are. They have made big swings in big directions. They've made big trades with players. They've done the Russell. Wait, was Russ here? I can't remember.
He was already here. They inherit. Right. Well, they technically
I thought they were here for like 2 weeks.
Correct. And they signed off on the extension.
Bottom line, they allowed that sucker. They made the big trade for Sean Payton. They gave up a first rounder for a coach. They did the Jalen Waddle deal. Like they've taken swings too. So it's not just they've gotten out of things. They've been willing to stay aggressive after a previous failure.
But the key for that is you can't be afraid to be aggressive. Go back to Rockies. Rockies had, I want to say late 90s, early 2000s. They went after like 3 different pitchers. That part of when Nagel was in there.
Hampton. Nagel and Hampton.
And that's Swift. The guy that ended up going to St. Louis and he passed away.
Gosh darn it.
Kyle something.
Yes. Gosh darn it. I know who you're talking about.
Who actually pitched well when he went back to St. Louis, and then he died, right? He had a bad, horrible outfit.
He did.
But they with these 3 pitchers who did not pitch well at Coors Field, and it handcuffed them and froze them from ever looking at pitchers.
They got scared.
Going. And what did these guys go and do? Let's get some old veteran dudes that are bulldogs and aren't afraid of nothing.
Yes.
Spend them a few $1 million and bring them in here. And I know it's early. Everything's early in baseball. But how they looked?
They look great because you don't have Jake Cave, who turned out to be all right. But remember when Jake Cave was signed, he was like, well, it is what it is being here with the Rockies. They got a guy, Troy Johnson, who just crapped all over Miami Marlins fans saying it's awesome to be here because people wear gear. You got Michael Lorenzen, who wants to bench press a house, pretty pumped up to be a Rocky and saying good things. You did bring in veterans like Sagano, who everybody had sort of written off and is playing pretty damn well. And you were smart taking a guy like Sensatella, who was struggling as a starter. You've thrown him in the bullpen. And for Dolander, he now comes in the second inning. Hergert has never started a game until last night. He gets through the first. They put in Dolander. He pitches great. Yeah. They're figuring out just different ways to do a bunch of different things. One other thing, too, I hope they do. I admire the Broncos so much for how they are in the community and what they've done. It is long past the time that the Colorado Rockies are more active in the communities around the ballpark. And that means building turf fields, multi-use turf fields for kids to be able to use more year-round to develop a love for the game that's right down the street. It is embarrassing in Major League Baseball how facilities do not exist for baseball in the cities that have baseball.
And if you go back when the Rockies first started, because I went to 2 or 3 of those, the Dante Bichette Park,
but where did they build those?
Well, I understand that, but they did build some.
They did, but they built them almost exclusively in the suburbs, and they really haven't sunk more into the community since. Also, I have no idea why you don't support more baseball in college. for the Rockies. You have Mesa out there in Grand Junction, UNC, Air Force, Metro right down the street from you. You should have a college baseball tournament at Coors Field. You need to make baseball more exciting on the youth, high school, and college level in your community, and people will flock back to the stadium. And I bet Carrie Penner, if I can get one message out to Carrie.
That's
you have done an amazing job with that with the Broncos, and it is wildly underserved with the Rockies, and I hope that happens. So there you go.
Tyler, that's your gal.
Okay.
Well, she's been great, and you know it firsthand because you've had more involvement with her than anybody. And it's been terrific what she's done.
She's an unbelievably normal human being, as is Greg, by the way. But, I mean, just unbelievably normal human beings that you would never guess have $1 billion in their pocket.
You know what's great with these, Greg and Carrie? You say, this would be great if you got this done. They're like, oh, really? Okay. Hey, the turf field would be great if we could replace it late in the season.
Well,
really?
You mentioned it earlier.
Okay.
They already did it with the high school football.
High school
with
football
the
helmets. Yeah.
Guess what? How many baseball programs could use 3 dozen new balls and 3 dozen new bats
Maybe,
and 3 dozen new helmets?
I'll tell you this, Scott, and I unfortunately know this firsthand. The suburbs are fine for baseball. All right? In order to become like a baseball player in Major League Baseball, you're probably from a wealthy American family. That's not the true in other countries.
That's for a lot of youth sports in America right now.
The cities have the biggest problem with they just don't play baseball anymore because there's no place to play. How are you going to play baseball if there's no place to play? So you go out to the suburbs, you have a private coach, you have a private this and a private that and blah, 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 blah. And you look at kids who are 13 years old and a kid who's never played baseball or on a very low level. Do you think they have a shot at competing against a 13-year-old kid who's trained since he was 8 years old? But if the Rockies get into that, they can change it. And that would be great for literally for everybody. That's my soapbox. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, the Jaguars are officially making Travis Hunter a full-time cornerback per Ian Rappaport. Now, he will have some gadget plays on offense, but he will no longer play the 50-50 split as he did while winning the Heisman Trophy at CU. So the Jags essentially traded up in last year's draft to number 2 overall to select a cornerback. Thoughts on that? And
it
why
wasn't
do you think
50-50 last year. They had a stat up there. I think it was like 260 plays on offense and 139 on defense.
Yeah, they were using him primarily as wide receiver.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I said at Colorado. At Colorado, he was 50-50.
Colorado, they did.
But why do you think they picked corner for Travis Hunter?
Because this ain't
one more time.
What was it like Dan
same
Dan
what?
Hawkins said? This ain't
Division I football.
Intramurals.
This ain't intramurals.
This is National Football League.
This is National Football League. That's why.
This ain't Division I football.
And
This
you
is
know
the
what it
National
was
Football
at
League.
CU, and he was fabulous. That was intramurals.
I'm laughing.
What was the question?
Why do you think they picked corner over wideout for his full-time position?
Well, most people would tell you that's his more natural position where there's less to learn, but I know this. For one, I'm bummed out about it. I really wanted this to work for Travis Hunter. I did. I wanted to see Travis Hunter become the first two-way player, and it didn't mean that it had to be equal, by the way. Everybody's like, oh, it's got to be equal. He's got to be out on the field for every single snap. No, that's not true, but you could still do what they were doing last year. And I actually thought what they tried to do last year was the most logical thing. Make him a full-time wide receiver and like a nickel guy on defense or a way to rotate men on a regular basis. So I'm bummed out about it because he's got the skill set to make it work.
Make him a defensive corner. There's plenty of great corners. Dion did a few gadget plays on offense. Bailey did a few gadget plays on offense.
Dude, this is a total failure for the Jaguars. They're trying to make the best out of the situation, but you don't give up everything you gave up to get to number 2 for a cornerback. Are you nuts? That's insane. I'm not saying cornerbacks don't have the value of first round. Sure, of course they do. Surtain has equated that
5?
value.
Was Surtain
2? Oh, Surtain was 9. And J.C. Horn was selected before Surtain. Sure, he was fine, and corner's been taken high before, but at 2? Give me a break, man. I mean, this is a swing and a massive miss. Now, maybe he'll develop into something more, and they just need to slow down.
It won't be a massive miss if he turns into a Pro Bowl corner. That won't be a massive miss at all. That'll be a successful pick.
Yeah, well, we'll see that moment if it happens. But I think they did the move because they thought he was going to be a multi-purpose receiver and corner.
Fair, but
and probably more of a receiver than a corner.
Fair, but if you had to give that up to go get Pat Surtain and he turned into Pat Surtain, would anybody be regretting it? I wouldn't.
Listen, the Jags actually have a good team already, so maybe it's not a big deal. But this isn't what they expected. And I like Travis Hunter. But why would you choose to be a corner more so than a receiver when you see the money in the NFL?
Yeah, the corner's sneaking up there, isn't it?
Not like receivers, Scott. We got receivers making $40 million a year.
Well, who do you think made that decision? Travis Hunter or the Jags?
The Jags, because he can't stay healthy.
He can't stay healthy, and he's not a great route runner.
Yeah, it's just, God, I hate to say this, but in the NFL, he's pretty average. 6'7" at both in the NFL.
That's pretty aggressive.
Well, it's the truth.
That dude's got talent and ability and skill set that is different. It's different. So maybe the rookie year looked not like a number 2 overall pick, but the skill set's still there, man. And that didn't go away.
Well, now he's a corner. So I don't know what to tell you. But don't forget, Deion Sanders was catching passes at a wide receiver in the Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys. Champ Bailey played receiver. I mean, there's other things you can do to impact the game. So my guess is he'll still have some sort of impact, but it ain't what we thought it was going to be. Or is it exactly what we thought it was going to be? You get to the NFL, you can't play both. Here you go. You got to make a choice. I mean, that is what everybody said. Next story, Dan.
Just real quick, guys. There's been some discussion about Jeremiah Love, the stud running back out of Notre Dame, widely expected to be a top 10 pick. Now, the NFL hasn't drafted a running back in the top 5 since Saquon Barkley went number 2 overall in 2018. That draft marked the 3rd straight year where someone selected a running back in the top 5 following Leonard Fournette and Ezekiel Elliott. I'm just kind of curious your guys' philosophy when it comes to drafting a running back top 5 in the draft. Would you guys do it? Is it worth it?
If he's a future Hall of Famer, Saquon Barkley's going to go to the Hall of Fame right now. He's on that path, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be afraid of doing it. You got to be careful. You got to know what you're selecting. But I'm with Scott. You got to take the most talented players when they're available.
Sure. I don't know, man.
Sure.
I actually think this. I think running backs are having a little bit of a resurgence. I think you've seen some high-priced, some guys get good contracts. I think people are seeing more of the value, but it's, you got to be really special. So who's really special?
Saquon Barkley.
He sure is. Next, who?
Yeah, Saquon Barkley.
I know. Like, who's going to be out of college next?
Saquon Barkley.
I don't know who it's going to be.
Well, I mean, there's going to be another. It was Christian McCaffrey before that. I mean, there's going to be the next guy.
All right. There probably will be.
Of course there will.
Love?
I don't know. Is he that special? Is he?
I have throw up in my mouth when I watch Notre Dame play. So.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Sorry.
We got to celebrate something here today. Look at Tyler being very quiet.
No, you don't.
Oh. It's a birthday.
Oh?
No, you really don't.
Hmm?
This is why I always take my birthday off, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. It's on PhD. We're back next. This is the
what we got going on here?
It's the cheesiest one of all the choices Dan could pick, but
doing a little life on Down Under or what?
Does it ever say happy birthday? Oh my!
This is a happy birthday. What is this?
You never heard this song?
I don't think so.
When does Stevie eventually get to the birthday part?
I don't know. Well, yeah.
I've actually literally never heard this part of this song. Anyways, happy birthday, Tyler.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
He'll get to it here in a second, and trust me.
I mean, now we got to hear it. We've come this far.
It's coming, I think. We got a bridge?
And I can feel it coming. Right about now.
There it is.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. We want to thank our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Tyler at 41.
Tyler really wants to thank him.
I guess.
Yeah, no kidding. Revitalized, keeping me not looking 41.
That is true.
Yeah, buddy.
You look.
Well, they can't help me
The
with
gray,
my grays.
yeah. If you got rid of the gray.
I gotta go to a barber or someone else to help with the grays.
If you Vic Lombardied yourself, you would easily pass for somebody in their 30s.
Yeah.
The gray kind of rats you out.
I got a lot of gray. Yeah, I do.
You do. For a 41-year-old, yeah, a little bit.
41, it's like
what's
cool.
41?
I woke up and I was like, cool. Like I'm 41. That's neat.
What's Scott?
Why did you know what though? Like 40, people talk about like turning 40. That actually wasn't like stressful. I was like, cool, like I'm 40. That's actually kind of cool. You know,
Yeah.
like I made it to 40.
Yeah.
41 though, I feel so much older than 40.
Why?
41 just seems so much older than 40.
Because but this year, this year is more like 4 years. Where like the year before was like a year and a half, but like the year before that was like just
fair
like
enough.
3 months.
Yeah.
I felt in life stress-wise, I felt older in my 40s than I do now. 40s are tough, man. I think 40s are the hard. I thought it was the hardest decade because you're supposed to know it all.
Well, it's been a real easy day.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Well, happy birthday to you, 41. So we wish you a happy birthday.
Appreciate it.
It was Dan actually figured it out.
Actually, you know what? I'm not even saying this to make you feel bad at all. Like truly, it don't do anything, I swear. But you actually are like the only person in my life, like outside of like family or whatever, you actually usually give a gift.
I know, and I definitely would have had.
And I'm absolutely giving you credit. I'm not guilting you at all. Don't go out and do
you remember what I
something
got you last year?
I do remember like 2 years ago, you gave me a bottle of wine when I was sober.
Yeah. I got you that Nolan Arenado shirt.
Well, that was when we were working at the other place.
Yeah. No, I got you bun cakes last year.
Oh, yeah. That was a good one. That was perfect. Yeah, that was perfect.
And you can repurpose the bottle of wine, by the way. You know, it's
still sitting in my cabinet to this day.
Give it to somebody else as a gift.
I know. I keep thinking I'm gonna have company over and I'll give it to him then.
No, not so much.
Yeah.
Give it to the ex and just pour out half.
Here, you can have half.
Scott, you okay back there?
All right.
You making yourself laugh?
I know, I choked.
Funny guy?
I choked a little bit.
Funny dude.
Hey, we got the song from now on the rest of the season. If we talk Rockies.
Oh.
He's going to grab it again. Hold on.
So soon, in a second, we'll have it.
Well, yeah, with the new 40%, and you know, we got playing good baseball.
Yeah.
And, you know, we got Deep Podesta here. He's not a fat guy.
He's not a fat guy.
He's in shape.
He is in shape, yes. He is not Jonah Hill.
Yeah.
Although Jonah Hill is, have you seen him lately?
He's a lot thinner than he was.
Lord.
Absolutely.
A lot thinner.
Yep. And so I think for now when we talk Rockies, we play this.
Okay.
It's Purdy.
It's the last scene of Moneyball.
Yep.
This gives you tears.
Oh, it's a great scene, though.
It's the daughter singing a song for Billy Bean, who's divorced, contemplating moving across the country to Boston, and she gives him this song for Hey Dad.
That she recorded herself.
Yeah. You're going to make me cry a little bit here.
Yeah, this was a good, and you know what he did?
This is a terrible song for us to talk
He turned down
Rockies
a $10 million offer to do the Red Sox.
Yeah, why would you think this is a good song when we talk Rockies?
Because he stayed.
So are we afraid of losing DePodesta?
Not yet.
Billy Beane stayed with the A's.
Who stayed with us?
Nobody. This makes no sense.
It was the biggest song in Moneyball, and DePodesta was the fat guy in Moneyball.
Yeah, but it's got no relation to the Rockies except it was Moneyball about
DePodesta. But instead of leaving, he's here.
He's not
Jonah Hill.
Hold on.
Hey, Jonah Hill showing a replay of a fat kid trying to go for his first double ever, and he trips over first.
Yeah.
And what he didn't realize, they'd already hit a home run.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
I will say this. I absolutely love that movie. I don't know how any reality to it.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah,
a lot of it's not true.
Glorified.
Yeah, but it's still one of my favorite movies
of all time. It's glorified.
Wait, you're telling me the team didn't like Rudy?
Yeah, Rudy was another one. There were elements of Moneyball that were true. Like, they did go on a 20-game win streak.
Right.
They did make certain trades that went against the grain. They did bring in Scott Hatteberg to play first base who couldn't throw anymore.
Right.
Like, they lost Ingrihausen, Giambi, and Damon. All of those things are true. The character that fat guy Jonah Hill played was DePodesta, but it was also a couple of other guys. It wasn't just DePodesta.
Yeah,
but still. And that, you know what's ironic about that movie now? I almost asked DePodesta this the other day. In Moneyball, they say, don't steal. No stealing, no bunting, blah, blah, blah. You know, the Rockies are stealing a lot right now.
They're like the top 2 or 3 teams in the league, aren't
and
they?
if we just ran out of time a little bit with DePodesta, but I'm very curious. Why in Moneyball was that such a big deal, but with the Rockies all of a sudden, we're doing the exact opposite? Like, why is it worth taking more chances analytically than what was portrayed in Moneyball? But that's a baseball nerd question. Like, who knows? But the Rockies they're bunting more, they're stealing more, they're driving in runs with runners on third base, they're striking out less, they're pitching better, blah. They're using an opener like Hergert, who had never pitched in the first inning ever before, and then bringing Dollander in later. I mean, it's really been fun watching the Rockies for 13 games.
Because they're trying to do different things.
You know, the Rockies were like, not only were they losing last year, that was pointed out, they were losing like 17-2.
Yeah.
You know, when Bud Black got fired, the score against the Padres.
22-3, 22.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. It wasn't fun. It wasn't competitive. And everybody was like, oh, Bud Black can't do anything. He's innocent. Why fire him? I think fans and sports people forget how much work goes into a sport before the game's ever played.
But how much should Bud Black really do? Because now, as you already said, they hire Schaefer back, and you've told me he really doesn't have any control.
Well, Schaefer's
he really. So Bud Black would they be where they were now if Bud Black was there and they had a guy calling the pitches?
Well, Bud Black could do what Schaefer's doing. That's for sure. I mean, is that your point?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he could.
Well, I could do what Schaefer's doing.
Right.
Anybody
you've said that about baseball for 15 years.
I think managers are the most overrated part of baseball. But whatever. You got to have somebody yell at the ump about something.
But not anymore because you got AI.
They have a game plan going into every situation that the group is collectively making.
You can talk about video games.
That is the similarity between Moneyball and what's happening with the Rockies. It isn't Art Howe or Warren Schaefer making the decisions. It's a whole organizational approach, which is very smart. That is not a stupid thing to do. It's very, very smart. And I think basketball seems to be operating on the fly more than any other sport. And hockey maybe a little bit like that. Football, to me, gosh, if you don't organize things as a total team before the game, how do you even have a football game? Like, if you don't
football's the most prepared sport in the world,
right?
There's no sport that compares to how prepared you are.
And the hardest sports to try to change stuff on the fly in the middle of a game.
But there's a lot of game management decisions that do have to be made by some person, and calling the plays can be distracting if you don't really got it together.
When you talk about like the game prep for baseball, I'm like, what game prep?
Oh God, there's so much.
Like okay, so somebody in the analytics tells you, what pitches he likes to throw, but I mean, they're really sitting down for hours and hours before games and talking about this.
Well, Greg Maddux Greg Maddux was
before
known,
the game,
and he wasn't the only one of basically having books on every single hitter in Major League Baseball that he would go back and over and with the lineup, and he would know, I don't want to play this guy inside up, or whatever.
Yeah, that was his own notes, though, right?
Well, I would assume. I think it started that way.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll literally have a scouting report on every single batter and go over it with the pitchers every single game.
This guy's hitting 427 down the middle. He's hitting 363 in the zone low, but in the zone high, he's hitting 215.
It's all that stuff.
They know all that stuff.
Now, because the Rockies are calling, have you seen how the Rockies are doing it, by the way, calling pitches from the dugout?
Yeah.
It's really interesting because Leishman.
They're like this, and it's like, throw a strike.
He's flat.
Fastball in.
That's exactly how they're doing it. Scott nailed it. Yeah. He saw it. It's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Well, what a fascinating day. What a fun day in Denver sports.
Knuckleball.
I mean, you've got the Mammoth getting ready for the playoffs. You've got the Avalanche wrapping up the President's Trophy. You have the G League team of Oklahoma City in Denver for Ball Arena tonight.
Scary.
Is it scary?
Yes.
Why?
They need to get one more win.
All right. How do you think the game's going to go down tonight? Will the Nuggets play their guns?
Denver will win. They'll play the majority of their guns. I'm still not sold that Aaron Gordon will play, but we'll see.
But Joker going.
I think so.
All right. What do you think the Spurs do with Wemby tonight, or will they save him for ESPN on Sunday against the Nuggets?
Play him tonight. That's what I predict.
Get it done. So no Wemby on Sunday.
That's exactly. And I bet there's no Nikola Jokic either.
And then you're done. And then if there's no Joker on Sunday, they can adjust and no Wemby.
Will the Nuggets need to win both of their games to get third place?
Maybe. But
what do you think?
Well, maybe. Like I said, I think they want home court advantage in the first round because the second round they don't have home court advantage either way.
You only need to win one more game to have home court. That's all.
Here's what you got to do. And I got this big feel yesterday doing an interview in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City wants Denver in third. Now, here's the next clue. Where does San Antonio, what do they want?
How could they control it, though?
Well, they could just lose, too, and make sure Denver stays up there in third. So we'll take them. We're not afraid of them in the second round.
Well, but they can't move one way or the other, though.
They can miss with 3, 4, 5.
All right. Yeah. By whatever effort, they can control that.
They can miss 3, 4, 5 around.
Possibly, right. If they give it a little bit more of the college try, they could avoid the Nuggets in the second round.
I think Wemby plays today, and they win, and he's shut down for Sunday.
So they wouldn't be afraid of the Nuggets in the second round. They'll take their chance.
I don't think they are.
All right, well, it should be an interesting game at Ball Arena. It was cool last night with the Avs, and then you had the Pios. Last night and today, first of all, Nate and Andy are here. I mean, what do you think about the deal with the Broncos and the Rockies?
The glass is 40% full. Here we go.
I'll be curious to see what changes with things, I guess. I don't know. It's cool that, look, before the Penners showed up, everybody wanted our guy to buy him. So, in a way, you still got the family involved, if you remember. The family is now involved. So, there you go.
Good job. Now finish it.
Yeah.
By the other 60%.
Well,
we're almost there.
Okay, help me out. Are they allowed to? Because I thought you weren't allowed to own both NFL and MLB.
I think it's if you're like a single principal owner.
Okay.
So I think like if you could say if you would say like Rob is the principal owner of the Broncos
and
then Carrie or
the Rockies.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually
it's
funny.
Do that.
Robson Walton is not part of this deal. They started their own group.
He owns another part of a team.
10% of the Diamondbacks.
That's right.
Right.
Interdivisional.
Thanksgiving gets interesting for baseball.
Thanksgiving's already interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. So no, Greg and Carrie did this on their own. It's a new business. It's the Penner Sports Group.
Listen, if they know anything, the Penners know how to make money, and so do the Waltons. So I can imagine that they can see some nice profit. Look, you get this team back to 500 even, and you're going to see. We know what that stadium looks like. People love baseball here
because the Rockies have no debt. They've restructured basically everything, and that now they have people they can consult with and use for financial capital if they need. Do you envision the Rockies will be in the playoffs in the next 3 years?
Buy the rest of it. That's what I say.
I don't know, man.
You know?
First off, baseball, I'm not going to claim to you baseball's my strongest suit. It really isn't. The system is not where it needs to be for me to go, yes, they're going to be here in the next 3 years. And we already had this discussion where the big bad monster in the room is this lockout coming. And how long is it going to take to fix the lockout, and how many years of careers are wasted while you fight over this?
Dick's got more time though to fight the other rich owners now. So that's good.
You realize now a salary cap ain't that important for the Rockies.
Yeah, but if he wants it, but
at
remember,
only 40% though, they gotta buy up the rest of it.
Here's what I would say though: I don't have a problem with them fighting for the cap at baseball. What gets me angry about what Dick is fighting for is capping everything else to make your people better. Like, does the Penner money mean you're now not worried about more Rhapsody machines and better development in Latin America and creating better systems?
Correct.
So if that happens, then great. Then let's drop that argument.
The first thing they did,
fight.
Today they've wiped out all the debt. There's no debt.
Good. Then let's go build a better way to build a better player.
Now you can do it.
But again, we have to see it because the Penners are still not the controlling owner.
No, but you've allowed now the organization to spend the money wherever they want without concern.
I hope. That's just it though. That's because here's what's funny about this news to me today. This is so classically Rockies, right? Hey, we got good news. Sort of. 40%. Buy the rest of it. Just buy all of it.
Yeah, if the Penners were in charge, I believe.
Why would the Monforts sell the rest of it?
Send Walker and Spalding off to a nice ranch upstate, and let's get a new ownership group in this thing. If the gripe is that mid-market baseball can't compete, then just have the richest owners in North American sports buy the entire thing.
But hold on,
let's just spend away,
but
baby.
Hold on, they're not the richest owner group because it's Carey and Greg. Robson's not part of it. He has $146 billion. They're worth.
What's Greg got?
$5 billion.
Well, that's not bad.
No,
it's a good start.
It puts you in the top.
It's a good start.
It puts you in the top 10 of Major League Baseball owners.
Yeah.
But you're not the wealthiest. Robson is. The Broncos are.
So you don't have the Walton money. You only get the Penner money.
This is only confusing me more.
The poor little Penners. Are they going to be okay? Yeah, just let's do this
Under
thing.
what scenario? I'll just roll with you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Under what scenario do you think the Monforts say, oh, we should sell? You don't actually have to sell all of it, but sell 11% more to give Greg and Carey controlling interest. Why would they do that?
It's a great question. Is it the potential for them to be able to say, hey, we can rack up and what's the full value of the Rocks? What did they determine today?
$1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion.
$6
or whatever.
Yes. Why quibble?
Whatever. Why quibble over the next 100,000?
So again, it's for them to decide,
million.
The money is better than the day-to-day operation of a baseball team. Which maybe that's what they decide.
Listen, I'm confident saying with the way the TV deals have gone, they probably need the money. Nobody in baseball, and it's not just the Rockies. This is not none of the TV deals. The RSNs are failing miserably. A lot of the baseball RSNs were tied to the gambling networks, the Bally's and stuff like that.
And those
they've
things
all gone under.
Yeah, they
so
went
baseball,
belly up.
just like the Rockies, have had to take this under their wing, put it on Apple TV. I'm one of the guys that buys the Rockies TV package for $20 a month and watches it on the app and all that kind of stuff. So that's the route they had to go. Listen, I talked to enough people near the team. The reason why they traded Nolan Arenado ultimately was Dick did not get the TV deal that he wanted, so he did not have the money to pay Nolan or didn't want. I shouldn't say didn't have, but didn't want to pay Nolan
and then he
that contract
undid
anymore.
all the work
so
with
he
the
got, that's
Chris
why
Bryant
the $50 million
contract.
made sense to him,
right?
Because he didn't have to pay the contract
right.
anymore. And frankly, he said it in his presser. Just not everybody picked up on it that year. He said, "I thought it was a better deal for me to take $50 million and basically unload the other $200 million." And then, like you said, he gets out from under it, and then for some reason goes and hands it over to Chris Bryant, who's never played hardly for the Rockies.
And those days are done.
Yeah, those days are definitely done.
It's a great oral history of the Rockies.
17 home runs.
That will never happen again.
Thank God.
It's done.
But see, look, I would be more, I'm curious. I am real curious to see how this goes. And you know, we already know how much power Greg in particular, and I think Kerry quietly. Greg is the one that seems to be on all the councils and all the committees on the NFL. A lot of the owners. I remember Jerry Jones saying, "I can't wait to get in and pick Robson Walton's brain," right? Because he knows that's a hell of a businessman, and that may be the one guy Jerry. Everybody's coming to Jerry before. Now they want to go talk to Mr. Walton.
Here's also, let me tell you the other reason to get the Montforts the hell out of there. We
have to get him out of there, but maybe reduce it to where they're 40.
But you have to figure out why they want to get out, not why we want them out, though.
Launch them into the sun, okay?
Jeez.
I enjoyed Charlie for a while. Charlie was always cool to me.
Okay.
I was drinking those days. But...
Put them on Artemis 3. Do the thing where you go over like Pink Floyd to the dark side of the moon and like, whoops, I hit the button that opened the door. Sorry.
Wow. What did you let him just count? What if they try baseball on the moon?
But the reason why you do this, and this is why I like Greg Penner as a sports owner, because he gets it, okay? The reason to own a sports team is to blow your money and to be competitive and try to be good at this thing, right? Like, I always find it so comedic when people whine about the Dodgers and whine about the Mets. Why are they spending so much money? Because they can, because they have a sports team, and you should blow your money on it. It should be a frivolous investment. Steve Cohen can lose money hand over fist on the Mets, and who gives a rat's ass because he just wants his team to win games. That's how Greg Penner treats the Broncos. It blows money on that thing, and I'm here for it.
And it's funny because he's really not blowing money. They've got the money.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
They have
not setting
it.
them back.
That's
They're
just
not
it.
risking
They
a house.
have it.
Do you think they've been frivolous?
Build it. Not at all. Like,
okay.
like you should. Again, you should blow money on it. This is, I quibble with that question. Are they frivolous? There's no such thing as frivolous. It's pro sports.
They're competitive. They're spending to compete.
It's a ridiculous, silly thing. And if you're one of the gajillionaire oligarchs that get to own these things, like, just go blow your money on it. You made your fortune in whatever other industry that you did. Our guy Stan Kroenke he owns more land in the United States than anybody else. So Nikola Jokic can have $75 million a year. I'm here for it, baby. Like, that's what we should be doing.
But haven't they done that today?
Not just, I have to operate as a mid-market franchise and watch my bottom line.
But didn't that just happen today?
No, it didn't happen yet. That's just
Why not?
it. The payroll didn't change today.
It can, though.
It can, but that's just
and now
it.
you can.
It didn't.
That's
why.
Today, but what do you think's going to happen tomorrow and the next day and moving forward?
That's just it. I do not know.
You're going to compete with they're doing it.
I do not.
This is how you do it.
I do not know. How you do it is somebody that's actually wealthy owns the entire team. That's how you do it.
You do it by having enough money to spend on things that you need to do. And you got to wipe out your debt to do it. And they just did that today.
Okay.
But now we
so you wiped out your debt. Now go spend, baby.
Let me see
here we go.
But we haven't seen it
We haven't seen
What's
anything yet.
Today? What time is it?
Okay, but I know
3:09.
Hold on.
Can you? All right, but look into the future a little bit, guys.
Okay, but again, I've got to see DMac when we have these arguments. I'm telling you, I am scarred by 30 years of what I've witnessed him do. I've got to see the trend change. That's all.
What do you think will happen?
I don't
We don't know
yet.
That's
I
just
don't
it.
know.
We do not know.
Do you think things will be similar to the past or more representative of change in the future?
I don't know because I
would
need
hope.
some evidence that Walker truly is telling his dad, butt out, I got this.
Right.
So you haven't seen enough proof of that yet?
No.
Not yet.
There's been a lot of it.
No.
Really? I mean, they've done...
Who's the manager?
I'm not caught up on the manager because I was
But they got the same guy.
I was very angry about it.
That's just
but
it.
Then I did a deeper dive in what his job really is. And he's really not in charge of much of anything, in all honesty. Nice enough guy, talks to the media. That's all you need. Somebody that you can pals around with in the locker room.
Yeah.
Clubhouse. But
we're talking about Schaefer, right?
Yes. The decisions are being made way over Warren Schaefer's head.
Well, exactly.
Way
like,
over.
again, this gets back to the part where it's like, whoa, look, they're doing the same crap everybody else does, right? Like, the front office.
Well, they're doing the same thing that winning teams are doing.
Again, this is what everybody in baseball does. The front office makes the lineup. Okay,
Yeah.
They set the stage for what a pitching rotation is supposed to look like. This gets determined by the analytics staffs. The managers,
Yes.
again, they're essentially there to be operational button pushers. Now they still have in-game decisions that they have to
A
make.
couple here and
Clearly, like that's still
Not much.
very
Maybe
much
a challenge here and there.
a part of the job.
They don't challenge
Exactly.
anything.
What happened last night with the lot? Never mind. Sorry.
Well, they don't challenge a damn thing.
By the time I tuned into the game, I didn't.
Well,
see
yeah, it comes
they
from the
lost
bench
the
coach.
challenge. That's all I know.
Yeah, the bench coach looks at the iPad and says, "Yeah, do it."
Yeah, that's not determined by the manager. He sits there and puts his
Yeah.
hand up to the umpire, like, "What do you think, Jim?"
Exactly.
And in terms of balls and strikes, it's the catcher, pitcher, and batter.
Is Jim
Man-
Tracy the bench coach again? Where'd he come from?
I like that. Hold on.
Let's
So,
see.
That's my. On a quick aside, it's one of my favorite parts of the new part. What used to be the let's get angry and stuff with each other, and we got the yelling and the kicking of the
Now
old.
it's the hand.
Now it's the hand.
Hang on.
And everybody
Hand.
stands around awkwardly as we try to figure out what we're doing. Hey, I might be mad at you. Hold on. Hold on.
Actually, I'm not.
Actually,
Never mind, I'm not mad.
Last night, that actually did happen. The third base umpire had a back and forth with the Rockies bench saying, "You guys can't chirp me anymore about balls and strikes
Right.
because of the ABS." They actually had that
Right.
conversation
Right.
between innings. No, he literally said, "You can't do
Yeah.
what you can't chirp me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't chirp me. We got
Well,
this computer
and
system."
technically, they can't get mad at him about the reviews because that's not coming from him either.
Nope.
Actually, you're right about that. There's no reason to talk
There's
to the
really no
umpires.
need for the managers and umps to be at each other anymore.
Correct.
Call
Other
it
than
on the
maybe I don't
field.
like your shirt today, and I remember what you did 5 years ago before I had this system in place. So anyway,
Tatis last night, when they picked off Tatis, they had to challenge that last night, and they got it right.
What was the game? Mark Springer sent us the. Did you see the video of the guy that missed? So the ball was down the middle,
Dude.
on the challenge. That's how bad he blew it.
I
It was
think-
like not to the side, DMac. It was like
No, no,
dead
no.
middle in the zone.
I know what you're talking about, and I forget the umpire's name. Maybe Nate has it.
It was in the Rockies Padres game.
I think he missed 20
Yeah.
calls. I think
Oh.
he had 7 overturned
Have
in
you
his 20
looked?
calls in the game.
Have you looked at the ABS tracker? Because ESPN's got one.
No, I haven't. How's it doing?
We were just hitting the numbers on it the other day. No, like they track the league leaders amongst hitters in challenges, catchers, and pitchers.
Catchers are the best, I think.
They are, yes.
Okay.
And they should be, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
Yeah.
And then the umpires, it like grades out and it tells you which umps
that's great.
suck the most
That's
so far.
great.
And Ken Rosenthal had the story yesterday. We read the paragraph here on the show of the umpires are just like they're griping about it and think walk rates are going to be too high and people aren't actually going to like this.
What was the quote? They expect perfection from us, and
Yeah,
it's like, yeah,
it's like,
kinda.
yes, we do.
Expect you to see what you're calling.
We
anyway.
do. Yes, we actually do. And no, like that example from the Padres last night, like that's the perfect example of it because it was a pitch that was right down the middle. It missed the spot. It missed where the catcher lined up. That doesn't change
Doesn't matter.
its strikelihood. It's still a strike.
Nate, have you seen the compilation video from the Korean Baseball Organization with catcher set up one way, the ball comes in completely different, but it's fully automated? It's hysterical because you would think that it's a ball or whatever because it's so different from where the catcher is. It's
Are they doing that
comical.
on purpose to throw the batter off?
I think it's just
How do you miss that batter?
It's the KBO. I don't think it's the highest level
they're
of
just
baseball.
not. Yeah, they're not
it's like
putting it where they want to.
I
Fair
think
enough.
that's it. But the umpires have a earpiece.
Yeah.
and they're just saying
like
strike.
the minor league system from
Yes,
a couple years
strike,
ago.
ball, and they
David
just call it.
Morgan, who was the guy that ended up finishing the game for the Padres last night, so I guess he technically would have been the winning pitcher.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch that guy pitch last night?
Mm-hmm.
He sucks.
Well, they were talking
I
about
swear
it.
to God, like
He can't throw strikes.
He's got gas, but like I was watching the way that his catcher was setting up on every. He missed the location on every damn
Like, is
pitch.
your pitch count working?
He throws. It was comical how they were talking about him.
Oh, the
And he
guy
did
was
hit-
terrible.
He's
He's got stuff to be sure, but like he
Yeah.
was missing his spot on every damn pitch.
By the way,
Speaking
do you
of-
like how they're treating Dolander? It's
he-
helping him.
He's pitched well the last couple
Because
of
they're
times.
using an opener.
Get him back in the rotation. Did you guys see?
Well, but
Mason-
they kind of wait. You
Did
do not.
see?
You don't
hold
consider
on, hold
him
on.
in the rotation now.
Did you see Mason Miller last night?
Dude, how about using Corn Blind as his intro music?
We did the whole
Dude,
thing.
are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, I even brought it up
Oh,
because
my
you're the
Lord.
new metal
That's
expert,
awesome.
right?
I mean, that's a badass song, and I just the way they're using it and what he
10 pitches last night.
He's awesome.
10 pitches.
Yeah.
He has struck out 16 of 21 batters that he's faced this year.
Dude's
He's given up
awesome.
hit. All right, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're getting ready for Nuggets Thunder. Dan Hyatt at 4 o'clock. Pat Micheletti on the Frozen 4 at 4:45. Jeff Legwald at 5:20. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. So if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, it is time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You may be surprised how the right treatment can improve your life. Don't let ED ruin the moment or your relationship or keep you from seeking a new relationship. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic delivers, easy for me to say, advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. So how does this all work? How do you find out how to get help from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Well, it's really easy. All you got to do is make your first appointment. Give them a call today. You can get in touch with any of their locations at 720-440-7900. You go on in for your first visit with the consult, and you'll have the chat with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and then if everything comes back the way that they'd like it to, then you'll have a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the $99 is waived and you're on about your day. And if you're like a lot of men with their expert staff, you could be ready to go the day after your appointment. Again, 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. They've got a great new Castle Rock location that's been revamped, also one in North and Central Denver. Again, the number to get a hold of any of the clinics, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
comes Xander Bogaerts with a chance to walk it off. Bogey to deep left field! It's back! Slam Diego to walk it off! Bogey goes boom! Into a sea of San Diegans!
And there's 300 very angry San Diegoites. San Diegoans. San Diegans. San Diegans. San Diegans. San Diegans out in front of the station. They want Ron's blood.
San Diegans.
Oh, I love that movie. I love that clip.
San Diegans. I saw that highlight last night of Don Orsillo. And the moment he said San Diegans, I did that whole scene in my head like 4 times in a row. San Diego wins.
And I could still see all 3 of the actors in that dumb office.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Friday afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. Yeah, Dan Hyatt at 4 o'clock. 2 Nugget stats you need to know. 1 you don't. Andy, do you know anybody on the Oklahoma City Thunder who's playing tonight?
No, I saw that injury list and I was like, holy cow, all right. And then it felt like the Nuggets tried to one-up them with their latest injury update that included Cam Johnson and Christian Brown. Now, that doesn't mean they won't play. Obviously, they need to get this one with the Lakers winning last night.
Yes.
And the Rockets winning last night. But
also, Andy, you can't one-up them. I think you're still like 5 short of them.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Because anybody that I know as an Oklahoma City Thunder player appears to be out tonight.
So,
matter of fact, are they even traveling? Did they just stay back in OKC and just have a good steak or something and Mickey Mantles or whatever?
Alex Caruso, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Well, Shai's got right oblique injury management. Isaiah Hartenstein has left soleus injury management. Chet Holmgren has low back spasms. As opposed to his high back, which is 9 feet above his low back. Isaiah Joe is out with left knee soreness. A.J. Mitchell is out with left ankle injury management. Thomas Sorber, whoever that is out with right ACL surgical recovery. Cason Wallace is out with left great toe soreness. Is
cool, Carl.
Is there one toe that's greater than all the others?
I think it's big toe, but maybe I guess in the medical community, maybe they want to call it the great toe.
The great toe?
There's updated terms.
I mean, let's be honest.
All the time.
It's a good toe. Let's not go so far as calling it a great toe.
Is the right toe the great toe? Because that's, if you're right-handed, that's your more balanced spot, right?
Good
or with
question.
the left, I don't even know.
Did you know the great toe is also called the hallux?
Really?
First digit of the foot, essential for balance, propulsion during walking and running, and stabilizing the arch. The hallux rigidus.
When it comes to sports, it is the great toe. Without one, you'd not be able to play sports, I
Well
don't
put.
assume, by what you're reading me there.
Yes. By the way, if you need things to be more rigidus, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Sure.
And both Jalen Williams are out tonight. Both Jalen and Jalen Williamses are out tonight. Jalen Williams has right hamstring injury management, and Jalen Williams has right Achilles tendonitis.
Well, the right side's not doing great for anybody.
It doesn't seem to be.
Feels like the right side of all their bodies has got a real problem. Going to the right way too much. Got to go left every now and again just to balance it out.
Christian Brown is questionable for tonight with left ankle injury management / right hip flexor strain. Aaron Gordon is questionable with right hamstring injury management. Cameron Johnson is questionable with right ankle injury management. Nikola Jokic is questionable with right wrist injury management. And Jamal Murray is questionable with right shoulder impingement. So everyone else is managing while Jamal is impinged.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're trying to manage the pain.
Yes.
And the funny thing about
Can
it
you not
is,
manage your impingement?
I don't doubt. I don't doubt that they all are dealing with exactly the things listed.
Oh, for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, is it bad enough they couldn't play?
I'm sure they hurt.
Sure, Adelman will say in his presser, look, if this was a playoff game, probably they could go, but I don't know. Who knows? Half those guys still may play. Nuggets got to get this thing done first.
Yeah, they're
right?
just questionable.
In a perfect way, in a perfect world, the Nuggets, I think, would like to play about a half of their guys and then another half of the guys we don't know from their side of things.
Well, and the Lakers won last night.
Yeah, so they don't really have a choice.
So the magic number is still 2. You need to win this game tonight.
You need to win this game. And again, don't forget Houston's still hanging out there. So if you were to slip, you don't want them overtaking you for the home court advantage either.
Yes, well said. So whomever the Thunder have available for tonight, I guess Lou Dort. I didn't say Lou Dort.
No, he's not quite. I remember seeing that in a tweet that Lou Dort is playing because I thought you can't lose to Lou Dort. So maybe tonight you can if none of our guys go.
So Lou Dort can try and trip Nikola Jokic tonight. So
one more little chapter in their tete-a-tete.
Kenrich Williams is not on the injury report. Kenrich Williams.
That sounds like a wine.
It does a little bit. He's a shooting guard from TCU, but
and they make a lovely Chablis.
Here at Kenrich Williams Vineyards. Isaiah Joe. Oh, that's just I do have to hold on. Was Isaiah Joe on the No, Isaiah Joe's out, excuse me. Aaron Wiggins can play.
Good.
Cason Wallace, did we say Cason Wallace before?
I don't even remember.
Okay.
Yeah, he's out.
No, he's the one with great toe soreness.
Oh, that's right.
You know who's not on the injury report?
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, Nikola Topic can play.
Huh?
Brandon Carlson can play. And somebody named Jared McCain.
Doesn't Brandon Carlson play for the Pioneers? And he got a hockey game Saturday?
He's a teammate of Boston Buckberger.
Yeah.
How about those Pios last night?
How about that little goalie? Your little goalie's tearing it up.
Lil Johnny Hicks.
Lil Johnny Hicks is owning everybody.
49 saves last night, Andy. He is now 15-0-1 since taking over as the starter.
Someone needs to show up tomorrow, and I don't know that all the saves are this way, but someone needs to show up tomorrow in a little Johnny Hicks shirt that says "Smell the Glove."
Oh, well said. He
just like an album cover of theirs.
He had some sick glove work last night.
Yeah.
Oh, I was enjoying little Johnny Hicks. He got taken out by Malcolm Spence in the third period, and for a minute there, he's just like laying on his back. I was like, "Ooh, is little Johnny Hicks okay?" Nah, he was great. He got up, finished that thing off, despite having been outshot, Andy, 52-26 in the game.
I believe that's a double up there, Nate.
That's large, and 43-16 from the second period to the end of the game. So that's basically 4 periods or 3.5 periods. They won.
That's called getting goalied if you're Michigan.
Yeah.
You got goalie.
You got Johnny Hicked.
You got Hickied.
In a bad way. No, he was fantastic. He had that save on the rebound right in front of the net. I mean, just going. He's a jitterbug back there. He's fast as hell. I don't know if you can be an NHL goalie at 5'10", but
hey, you might as well give him a look.
He's pretty fast.
Gonna keep doing this. Might as well give him a look.
Yeah. In the very least, there's an overseas paycheck in the future because that dude is awesome. Kent Anderson was the hero. Got the goal in the second OT from the slot. 7:25 left in the double OT. Off a nice, fresh shoveling. He was able to put that in. That was only his second goal of the year for the captain.
That's usually how that goes, right?
That's right, man.
The guy in overtime hockey, when it's going forever like that, true overtime hockey, we'll call it, not 5 minutes in a shootout.
Yeah, that was as overtime as it gets.
You usually get the person you don't expect to score scoring.
Clark Caswell scored on the redirect under 3 minutes to go, sent it to OT. That was only the Pios' third shot of the third period, and it went in. Ivan Kovic was he was not happy after that one, nor should he have been. That thing went to overtime, and it was a good game all the way. The second overtime was exhaustion. The first overtime, those teams were kicking the crap out of each other. The physicality that was on the ice and just blood everywhere, including our guy Boston Buckberger, who got his hand sliced by a skate. Yeah, it was. I didn't need them to they had a close-up of it, like a slow-mo close-up of him, like, taking the glove off and just the blood coming off. I was like, that's all right.
You don't need that.
That's, you know what, though? It's good television. Pios
Stitch it up, ice that sucker down. And
he came back and played. Tough
he's a
dude,
hockey
man.
player.
Yeah, Pios going for national title number 11 tomorrow against Wisconsin. We'll talk to Pat Micheletti, who will be on the call for Westwood 1. We'll talk to him coming up at 4:45 today. Longtime college hockey guy, but a great broadcast last night. Great game. I do want to hit this. So after the game,
yes,
what's a guy? Quinn Kessenich?
Quinn Kesnick.
Okay, so he
played against him up in Vale.
Okay,
look at that. Pretty good goalie back in his
Lax
time.
dude?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really good.
So he's interviewing David Carl after the game, all right? Now it's gone to double OT. So it's late. It was like past midnight on the East Coast. They're in Vegas.
I thought it's a city that stayed open all night, but apparently not.
More on that in a moment. David Carl, after the game, as this was how he finished his post-game TV interview.
He said, let's do this now. We got to get out of here. Like, recovering from this game is going to be a challenge, correct?
Oh, no, the hotel told us if we don't get back by 10:45, we don't get to eat, so we need to get the hell out of here.
Uh-huh.
And I saw your tweet.
Yeah.
I saw your tweet about how
he's hungry.
He's letting him know, hey, man, don't close the buffet yet. We are coming.
I got to go. Okay?
You better put all the lobster and steak out because it is Vegas, and we're showing up.
I mean,
Does
Andy,
Vegas still do that anymore, or is that
They're-
less expensive Vegas?
Oh, no, they still have buffets.
But lobster and steak and all that?
Yeah.
It's probably more of a Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
and a lobster bisque.
This is one of the things that I have noticed has shifted in that town in the last several years. Kitchens don't stay open as late.
That's crazy.
It is true.
That is crazy.
Yeah. You've got to know the spots. Like I've got the best wing place I think in America, Naked City Pizza, which is right outside the Thomas and Mack Center. And fortunately, I have friends that are talk show hosts in Vegas. They text the owner and he'll keep the kitchen open for us, knowing like, hey, we're not going to be over there till 11:45 or whatever, but he'll keep the kitchen open.
But you'll make some money if you stay open.
Exactly, and he's awesome. He's originally from Buffalo. The wings at this place are absolutely incredible. By the way, do you know why there's a part of Las Vegas that is called Naked City?
Well,
do you know anything about this?
I don't know.
Okay, so this is I learned this last year, and I've been going to Naked City Pizza forever. So actually, it's pretty close to Circa, where we have been a number of times. There's a part of the city that is called Naked City, and the reason why it's called that is because a lot of in the 40s and 50s and 60s or whatever, a lot of the showgirls, there was a lot of flat-topped like apartment buildings, and a lot of the showgirls would sunbathe atop these buildings. And if you were like a helicopter or a small plane pilot in Las Vegas, you knew about that.
The show is yours.
Absolutely. So they would just fly nice and low right over that part of town and give everybody a show.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
That's extra.
So that's why that's a little bit of Las Vegas history for you there.
Does it help your pilot Uber rating, I guess?
I bet it does.
So, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So I hope David Carl made it in time back to the kitchen.
We'll have to find out. That's going to have to be the follow-up we all need, right?
Yeah. You gotta get kind of lucky. You gotta hope that you can find the place that stays open late enough.
Well, Naked City.
There
and then
you
maybe
are.
you can get lucky.
Yes, exactly.
Get above. High enough. Find
Andy,
a penthouse.
Are you living in President's Trophy euphoria today?
Sure.
You should be.
Sure.
That's a hell of an accomplishment.
It
Fourth
is,
in
but
franchise
it's,
history.
It just hasn't meant the success you'd like it to. It's a wild anomaly for this thing, though.
I tell you what, Andy, if the Avalanche win the Cup this year, then they're batting .500 in President's Trophy seasons.
You're right.
So that's good.
It just shocks me that this trophy doesn't lead to, you would think the best team at the end of the regular season would win the Cup more often. Like, how often are we talking about a number one seed in either conference of the NFL going on to the Super
Sure.
Bowl and winning it, and mainly paved because you get to be at home so much.
It goes to show you the just wild randomness that can come into that sport when you shrink down the sample size. And I always say hockey and baseball's playoffs are the two biggest crapshoots because when you shrink down the sample size in those sports, well, any weird thing can happen on a given day, in a given week, whatever it may be. You have one crappy week of puck luck, and you're out. You're done. Think of this series against Vegas a couple of years ago and a puck off at Grubauer's butt, and suddenly
everything changed.
You're toast.
Yeah, look, the playoffs are crazy because it's amazing what little thing can change momentum in that sport.
Right, and it's entertaining. It's fun, but also again, when you take out the benefit of you have to prove that you are good over several months, and if you are the team that creates more scoring chances, you are more likely to score more goals, thus you are more likely to win more games, et cetera, et cetera. But for example, DU Michigan last night, 52-26 shots on goal, and the Pios are the one that's playing for a national championship. I mean, just stupid stuff can happen in that sport when it's one game or 1 week, whatever it may be. Now, this Avalanche team, hopefully they're so good that you're not going to get goalied for
I'm with
a series
you,
or anything
you
dumb
saw
like
what's
that.
going on, didn't you? And I think they won last night. Winnipeg's trying to sneak into that 8th spot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, you've had good success against Hellebuck in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I don't love it, man. Hellebuck is a team, they could goalie you, and all of a sudden Winnipeg's kind of hot.
Can I give you one more hockey note?
Please.
Did you know that the Utah Mammoth haven't had a shootout this year?
Really? No, really?
With 5 games remaining in the regular season, the Mams have not had a game go to the shootout. This would be the first team in the history of, let's call it the cap era, because that's also the shootout era, that would ever finish the season without having been in a shootout.
Well, it changed now that the Mamboni is in play.
I thought it was the salmon.
Nah, it's the Mamboni. Somebody put that in our text text.
That's a way better
page,
name.
and I'm going with Mamboni. That's way better than Zamet.
That's vastly better.
You know what I mean?
It's a huge improvement.
And if I say Mamboni, you got some idea at least of what I'm talking about. If I tell you the Zamet, you're like, wait a minute, they changed their name? Is that like the evil Optimus Prime for me? Is that like the Black Spider-Man? What was that? What's the Black Spider-Man's name?
Miles Morales?
No.
Oh, Venom.
The Spider-Man in the black suit. Sorry.
He's still Spider-Man. He's like Alien Spider-Man.
Yeah, you're thinking of Venom?
Venom, yeah.
Well, no, Venom's a different guy.
Well, I'm not into the series as much. My dude's Batman. There's a red Spider-Man, a black Spider-Man. I don't know. Sorry. Golly.
Andy, I don't see color. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm jumping in because this song triggered a thought. This is a little ballyhoo, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, Howie Spangler, someone we've had on the show. We've also had members of Goldfinger on the show. We got tickets for their show with MXPX coming up tomorrow at the Mission Ballroom. 3 pairs that we're giving away before the end of this show. So stay locked in so you can get in because I believe this show is almost sold out. So you're going to need us to help get you in the door and go enjoy a little ska on a Saturday night.
That's right. Go see some ska, some punk rock. Enjoy yourself. We'll get you all taken care of. We'll tell you how you can win those tickets coming up next hour here on the program. Dan Hyatt ahead at the top of the hour to talk Nuggets. Best time to get your playoff tickets for the Nuggets right now, Andy. The best selection is right now at nuggets.com/tickets. So jump on it to get your seats for the hottest team in the NBA. And when should you do it?
Now.
Not later.
Right now.
Not soon.
Literally open up the app and let's go.
Not when you get around to it. Do it now.
It's like Papa Murphy's. Make it when you want.
Yes.
But what you want is now.
Now is what we're doing.
I guess Papa Murphy's, you don't have to do it now. That's what we always tell you. But
we'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up at 5:20. Yes, Andy, the story of the day here in Denver sports. The Penner ownership group, Penner Sports guys, what are they called?
Penner Sports Collective? I don't know.
Okay.
They're Penner Sports. It's the Penners.
Okay.
It's Greg and Kerry Penner.
It's Greg and Kerry.
Yeah.
Okay. The Penner Sports Group. All right. I got home eventually.
The people that know how to take care of a team.
They've joined the Rockies ownership group in a move that will, according to Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post, have a major impact on Colorado's Major League Baseball franchise. Rockies chairman and CEO Dick Monfort and owner general partner Charlie Monfort announced the move on Friday. Penner Sports Group now becomes the largest minority partner of the Rockies. Sources told the Denver Post that the Penners are purchasing a 40% share of the team. Sorry, Alvarado Construction. Greg Penner will remain CEO of the Broncos, and fellow primary owner Kerry Penner, his wife, will continue in her various roles with that team. The Penners will have no day-to-day involvement running the Rockies, a source said. The Penners saying in a statement, quote, "We are excited to expand our commitment to the Denver sports community through a minority partnership with the Rockies. This investment from PSG reflects our deep appreciation for what the Rockies mean to this region, the passion of their fans, and our confidence in the future of the franchise," close quote. According to Forbes, the Rockies are valued at $1.68 billion, ranking 25th among Major League Baseball's 30 teams. The investment has been formally approved by Major League Baseball. Of course it was.
Yeah.
That's
they
one of
wouldn't
those.
mind a little of that money trickling into their league.
Exactly. That's one of those where they're just like, hey, you want money? Yes. Done. Okay. You don't even need to think about that.
Can we talk you into a TV network?
Yeah. When you say this call could have been an email on that one, I think it just took an email. It's all it would have needed.
You need to check with us on this one.
Yeah. Hey.
Go ahead. We got that.
Hey, guys. You know Walmart?
Yeah.
They want some of this.
They like to give us some of their money.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
delightful.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Can you offer them a couple of the Glazillas that you got?
How many Glazillas can you get for $1.68 billion? The Penners investment will help the Rockies become a bigger player in baseball's current uneven financial landscape, in which big market teams like the Dodgers and Yankees outspend mid-market teams like the Rockies. Okay, cool.
Yes, it all
Awesome.
sounds great to me.
Awesome.
But
spend and spend wisely. I'm here for it.
All right. So we did the crosstalk with DMac. I want to address a couple of the texters because, as usual, as we're here to do with Sports Talk Radio, we like to get all the reaction if we can. It's no fun if everyone just sits around and agrees. What are we talking about it for then? We had a lot of people calling you and I a Debbie Downer. One person in particular said we don't seem to even know what's going on with the Rockies. I got news for you. Not only do I know, I talked to people who have been around the team for a long time. I know how this ownership is operated. I know some of the inside workings of how things have gone on in there. And I'm just telling you, I want to see things change, not just hear they're going to change. And I'll tell you what this is akin to. Remember how everybody wanted to come back and go, all right, you guys are all cheering when they traded for Russell Wilson. It was all, you're right. You're right. We
sure
absolutely were.
Yeah.
And you know what? That one move's going to frankly affect how I do a little bit of my sports talk moving forward because I was throwing a parade. Turns out a little bit of patience would have been the better course of valor there, or whatever the statement is.
Just like Axl Rose saying to you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Just need a little patience. And then he whistled. By the way, Mark Johnson sent me a video of him looking basically like a Vegas lounge act, singing November Rain. Not sure.
Everyone needs a paycheck, Andy.
Good for him. You know what? I'll come sing back up if he needs me to. Anyway, I want to just see that this is actually going to change. And I think after 30 years of them doing things a certain way, and especially 5 years of how this has gone a certain way, I think it's all right for some of us to hold back. You know what I love about this move? I'll give you some of the sunshine that I see in this move. If they need money for something, they now have an invested partner in the Penners that they can go and say, you know what, we need to invest a little more in South America, in our developmental programs there, or our scouting internationally, or whatever. And you have somebody now that's not a bank, that's not a private equity firm, somebody with deep pockets that can get you the cash you need to upgrade facilities somewhere, to upgrade your pitch training system, your minor league system. Maybe it does go into the payroll. Maybe all of a sudden, if a Shohei Ohtani's available the next time around, you can go in and have him for a visit, and it's realistic. You could offer him the kind of contract that would make him think twice about this. All that is fantastic. But folks, again, I've just watched too many years of doing it cheaply and telling us to shut up and trust them that I'm going to need I need a little bit of time to make sure this is really going to be done a different way. That's all. I'm not having the Russell Wilson parade today. I think it's great news, but I want to see it in action. That's all. And frankly, you know what else, Nate? The other thing, and this has nothing to do really with the Rockies, this has to do with all of baseball. I'm having massive flashbacks to the mid-90s where we heard about a strike that cost us a World Series one year. All I've heard about is every insider at the beginning of this season. And I'm not even the guy that loves the game the most. I'm a lacrosse guy. Remember that? But I do enjoy a good summer baseball game, and all I've heard about is you better soak it up. We don't know when we're going to get it back because that's how dug in the players' union and the ownership is about getting a salary cap and trying to make things a little more equitable and control the players' salaries. This could go for 2 or 3 years for all we know with some of the rhetoric that is out there right now. And that to me is a massive dark cloud that could frankly hamper any development we're talking about.
No, it's well said, and you're right about that. Like the threat of a work stoppage and a player lockout is very real, and it's probably going to come to pass. We talked about the upheaval in the Players Association earlier in the year.
Because they don't want anybody that's going to give in to what the owners are asking.
Exactly. And if I'm a baseball player, I'm fighting this thing tooth and nail all the way.
Yeah, they've seen what salary caps have done in other sports, and even though the NBA is not calling it a salary cap, we know it's affected movement there.
They see it as a salary depressor, is what they see. Okay? And quite frankly, I agree with them. So I don't think baseball needs a salary cap. I think baseball needs a salary floor. Okay? What about a world where, I don't know, some of you tried, okay? And that, to me, is... Now, look, I believe that this club, which had to get beaten into submission to reach the absolute crater of a low point that they reached last year with the worst run differential in the history of the game with 119 losses. Like, basically, they had to get beaten over the head with their own suckage before they finally did anything about it. And for all of the crying about payroll and inequity in the game that Dick Monfort has put out there, they got to this place by employing people that sucked at their jobs. All right? A lot of those people are gone. All right? And Walker Monfort is running the day-to-day, and Paul DePodesta is the president of the club, and Josh Burns is operating as the general manager. And right now there is a good energy around what is happening right there. I'm very pleased to see all of it. I truly am. However, this is not objectively good news today. This is subjectively good news. And the reason why is because the only way that you can get to the top in that sport, in that industry, is to employ people that are really friggin' good at what they do, that are committed to what they want to do, that have a clear-eyed plan and will fight tooth and nail and push it and have ownership support to be able to get to that place. Is that where the Rockies are yet? My answer to that question is, I don't know. I don't know. But I think, in the very least, There are fewer obstacles for them to be able to get to that place, both in what they did in the offseason and with this news today. So
it does feel like a new day.
I will sit back and watch it very clear-eyed, but I'm not throwing a parade yet.
And again, I think we've earned the right to be skeptical.
Yes.
Because you know what? You've been the kid that told me you're going to do better on your test next time, only to not do better. As a matter of fact, the last 5 years, do worse than you've ever done.
Yes. So there's good in this news. There's not all the way good in this news, but there's a lot of good in this news. Let's hope.
Yeah, and I think there's more hope than there's been in a long time.
Yes.
It's a dawn of a new day, but that day is still very early in the morning.
It is. The Nuggets, they play at 7 o'clock tonight, not early in the morning. Dan Hyatt to preview that game with 2 Nugget stats you need to know and one you don't, coming up next. Dan Hyatt time on a Friday afternoon. Nuggets and the Thunder tonight. The Thunder basically have Lou Dort available, and I think that's roughly about it.
Will you know more people on the Thunder than you knew on Memphis?
Yeah, because I've heard of 3 of the Thunder dudes playing tonight, I think.
The Thundermans?
Thunderman. I was reading a story the other day about the Orlando Magic, and somebody called the players the magicians, and I was just like, I hope that's what they do. They need to do that. All right, it's Dan Hyatt time. It is time for 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't with NBA statistician Dan Hyatt, who joins us, by the way, today from Ball Arena. Hi, Dan.
I'm down here. Everyone's the bar next to me is loading up, so there's lots of clinking and clanking, and no one's drinking yet, but they're gonna be.
Okay.
Hey, I'll give you a little behind the scenes. You were adjusting your camera, and I freaked out. I go, Nate, you're on Twitch. I don't know why. Why are you on Twitch on your phone? Then I goes, oh, that's Dan. That's not Nate. Guys look a little alike today.
It's
I'm getting settled.
It's the white dork thing that we have in
the cap
common.
and the facial hair.
Yeah,
and my poor eyes.
Put it all together. We're basically the same dude.
Hey, don't ask me to describe a suspect. You look like Nate Kreckman.
Hey, one of us has a mustache. One of us has a beard. You tell me who's the suspect.
It's well put.
Look, you got a Don Johnson vibe going on. I think you're in too cold a climate right now.
Dan's Dan is very. It's all that baseball coaching that he's doing. He's very.
Although you've got the cop mustache, so I don't know what to do with you either. You're not the I guess I'm the suspect.
I'm going for a Davis Schneider thing right now. All right, let's dive into it, Dan. 2 Nugget stats we need to know, 1 we don't. Let's start with what we need to know, and let's talk about the lineup. Here we go, including who the hell's in the lineup tonight. But let's start with lineup stuff. What do you got?
Well, our lineup is what's important. And I think that we've been following this for a while. Finally, you got the full 5 healthy. Call them the prime 5, right? Those are the guys you're going to go to war with when this thing starts. And they've had 23 games together so far, right? 18-5 is the record, but 13-1 at home is the stat I keep hanging my hat on. They, of the 10-game win streak, 8 of those have featured your primary 5 lineup, right? 9 wins in a row with those 5 guys out there. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. They might rest a guy or two. Sunday's a wild card. It doesn't matter. I think this was enough runway for them to get their bearings as a 5-man lineup. Watson's the wild card coming out, but he's going to come off the bench anyway. You've got your 5. Hardaway's your 6th man of the year, and Bruce Brown's your staple. Then you go. But I think those guys right now are going to be up against it because Minnesota, of all the teams, was the healthiest all year, and they have had the most reliable starting 5 in basketball. 54 games with their primary guys. Nuggets handled them early in the season, but when they had their 5 going, when DiVincenzo finally replaced Conley, Minnesota beat them. So that worries me, but our 5 is the guys I would trust to be able to go out and win a playoff series. And I think that's been enough games, especially at home.
By the way, really quickly, and you started talking about Watson and Brown, et cetera. I view it as Spencer Jones, if he is healthy, is also in the playoff rotation, and Valanciunas is more of a deploy in situations where you need his fouls or you need his size, whatever it may be. I think by the time they get to the postseason, it's going to be Nikola Jokic for 42 minutes and a small lineup for the other 6.
Val may see a minute or 2 here or there, but he was thrown in these last couple of games and got incredible efficiency because Memphis and Portland have there was nothing to do there, right? But that was okay. That was fine. With Spencer, I get a little worried because he was already not playoff. He hasn't had a lot of playoff experience. Now he's missed all this time. But you put him in there, you can just trust him to say, okay, your job is to lock this dude down, right? You got McDaniels, you got Ant. Just go at him for 3 minutes as hard as you can. It's like hockey. Here's your line. Here's your couple minutes. Go. And I think he'll be perfect for that.
I didn't realize that part about the Wolves and their starting lineup, although they've been a little nicked up here of late.
Lately,
all right.
Yep.
So, Dan, let's dive into now the differences between the 2 halves. This is the second Nugget stat you need to know. And look, this team just seems to always be down at halftime, and yet third quarters, especially of late, have been incredible. Why is this the case?
I don't know, and it drives me nuts. But you allowed 72 to a Memphis team that was just a skeleton crew, and it's just been a theme for them. They just take a minute to get going. But the question everyone keeps asking, it's in all the papers, it's on Twitter, it's on everything, is do they have the switch, right? Okay, so these last, you allowed 72 in the first half against Memphis and 47 in the second. Now, you should have done that the whole time, made your life easier, but you just don't have the ability to do that right now, and I don't know why. But you're talking about the second best record by the Nuggets going into the fourth quarter. There's only one team that is above 500 when they are trailing heading into the fourth, and that's San Antonio. But Denver's right there at number 2. And during this 10-game win streak, you're looking at 63 points allowed, or 63 points scored in the first half and 62 allowed, right? You're basically even going into halftime over this 10-game stretch. But in the second half, you're scoring about 65. You get a little bucket, some extra buckets later, maybe some free throws, but you're holding other teams to about 57. So you're averaging a +1 going into halftime, but over these last 10 games, all wins, you're at +8 in the second half. So regardless of the competition, because some of those games were against some pretty bad teams, but some of them were against the Spurs in meaningful games. So I think it washes out. You have now found the ability with your guys, your primary 5 guys, to flip a switch in the second half. And that's been the whole ride. The entire season has been, let's get to the playoffs, let's get healthy. Now they've shown what they can do when they want to. Defensively, man, make your lives easier in the first half. But in the second half, if that's when you're going to lock them down, that's when you go.
Just to double check, did the Nuggets have a winning record when trailing going to the fourth quarter? Is that for the season?
They are down. They are not winning record. They are 11-14 when trailing going into the fourth.
Okay.
But that is the second best win
wins.
percentage.
Okay.
And the San Antonio Spurs are the only team that's actually above 500 when they are trailing going into the second half.
The funny part about that, Dan, is like they were such a garbage clutch team like most of the year, and then they've been good in the clutch of late. But then you look at that and you go, okay, well, 11 wins on the season, trailing when going to the fourth quarter over the course of 82 games. That's like the kind of incredible.
They lost a couple clutch games really early in the season that people kind of forget. In fact, I think they lost their first 4, and I think 3 were at home, which was just like you didn't think about that. So all of a sudden you're in January and you're like, oh, God, our clutch record sucks. And then all of a sudden it got better in January because you played bad teams even without Jokic, and they just kind of something clicked. They figured it out.
Yeah.
February was just bad all around. Nothing was lining up. Everyone was trying to get their bearings. And then in March, all the pieces came together. The clutch came together. And I think they're 9-3 in the clutch since March 1st.
Dan, have you found in this year, and this is a bigger picture question just to somebody that does statistical analysis on the NBA and specifically on the Denver Nuggets every single day, and just because of the course of what this year has been like and as many injuries as this team has had, do you find that there's more just sort of like doesn't add up kind of stuff with this team, anomaly kind of stuff with this team because of how weird their season has been?
Yeah, I think that the consistency of the lineup, and you have a coach going through his first full season.
Yeah,
you've had all these injuries. You had Cam coming in, replacing a guy who had been here for a long time. I think you can name a bunch of different pieces of that. I think the biggest factor, honestly, they're not an old team, but they are older.
Yeah,
I think you've seen some teams that are just younger and hungrier and go harder, and the Nuggets know they have to pace themselves. I think you really did have you had championship expectations coming in. You had to figure out a lot of different moving parts. But the weirdness was they allowed that to happen and eat them up at times during the season. But they knew they could do that, or at least they felt like that was going to be okay as long as they had other pieces when the time came. You know, you're averaging like a 28, 29, age for your team, which is on the older end. They've been in the playoffs for 8 straight years. Nikola and Jamal, and these guys know how to do this, and they know you can't give 100% early. So I think that also factored into they just didn't seem right. That was the weird part. We were just like, why can't you guys have gotten it together before? Why is now all of a sudden your home record barely above 500 midway through the season? Little stuff like that I think was just, hey, we're going through the motions. We're trying to get things right. And then we have all our pieces together. Okay, now we're ready to go. Now you didn't get the 1 or the 2 seed, right? But you don't need it. You just get to the playoffs, get everyone healthy, and then you go. So long-winded answer, I think it's been really weird, but I think it makes sense to me when you look at all of those things adding up to what has felt like 2 years over a 5 month span. It really has.
Yeah, we've all aged 10 years in this Nugget season. Yeah. All right, Dan, last thing. That's 2 Nugget stats we needed to know. Give us a Nugget stat we do not need to know.
The Nugget stat you don't need to know stemmed from the other day when David Adelman was talking about Tim Hardaway Jr. and basically just said his light's always green, but it's the brightest kind of green you could imagine. I thought to myself, well, you know what? I'm a little curious. How bright does green get? But what's the origin of the green light, right? So I dove backwards, man. I went to 1830s. I was looking at the railway yards in England, talking about how you got trains to be able to start and stop and go. And essentially what you had was a system where it was red means stop and white means go. And that worked until it got nighttime, when all of a sudden the conductors were looking at the white and they're seeing stars or lanterns, and a lot of people died. It was very ugly. So they move past that, and they get to a system where there's actually red and green. Green is a more common color. Red brings out the anger. We know all this. Green made more sense. Actually, you can see green from a greater distance because of our photoreceptors. But the system finally came over to the U.S. in 1914. You basically had white lights, but with lenses. And that worked until you had like bad weather and things, when poles falling down and lenses would fall out. Many more instances of bad things happening, because you had cars versus buggies and horses versus people. And there was now people riding bicycles all of a sudden. So you get to the 1920s, and they needed to find a system that would allow for people to not stand in the intersection and orchestrate. So they had a system where you could drive through and honk your horn if you were ready to go. And that worked until all of a sudden the residents that were starting to build houses around there got really angry. So you had to take away the horns. Then you had a system that was more of electronic sensors in the ground that would switch the lights. But what happens when someone who's got their little buggy is sitting there and no one's coming the other way? Well, they just go. So 1920, people had less patience then than they do now, because now they just, now they can just go. 1930s, you finally have a three-tiered system, because you realize you needed something in between red and yellow, or red and green.
Yeah.
So you finally came up with yellow. But the problem was, in the main cities you had that, but then you as you drove past and you try to go from town to town, you would not be able to have the same consistency. So then many more accidents, many more issues. Finally, 1935, the Federal Highway Administration says, guys, we're all going to do this the same. You had a three-colored system, and then we finally got to go.
The white lights were killing people.
Well,
send an email about that. We've got to fix this.
A little X-Files edge to it too.
Also, the horn system wasn't working, because the people that complain about pickleball today, back then, they were just like, all these car horns, we got to get rid of it.
Stop it. There were a lot of
here's your ultimate NBA green light, right? The brightest green lights this year. You got 16 guys taking over 500 three-pointers, okay?
Okay.
16 guys, four of them are hitting 40%. Jamal, Tim, Colin Gillespie, who's now set a new Suns record in Phoenix, and Con Knippel. And that's it, those four. They have the brightest green lights in the NBA right now. Two of them are on this team. One's a former Nugget. But it's pretty remarkable. Those two have both broken the franchise record in the same year.
So,
pretty cool.
It's until like this era of basketball, for the longest time, the Nuggets' all-time leader in three-point field goal attempts was J.R. Smith. He was like he was number one for a long time. You look at it now, actually, it's Jamal, Joker, Will Barton, Michael Porter, and J.R. is number 5 on that.
In terms of totals made,
total attempts.
Yep.
Yet if you pull up career three-point field goal percentage in a Nuggets uniform, J.R. Smith is not even in the top 10.
Wow.
You and I used to go to games and watch J.R. Smith hawk up, 13 or 14, which then was a lot.
Yeah.
Now that's like sneezed at. And he'd make maybe 1 or 2 in a game, and it wouldn't stop him from doing the same thing next game. And then there'll be a couple games, like once a week, he would catch fire.
Right.
And absolutely torch somebody. And that was amazing. But then for 2 weeks, he'd go quiet, and it's like, all right, that's JR.
Those games where JR would just get going were sick.
Listen, I remember games with him and Birdman where you're like, oh, hell of a combo. Hell of a combo. And then it wouldn't be.
Those are the days before we paid attention to efficiency.
I did love Birdman, though. He was fun.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. Dan, excellent work. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you, boys.
There you go. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Thunder and Nuggets face off tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear all the action on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game with Mark Bertinoli at 6:30. Powered by Ramos Law. Tip-off shortly after at 7 o'clock on your home for the Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Best way for the Rockies to spend their 40% of their Walmart money. We'll talk about that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Got a great auction for you to be able to go and bid on. The Dark Horse in Boulder, iconic studio era decor auction. There is such I'm not saying this is a diss. I'm saying this because it's cool. There is such a bunch of weird stuff in here for you to be able to go and bid at Roller Auction. This has been one of the more fun auctions to go peruse in some time. Do you want a horse-drawn hearse funeral carriage? Well, you can bid on one, and it's available for $100. If you would like a doctor's buggy, that is available to bid right now for $100. Assorted other horse-drawn carriages, which would look pretty cool in like a yard, are available for less than $100 right now. Obviously, you got to go and pick this thing up. There are sleighs for you to be able to bid on as well. If you just kind of like funky, eclectic artwork and decor, go check out this Dark Horse Boulder auction right now at roller.bid and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You are entered for Rockies Diamondbacks tickets in May. Do it right now. We have 3 pairs of tickets to see Goldfinger, along with MXPX, Zebrahead, and Homegrown at the Mission Ballroom tomorrow night. You want to go? Well, then you have to answer the following trivia question correctly by texting the answer to 303-504-0925. The first 3 texters to send this in with the correct answer will win a pair of tickets to see Goldfinger and MXPX tomorrow night at the Mission Ballroom. Best venue in Denver, in my opinion. So here we go, Andy. You ready for this one?
Give it to me.
On the album Stomping Ground from Goldfinger, their 3rd record, it featured a cover.
Oh, yeah.
Of the 80s hit 99 Red Balloons. Luftballons, but 99 Red Balloons. Who originally did 99 Red Balloons?
All right.
Who was the artist? 303-504-0925. If you want to go to this show, MXPX Goldfinger, Mission Ballroom tomorrow night, text the answer to 303-504-0925. 3 of our texters, the first 3, in fact, that text with the correct answer will win a pair of tickets for that show tomorrow night. Go out and see some rock and roll on a Saturday night in Denver, Colorado. Who was the original artist for 99 Red Balloons, which Goldfinger covered on their 3rd record? Luftballons. Luftballons. Yes.
Okay, we're getting a ton of entries.
Good. I'm glad that people are excited about it. So best of luck to all of you. All right, so Andy, 40%. The Walton Penner Group have chugged 40% into the Rockies, an organization that clearly was in need of an infusion of capital, and they got it from their pals over there, the Broncos owners, Greg and Kerry Penner. What do you want to see them do with that 40%? How would you like to see it effectively used? We know about the clearing out of old debt, etc. But how would you like to see the money spent by our local ball club, who, by the way, lost 7-3 in 12 innings to the Padres last night in a wildly entertaining game?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I need to see is just I don't need to necessarily see it, quote unquote. Here's where I need to see it. I need to see it in better player development on the field.
Sure.
What I need to see it is infused into the system. And I'm not worried about you going and signing big payroll. I'm not worried about a big free agent signing, for example, right? We talked 2 days ago, yesterday, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 2 days ago where I told you, all right, at the deadline, if they want to acquire somebody because they're actually in this thing and they're kind of the fun surprise team of spring train of the baseball season, go get a big arm or go get a big bat or whatever. And I thought you had a great point. You made me think, all right, your idea is better for the first time in this show's history. But no, you said no. What I want to see them do is, like, example, if Michael Lorenzen's pitching well, go ahead and trade him. Go get young prospects.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about a big-time salary acquisition until you've got a full roster to play around that acquisition. And you're absolutely right about that. So what I want to know is that you've spent enough. You've upgraded the systems, the technology at the big park, in the lower AAA, the AA, the single A system, the short whatever, fall ball, whatever that is. I want to know that you've put enough money throughout the system that they have every technological advance they can have. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny that you bring that up, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot here of late. Is for example, the Chicago Cubs, they gave Nico Horner a new contract at the start of the year. Good second baseman, to be sure, outstanding defender, but not a slugger by any stretch, and they gave him good dough. Okay, but that took Nico Horner off of the market. The 2027 free agent class is not particularly strong unless Bo Bichette opts out of his, after his first year with the Mets or whatever. But again, are you going to be in the market for going to acquire a Bo Bichette? I don't think the Rockies are going to drop the dough to get Tarek Skubal, and I don't think there's any planet where he would elect to pitch half the time at Coors Field. But I believe one of the things that this club is going to have to be able to figure out is, the biggest thing they need to figure out is pitching at altitude. okay, which has never been solved low over the years. Now, I have always brought up the very novel solution of, and I know this is a wild outside-the-box idea, but my thought has always been get better pitchers, because I think good pitchers can be good anywhere, okay? And that certainly can be the case, but also we do know that if you're trying to go and get guys directly off the free agent market, you're just going to have a hell of a time, and you're going to have to overpay. And we learned the Hampton and Nagel mistakes low over the many years ago. And we learned, and I think players learned, I don't really want to go pitch there. That's a good place to go and destroy my arm and have careers die. So right there, that's something that I think the Rockies are going to have to figure out is, again, like in the up down of sea level to elevation, in the idea of getting a guy to be able to be strong over the course of 162 and 30 to 35 starts, whatever it may be. Can you get to a place where you have figured that out technologically, scientifically, biometrically, however you have to do it, to make it seem to guys, hey, pitching at Coors Field isn't automatically hell? I don't know if you can overcome that, Andy, because a part of that is it's just like it's become ingrained conventional wisdom in baseball, right? I don't know how quickly you can overcome that, but that is something that you're going to have to be able to figure out. Now, really, let's be honest about it. The Rockies' best shot at being able to acquire quality pitching is going to be through draft and development and through trade. And that's a good way to get a guy to come and pitch at Coors Field, is if he doesn't have a choice. He was just involved in a trade, and he has got to come and play for the Rockies, which, again, entails better player development. But the biggest thing that I'm eager to see, and again, right now they're doing some things that make more sense. Bullpen night last night, well done, okay? Bud Black, it was pulling teeth to get that guy to go in that direction. All right. That's a good sign for the club. Continue to be able to do those things, to be able to show the industry at large, to show player agents, to show players themselves, hey, pitching at altitude at Coors Field isn't automatically a death sentence to your career. Solve that problem, and you've got a better chance of being able to solve that problem with good minds. And how do you get good minds? Cha-ching. You spend money on it.
Yeah. You bring up a great point there, too. Well, you didn't even bring up a great point, but you spurned a thought. You mentioned Bud Black and pulling teeth, and you've mentioned a lot. Your good point has been how long they've kept people that were not doing the job well in place.
Yeah, out of loyalty.
Out of loyalty, out of economics, out of whatever it was.
Exactly.
Okay? How long before we decide because the other thing I'd like to see is that if this isn't working, you are going to make a change.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm not saying really Schaefer, DePodesta, they don't need to be on a short leash right now. I'm excited to.
No.
Maybe not excited is the word, but I am very curious to at least see what you can do, how this will be different, how this will change. Look, for all the hell Dan O'Dowd gets, Dan O'Dowd did come up with a pretty good plan that worked for a while there. Now, the latter part of it, I mean, it's kind of like how we talk about the John Elway GM tenure. First 4 or 5 years, what a job. Last part of it, not the way you wanted at all. But Dan O'Dowd, he did put together Generation R.
Yeah.
He was able to bring those guys up. He was able to identify it. Now, again, I'm not saying the guy batted 1,000 at anything, obviously. But he, for the first part of his tenure, had a plan, knew what he wanted. They went after it. It was curious to watch.
I thought the biggest mistake that was made, and again, like maybe you just have to go through the process of discovery with a challenge such as this. But one of the biggest mistakes that was made along the way was that there was a profile of pitcher that you had to have, right? It was, we need a sinker baller. We need ground ball outs.
We want force contact to the infield.
Exactly.
We don't want it played to the outfield where then the alleys come into play, because you and I have heard from 1,000 outfielders that play there, it's pretty much impossible to cover that whole outfield. Consistently anyway.
What a better development has been, and kind of getting again to what I'm talking about, is like, I don't care what kind of pitcher you are. You know, you watch last night and it's like, okay, Victor Vodnik is pitching out of the pen, and he's mostly just a classic, Texas hardball kind of just, velocity guy that you bring out of the bullpen. And then they bring in, Beyozo last night, and he gets on the mound, and he's kind of a light, in terms of velocity, a more of a finesse guy. I think both of those kind of pitchers can be successful here. The entire key is, can you miss barrels? Like, do you have that skill? And if you can do that, all right, now what are you doing with that baseball player that helps their body recover between starts, between outings, between appearances, whatever it may be, that now, hey, they can get through 162 and it isn't just hell.
Let me ask you this. What if you were to say, because again, they had a good club under Buddy, and it looked like he was the right guy to handle the pitchers.
Yes.
Kind of like, again, going back to the John Elway thing.
And again, why was it good? They had good pitchers.
Well, they had good. Okay,
Freeland
so that's
and
what I want to
Marquez
ask
and
you.
Senza,
What
it was
went
working.
so wrong with this team? Now, again, I understand the last time they made the playoffs, they beat the Cubs, they go on to play the Brewers, and they can't score against the Brewers. So
it
was a quick trip to the playoffs.
It's the bad week that we talked
it
about
was
that
the
can
bad
happen in
week,
hockey.
but they had played 2 or 3 good years of baseball.
Right.
Gray and Freeland and Marquez and even Senzatella was a pretty good starter for them. What went wrong? What happened after that? When we got to 2019, when we got this show together, you and I started covering a team where we wanted to be able to talk about trade deadline acquisitions. Instead, they were getting hammered. Remember, you and I are trying to get on you. You and I think we're out at the Rapids game our first summer together, where the Giants would not quit scoring. And they scored like 19 runs some day game in July or something. Do you remember that day?
I do.
I mean, it was just like, what went wrong there that they need to undo now, finally in a new tenure?
Well, what I think, like specifically with that group, was that they just held on to everybody too damn long. Right?
Well, that's true. They would not trade. You and I were in 2019 when we saw it going downhill.
Yeah.
We were on there saying you got to trade Marquez, and everybody said you're high, you're crazy. Well, no, they had big value then.
Everything that we have heard about, like, well, you got to act like the Brewers or the Guardians or the Rays, like work with the kind of clubs that are in your kind of market. Well, those clubs, you know what they do? They have guys hit whatever that ceiling is, where they're about to basically outprice themselves with your club, and then they moved them, and then okay, now it's time to move on. Now let's take this piece and let's get 2 to 3 pieces for it, and let's develop that, and that's going to be a part of our next wave. And they just, for too long, and this is again, like, I don't want to make this front office pay for the sins of what was happening before. But they didn't participate.
Daniel Bard, I will never forgive of the Bill Schmidt. Who was it? Bill Schmidt. Who was the last GM?
It was Bill Schmidt.
Bill Schmidt.
They paid Daniel
He refused to trade Daniel Bard.
Right.
When at the deadline, he had the most valuable commodity, a closer he could have moved, and instead they re-signed him to a contract, and it all goes to hell the next year.
So what are you doing to make your pitchers last at altitude? How are you solving that equation? And then once those players are at a certain level, are you then trading them and then recouping assets for them? Again, like the stuff that we're asking for, by the way, it's not novel. It's the way the rest of baseball operates, which is just what we need to see out of this club. And it's why I can't go over the moon and praise for what they're currently doing, because it's like, cool, you are sort of starting to kind of catch up.
You had said at the time of the D Podesta hire, you will not jump ahead of the game. You're now catching up to the game.
Yes, which I need them to do. Hopefully with Walmart money, they can do it. We check in with the Frozen Four. We go to Las Vegas. Pat Micheletti to preview DU in Wisconsin next.
Denver into the slot, set up Anderson, fires, score! It's over! Ken Anderson, the late game heroics, Denver back to the national championship! They stream off the bench, Flood Anderson! Denver 4, Michigan 3, the final! It's the senior, and Denver moves on. Did you expect anything else?
Yeah, the captain. Only his second goal of the year. 4-3. DU wins it. 7:25 left in the second overtime period. Joining us right now to talk about that game last night, wild one that it was, as well as preview tomorrow's national championship game, which, of course, you can listen to on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. It is Westwood One color analyst, also with the Big Ten Network, Pat Micheletti. Pat, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Thanks, guys. Great to be with you.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes here today. Pat, we were talking about especially the first overtime period. The second one, it became the battle of attrition. The first one, though, the physicality, the intensity, let's be honest, the blood that was out on the ice there in Las Vegas. What was it like to be in the building and calling that just instant classic of a game?
Well, you labeled it all correctly, but can I add one thing?
Yeah.
The Johnny Hicks show.
My God.
In the first overtime. It doesn't get to a second overtime without him. I mean, he was phenomenal. The game could have ended, and you know what they say. I mean, if you don't have a goaltender, you're not going to win a national championship. And you know, he was in my estimation the MVP of the game.
Yep.
Okay, how do you explain it though? You know, we're in an era where it feels like goalies are bigger, the hockey players are bigger, everyone's bigger, and yet he's not. What makes him so good? What were you most awed by that he did last night?
Well, the moment wasn't too big for him, and he just relished that, and you know, he was so calm in the net, and was so dialed in on his game that, you know, you just knew it was going to take a really good goal to get one by him, and when you exude that confidence from your goaltender, it just, you know, it propels everybody else. And so to me, he was the engine that really drove Denver last night.
Pat, kind of to that point, again, we're talking to Pat Micheletti of Westwood One. He'll be on the call tomorrow for DU in Wisconsin in the national championship game. Listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. But, Pat, this is a guy that didn't take over as the starter until January 24th against St. Cloud. He's a freshman. He started the year as the number 3 goaltender on this team, and he is 15-0-1 and has been flat-out stellar so far in the NCAA tournament. Pat, how do you explain what Johnny Hicks is doing? Like, we were joking around last night on Twitter, like, does the Hobie Baker need to take another look at Johnny Hicks right now?
Well, quite frankly, you don't explain it because there's never been another goalie that has done it. And I mean, he's only given up over 2 goals in, I think, 3 games.
Yeah. Something
like that, 2 or 3 games. And, you know, once you get confidence going and, you know, the puck looks like a beach ball. And granted, you know, I'm always of the belief how you defend in front of him plays a big part in it. And he's had guys rally around him. And let's not forget, Denver was going through a tough stretch in January. And that is typically when a team really finds out who they are. Well, it's not like Denver didn't know who they were, but they needed something. They needed a spark. And he took over, I think it was the last game in January, and has just commanded the net from there on, you know, for the rest of the year. And he's just been, you know, lights out, guys. Lights out.
All right, let's turn our attention to tomorrow. Give us the breakdown. What are you looking for in this game as they face Wisconsin for another trophy and another title, and maybe extend it to 2 over Michigan for the all-time national championship?
Well, first of all, I can't figure out Wisconsin at all. You want to talk about a team that has had very big highs and very low lows, and that's the way they've been all year. You know, they've been decimated on defense. They got smoked in the first round of the Big Ten playoffs, 7-2 against Ohio State, and so you just don't know what type of team that they were going to be heading into the regionals. In fact, I thought Michigan State was going to waltz through that region, and Wisconsin found a way. And so, you know, once you get that one win, you start to feel a little bit more confident. I think they're starting to buy into what Mike Hastings is selling, and, you know, look no further than their penalty kill. Their penalty kill, guys, was 62nd in the nation out of 63 teams. Well, last night they killed a 5-on-3. They killed off 5 penalties, and, you know, were perfect. So I don't know. I mean, they're a team that there's no question they're playing better. I think they're getting into the structure that Mike Hastings wants them to be in. They defend really well. And you know, and that's why I say I'm having a hard time figuring them out, because they just pack it in the defensive end, and yet they have a really good forecheck when they can get to it. They don't do a lot off the rush, yet they scored a goal off the rush against North Dakota. So they're kind of all over the place, but, you know, hey, you get here, you're doing something right.
We're talking to Pat Micheletti. Pat, last thing I want to ask you about, and you know, you're one of the premier college hockey analysts out there. You know the game at that level as well as anybody, and you do a lot of NHL stuff as well, so I think you're well-versed to be able to answer this question. David Carl is about to play for his 3rd national championship since he has been at the University of Denver. He's 36 years of age, and in a nonstop NHL coaching carousel, you know that his name exists on a lot of short lists. Should David Carl kick the tires on an NHL career like his predecessor, his old boss, Jim Montgomery, did? Or is David Carl in a perfect situation at the University of Denver?
Well, you mentioned his age, right?
Yeah.
He's 36, and I think he's got the best job in hockey, and I think he loves Denver. I think he loves what Denver did for him when he was diagnosed and he couldn't play, and they honored his scholarship. And I think there's something there with him that says, you know what, there's no reason for me to leave. Now, that being said, there might be a time where he decides, you know what, it's time to pass the torch. But I see no reason for him, especially at his age, guys. Let's talk 5 years from now. He'll be 41.
Yeah.
5 years later, he'll be 46. There's still plenty of time for him to knock on that door and accept a job. Because quite frankly, he can get an NHL job whenever he wants. That's how highly thought of he is around the National Hockey League. So I think I hope, because I love him in college hockey, and he sends the right message in a message that a lot of people won't stand up for, and for the betterment of college hockey, not just for Denver University and David Carl, but for the betterment of all of college hockey. And we still need him in this where he's at.
Pat, well
How's that
said.
for you?
We really appreciate it. Excellent work. Guys, you can listen to Pat along with Brian Tripp calling the game tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. DU playing for a national title. That's just number 11. You know, just number 11 in program history. Pat, man, great stuff. Thank you so much.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right, really good stuff right there with Pat Micheletti. I loved his insight on David Carl, who Andy, like every NHL owner, like they see what he has done with that program. They know of his lineage. They know of his experience. He's any NHL team would be thrilled to have that guy right now. But also, like, think about that. If you're David Carl in that league, you're hired to be fired, man.
Oh, and it feels like even more so than other leagues. I mean, you know.
Who's the longest tenured coach in the NHL? John Cooper?
John Cooper, then Jared Bednar.
Yeah. And Cooper's had the gig for what, like 7 years or whatever it is?
Yeah. Well, look, they change coaches before they change players half the time.
It's just
if the players aren't performing, they fire the coach to change the voice in the room. For goodness sake, look at a couple of the playoff teams.
Oh, it's comedic
Vegas
in that
just
league.
gets torts in there.
Yeah. It's comedic in that league.
I don't love the guy, but Pete DeBoer. How about Pete DeBoer
exactly,
last year?
yeah.
It's not like the team sucked.
And now he's coaching the Islanders.
Now he's coaching the Islanders because of what?
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, although one of them is a fun little football-baseball crossover story. Let's do it, Mark Springer.
Hey, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's on Fridays only. Get a large thin crust cheese sausage or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Hey, the Penner Sports Group, the owners of
The Broncos! The Denver Broncos!
the Broncos are buying a 40% minority stake in the Rockies.
One day, Jim Nance is going to yell Rockies.
The Rockies!
Yes, Andy, minority investment from the Penner Sports Group, purchasing up to 40% of the club. The group becomes the largest minority partner of the Rocks. Dick and Charlie Monfort will continue in their roles. Walker will still serve as team president. However, this investment allows the club, according to a statement, to retire all outstanding debt in addition to providing an enhanced experience at Coors Field. I mean, they already gave us the Glazilla and the pizza donuts.
Sure, what else you need?
How could you possibly enhance the experience any further? I don't know. The team could win more.
Yeah, but again, that's a process, right?
It is a process.
This is not the NFL where you just go sign a few free agents, draft one guy, and boom, you got a team.
Yeah.
You got to develop some long-term prospects, literally. So they're in the process of doing that.
And what we would like to see is, with that infusion of capital, the club starting to operate like an actual real-life Major League Baseball team.
Modern-day MLB club.
Yes. Are we going to live in a world where the Rockies system won't be ranked, I don't know, 28th or 29th by MILB.com and Baseball America? Again, that is going to take time. It is going to take more drafts. I think it is going to require more trades by this club in order to be able to beef up the system and bring waves of talent to the major league level. But, Andy, after an all-time humiliating bottom-dwelling season a year ago, it was enough to finally prompt change in the way that the Rockies are doing business. And in the very least, if you're a baseball fan in these parts, what is left of baseball fans in these parts, I think this news and the fact that real life rich people are investing in your club is absolutely a good sign that maybe the Rockies have a chance to be able to turn the aircraft carrier in the correct direction.
Yeah, I'd agree. Again, like I said earlier, I think you now have at least a place to go that's not a bank or a venture capital firm where you can say we need to infuse some cash into the way we run things, whether that's Coors Field, whether that's upgrading this, that, the other. Now you've got the Penners, and maybe it ends up, now they own 40 today. Maybe it's 42 the next time you need something, 43, who knows? But they now have a partner to work with to get this stuff done. And overall, this is good news for Denver. But
can I ask a pie-in-the-sky question here for a moment? Okay. If we're talking about enhancing the overall experience at Coors Field.
A dome?
Do they?
I'm just kidding.
No, like in all seriousness, like because of all the silly ideas that have been brought up low over the years, like, can you encase the ballpark in a biodome without Pauly Shore, obviously, but like turn it into its own natural humidor in which Coors Field would then operate like every other club at sea level.
It is a humid environment, like going into the terrarium at the zoo or something.
Right. They're not going to do that, but could they think about maybe the dimensions?
Yeah, Nate, until you brought it up, I guess I wasn't really thinking that way, but you're absolutely right, because we have been told it would take a monster investment.
Yeah.
You've now got monster investors.
Right.
If you really want to change the dimensions of what that park is and bring in the fences and get because again, for those that don't know, that haven't read about this over the years, the alleys between center and the left and right field.
Yes.
That's where the problems are. And if you go too far back to play those, it leaves too much room over the infielder's head. That leads to the hits, that leads to the softball-like scores in that park. And for years, over a decade, I feel like people have talked about bring the fences in, shrink the dimensions. You may give up more home runs, but you're not going to give up the type of hits that then put guys on base and stress pitchers throughout an inning.
By outfield acreage, I believe it's the second largest in all of Major League Baseball. baseball. They have tried to confront this in the past, the building of the Bridage barrier,
Right.
et cetera, to try and make it more of a doubles park than a home run park. But again, when the park was initially built, it was built with the idea of that home runs were the problem. And eventually the humidor solved some of those issues, but the other thing that the Rockies then didn't take into account was, we're going to kill our pitching staff.
Right.
There's going to be somebody on base every single inning. We are going to stress ourselves into hell. And whenever the idea of changing the dimensions at the ballpark was brought up, generally Dick Monfort would just immediately knock it down and just say, too costly, too massive a construction cost, the amount of different things that because it's a domino effect. It's not just move the wall. You literally are changing sight lines. You have to change seating arrangements. That's all massive, structural engineering projects that you then have to undergo. All right, well, now you got Walmart money.
Well, not only that, Nate, the other thing that was talked about is that it'll change the aesthetics of the park that people love.
Right.
And I'm not saying people don't still love the park. I love Coors Field. I think we all love Coors Field.
I think it's better than it's ever been.
But guess what? We just got a headline midweek as they left town that they had as many people show up in the entire series to watch them play the Astros, a series that they played really well in.
Yeah.
As they did opening day.
Yeah.
So it feels like the
Astros.
fans are telling you for the first time in maybe the history, we're not watching this product. So maybe this is your little window. And look, again, with the looming strike, if the strike hits, you got all the time in the world to reimagine that inside of that park as you want to.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we have more news on the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel scandal. According to Front Office Sports, the photos were shopped before being published by the New York Post. TMZ was approached by an anonymous tipster regarding photos of Vrabel with an unidentified woman. The tipster was not from a known paparazzi or photo agency and requested a sum in the four figures.
Hold on. Stop for 1 second, Spring. Think about that, okay? You're just like, hey, that's the Patriots head coach, and isn't he married? That doesn't look like his wife. And you don't even realize you are sitting on a way more massive scandal.
Yeah.
It's wild, man.
You know the theory that I don't know whether I should say the theory that's out there or not because I don't know much true as to who actually put the photographer or whatever on this trail. So
what's the theory?
That it was her husband who hired a PI to get to the bottom of what was going on. And so these pictures were produced by a.
But if it, that was the initial theory.
But if it's coming from an unknown paparazzi who is shopping it to TMZ.
Well, but he may be telling himself that. I mean, the PI probably doesn't want any other future.
Recognize Diana Rossini.
Yeah, because that guy would have. Because the husband, if he was trying to embarrass his wife, he would have known I got a way hotter scoop. So if he was just looking to profit off the whole thing, he would have asked for a lot more than $9,999.
Well,
yeah, that doesn't add up. What it sounds like is a guy that was just like, hey, there's Mike Vrabel getting horned up out here, and as it turns out, it is a big time headlining national NFL reporter. That's a much bigger scandal.
But how does this unknown, uneducated, whatever you want to call it, ignorant paparazzi person have the kind of camera you need to haul these people in from an extremely private location?
Great question. Don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't know.
Who knows? You had the camera to get the shot that you needed, that's for sure. What are you doing with that?
I mean, are we sure these weren't just taken with an iPhone?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess, Nate, but when it's a $2,100 a night two-person bungalow that's in this ultra-private Arizona. And let me just tell you something. I guess I'm going to be just a cynical old me and wonder this is probably not the first pair of lovers not wanting anybody to find them there that figured out this is a good spot. So I'm assuming you've got to have a pretty...
I mean, here's a real simple answer to it, Andy.
They got...
It's some guy that works at the bar. Well, it was just like, hey, it's Vrabel.
I guess maybe you're right. I don't know.
You know?
He was in the Super Bowl. He's a lot more recognizable to people than he was in the past.
He's an NFL-led coach. Like, he is one of the stars of the most highest-rated television show in America.
He just got done having his face all over that thing, too, for 3 hours of America's time.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe this Dude, all I know is my iPhone doesn't take pictures. I try to get little shots of the moon sometimes because I think it's cool and I can't get a decent shot. So
3 days after The Athletic, which is owned and operated by the New York Times, issued a statement of unequivocal support in connection with the photos. Remember, we read those quotes the other day. Well, now
they've kind of changed their mind.
It is being reported that Rossini will, quote, not be reporting while an internal investigation unfolds. Just a quick thought. New York Times, Athletic. You maybe wanted to look into some of this before you said this lacks essential context. And now apparently they are looking into Diana Rossini's and Mike Vrabel's claims of being there with, quote, pals.
They'd like to meet the traveling party.
They want to meet the pals.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They want to know who was where.
We need evidence of where are all the pals, or
because you've got enough. You both described being out with enough for the cast of Friends.
Yes.
Or
Joey,
was
this merely
Chandler, Phoebe, and Monica don't seem to be anywhere.
Was this merely a was that all cover for a tryst? We
only
do not
found
know.
Ross and Rachel.
I know, right? By the way, Travis Hunter going to be a full-time corner. Andy, you've been calling for it forever. Bijan Robinson got his fifth-year option picked up, and the Packers are trading Dontavian Wicks to the Eagles. Jeff Legwold coming up in just a moment on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold's appearances are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Jeff, we know that the top 100 is in its finishing stages. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first, congratulations, Greg and Carrie. It's about time things went okay for them in life. They now have 40% of a baseball team. Jeff, what does this news today say about what Greg and Carrie's overall vision is for what they're trying to do in Denver?
Well, I think it shows what they've said. You know, they want to have a presence of here. I think they've been very cognizant of not wanting to appear like they just showed up, in Denver and Colorado to be, sports owners. They were very clear, as was Rob Walton, when they purchased the Broncos, that they've spent time in Colorado, have lived a part-time in Colorado. So I think this has all been an important part of their approach and how they've done things. And I think they're business people. I think they feel like this is a good chance to add to the sports portfolio, of what they already have and in business and in sports. So I think they see it as a good investment. And, does it mean, years and years and years from now, they own more of the team? I don't know that we know that yet, but they certainly were interested enough to get 40%. That's not like you're buying.
Yeah, it's substantial.
10% or whatever.
That's not Tom Brady's stake in the Raiders.
Right. That's
a
good call.
No, you're in it. I mean, even Rob Walton, he's got a 10% share of the Diamondbacks, I believe. So, this is even, obviously significantly more than that. So it's they must feel good about the baseball and what it can mean, because I don't get a sense they were looking for things that were just sort of happy talk investments. They wanted real ones.
Is there anything maybe that we don't see where they could benefit? I mean, obviously more profit. They'll share in some profit of the team win, and if it does even better than it's doing right now.
All those Glazilla sales.
All those Glazilla sales. What else, where might they benefit from this, Jeff?
I think, whatever kind of impact this gives them, in the search of the sports entertainment district around Coors Field. Does this give them an opportunity to be involved with that? Because couple that with what they're planning around the new Broncos stadium, that's a pretty significant downtown footprint, in this city for them. So I think, all sports owners are cognizant of what real estate and other ventures can mean around the teams you own.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN, joining us here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff, the top 100. Is it officially complete?
Yeah,
is it in the hands of an editor? Where is it right now?
Did you click send?
Not yet. It's running a week from Sunday, but I think send will be clicked this weekend at some point.
Okay, what happens at the very end?
Yeah,
okay?
where are you at? Are you in the stressing part? What are we doing here?
Yes, like what are you looking for to maybe move number 72 all the way up to 67? What are you looking for right now?
I was just going to say, I was just telling this to someone else today. I'm at the stage where I'm like, I'm the biggest moron on the planet to sort of have a job covering a team and all that takes to do it. If you want to do it right, and then to do this on top of that, I'm at that stage now where I am an idiot, and I am awful for. I will go back and look at a player evaluation I've done. I will go back and I will check all of my data. I will go back and look at all of my notes from all of the interviews I did about that player with scouts and coaches and everybody. I'll look at all of it, and then I'll move the guy 2 spots. And that's just,
and for what? For what, Lane?
And no one cares. I mean, no one's going to come up to me at the grocery store and say, dude, you should have had that guy at 87. No way is he an 84.
All right, so Jeff,
yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
One of my favorite things, and I know it's one of your favorite parts of the top 100 every single year, and I don't know how much you can give us, but number 100, it's always your thing. It's always your kind of your pet prospect, so to speak, at number 100. What can you tell us today about number 100?
It's down to 2 players.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
you haven't
he's
even
a
settled.
little ahead of the game.
You haven't even settled on one yet.
This is what I'm talking about. I've been going back and forth on something absolutely no one else on planet Earth cares too much about, and I will probably have an ulcer and an aneurysm together picking number 100.
Jeff,
anyway.
Tell people why in a list of 1 through 100 prospects, why number 100 means so much to you.
Well, the very first year I did it for publication, not the first year I did it. But the first year I did it for publication some 30-some years ago.
Meaning at one time he was only doing it for fun.
Or
not
just
for pay.
To improve myself. But it became I thought it was a good way to say this player isn't in the top 100, but boy, keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a really intriguing player. And I've hit on a few over the years, and one who played here, Brandon Marshall, the receiver, was the number 100 1 year.
And a great career for Brandon Marshall.
So that's why it's always just been a fun thing for me to say, hey, it does mean you're probably getting one wrong no matter what happens. But I just thought it was a fun way to point out a cool prospect maybe people hadn't thought much about.
All right, so I am curious. Was this class as hard? Because you've talked about it. Not as much value in the later rounds. It's just not been as sexy a draft. Teams are looking towards next year versus this year. Has it been harder because of that to get your 100 out, or was it easier?
It's harder, Andy, in some ways because the depth of this draft is centered in a lot of defensive positions. There's lots of edge rushers. There's lots of corners. I mean, it's a good draft, a really good draft at some positions. And, on draft day, you're just not going to have that many of those players get selected where they belong because teams have needs. And they don't always draft, best player available. They draft best player they need that's available. So that can impact how it all looks. But this board is difficult because the talent is very concentrated at probably 3 or 4 positions along the way.
All right, guys, look for the top 100. It's coming soon. We'll have a bigger preview of it coming up on Monday. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. Jeff, go back to the lab. We appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it, fellas.
All right.
We'll see you.
That's our dude, Jeff Legwold, with us right there. Right now, Mark Springer, we have breaking news on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. According to Bennett Durando of the Denver Post, or anybody else that is listening right now and tweeting from David Adelman's pregame press conference, the Nuggets' entire starting 5 out.
Out?
Out.
Wow, you kind of shocked me there with the Lakers losing or winning last night. I'm a little surprised. Are you?
Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson, Christian Brown will not play.
Are you surprised?
Yes.
I'm surprised by this.
Okay.
So now I don't feel like a dummy that you're surprised.
But wait a second.
Uh-oh.
I have more breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Victor Wembanyama is available tonight for the San Antonio Spurs.
Meaning?
This is
gets him.
Game number 65 of the season for Victor Wembanyama, which will make him eligible for first-team All-NBA, which he will be, and the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, which he will be.
And, of course, MVP and all that stuff. But
he's not going to win MVP.
No, but he's eligible.
Here's the big news, is that by playing tonight against the Dallas Mavericks and getting to game number 65, Why in the world, with your team locked into its seed and with Wemby already having hit the 65-game threshold to get the postseason honors that he needs or that he desires or that his agent desires, let's be honest, as long as he can get that, Wemby's not playing on Sunday in Denver.
No, I mean, first off, you don't want him having to go against the physicality that the Nuggets could throw if Valanciunas was out there and
if Aaron
Joker
the way that Aaron Gordon plays
else.
him and Jokic, etc.
And not only that, you don't want Joker getting another look at him. I think they kind of figured out, Joker saw that you blocked the Sombor shuffle the first time.
Yeah.
He adjusted. Do not let him have any more tape to download before the potential second-round series these two likely would play in.
The Lakers won last night against Golden State. Now, the Lakers are on the second night of a back-to-back tonight at home against the Phoenix Suns. So, there is a calculated risk in what David Adelman is doing right here if indeed your goal is to finish in the third seed, which it should be, by the way,
yes,
to stay on the other end of the bracket, other side of the bracket, away from the Oklahoma City Thunder. So he is taking a calculated risk that the Lakers will lose one of their two remaining games, or, Andy, he's taking the calculated risk that his bench guys can beat the Thunder scrubs tonight, because the Thunder really aren't playing anybody. If you are just joining us, the Thunder's injury report is comically long for this game tonight. Here's the full list. Alex Caruso, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Isaiah Hartenstein, Chet Holmgren, Isaiah Joe, A.J. Mitchell, Thomas Sorber, Kaysen Wallace, Jalen Williams, and Jalen Williams. That's right. Both Jalen's Williams are out of this game tonight.
Jalen Williams is
Jalen
San
Williams
Diegans
and Jalen Williams.
From earlier in the show.
Yes, we
spring put together
into a sea of San Diegans.
San Diegoans, San Diegans. All right. So you know what? Let me
what's
tell
the
you.
Starting five tonight? No Peyton Watson, no Spencer Jones. What's the
You're
Nuggets?
down your top 7. They're down what? They're top 10?
10, 11.
So it's going to be
it'll
be a Jalen. It's going to be a Jalen Pickett. No, it may not be.
Tyus Jones could start.
Tyus Jones.
You could
Bruce
start.
Brown.
Okay.
Jonas Valanciunas.
You would think
Zeke probably goes the 4 because I thought he had a hip impingement, but apparently he's okay. He went the other night, so
yeah.
Zeke goes there. Who's your small forward?
Strother.
Okay,
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I would say that's it.
Okay, Curtis Jones will get big minutes in this game tonight.
Did they call up David Roddy?
David Roddy could be getting a uniform.
He's beginning a uniform.
He's been there.
That's right. He's there.
Yeah. Okay. So you're starting 5 plus Watson and Spencer Jones are out. Okay. So Jalen. All right. So this is what I would do. Okay. Actually, here's my guess on starting 5. Bruce Brown at the point. Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh, good call.
Julian Strother, Val, and Zeke is my guess.
With Tyus Edney, and
Tyus Jones too.
Or Tyus Jones.
That'd be a hell of a story if Tyus Edney was in this game. Tyus Jones, Curtis Jones,
the Joneses,
KJ Simpson,
Mr. Jones, and me
is available to you.
Is KJ Simpson up? Okay, there you go.
Jalen Pickett.
All right.
And
maybe you small ball the hell out of him. I don't know.
Do you follow me on this for a second? Do you start Deron Holmes at the 5 and bring Valanciunas off the bench in order to keep Valanciunas' minutes hopefully hovering right around 20 to 25? Because they don't want to overextend him either.
No, I'm with you, but here's what I would think about. I would give him maybe what would the Chase Dolander kind of look. If you're going to do it that way, then I give about 5 minutes of an opener.
Okay.
To your guy, and then I bring in Valanciunas. But we'll see. Look, if Deron Holmes playing well, yeah, let him keep going. You know what I like about this, honestly? Here's what I like about this. The Nuggets starters are bored and tired of playing dudes they don't know, and they're not getting up for it, so why keep fighting that? You know what you got to do now? Now you get equal. Now you get both your bench guys caring and their bench guys caring. You're probably going to get an equal,
good game tonight.
Psyched effort out of both teams.
Oh, this is
start to finish.
This
you know
is going to be a well-fought game between NBA scrubs tonight.
Yeah, and they're all going to play hard, and they're all going to be juiced.
And when I say NBA scrubs, these are still the best basketball players in the world.
That can still hit shots, and you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I do like about it. Now Now there's no, oh, I'm bored. No, you better not be bored.
Oh, there's no boredom.
The bench, I mean, aside from the guys that you talked about that are in the regular rotation, which would you say only 3 of them basically?
Yeah.
The rest of you better go out and show me you're worth it.
You beat the Sixers earlier in the year. Can you beat the Thunder tonight at home? We shall find out. I have a question, just a quick one that I want to ask you, but something that occurred to me earlier this hour when we were talking about the Penners and their 40% acquisition of the Rockies. Okay, and look, I know the Monforts stand to benefit from this financially, substantially. Okay, but if you're Dick and Charlie Monfort, and I guess to a lesser degree Walker Monfort, or to an even lesser degree Sterling Monfort, are you a little stung by how overwhelmingly positive the reception has been to this news today?
I'd say so. I think you're onto something. I didn't think about that really either, but you're right. There has been an absolute overjoy that the Broncos ownership, which has done nothing but win people over.
Is there a little part of you that was hoping like there would be like one newspaper columnist that would just be like moving the Rockies into the hands of anybody outside the Monfort family is a massive mistake and detrimental to the city of Denver, and everybody else is just like, hell no, can you sell the rest of the team to them too?
I would agree. Somewhere, because we all have human pride, that's got to hurt a little bit.
Right.
I don't think you're way off there. I don't think they thought. Do you think? I would not be surprised to say that they were surprised at how big a news this was.
Again, the cha-ching part of it, I know they like that, and
they're
they
out of
are
debt.
business people.
They're out of debt.
They like that part of it, but also like they're men with egos. They are men with pride.
You know what's going to help that? Being debt-free during a lockout, though.
It will help them, yes. There's no doubt about that.
You have no debts to worry about with the pending work stoppage.
I could just see Dick Monfort scrolling through his iPad today, hoping to find one email from somebody that is just
iPad.
like I'm so disappointed that you're
How
parting
could you do
with
this?
any parts of the club. When I think of the Rockies, I think of the Monfort family. Maybe one of those emails got sent.
You think?
I hope for Dick's sake.
All right.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl
You'd
show.
like that, wouldn't you?
I'm indifferent.
On Altitude Sports Radio. All right, Andy, who originally did 99 red balloons?
Oh, my friends out there that want to go join me and Mark Springer at the concert tomorrow night, I am sorry if you answered Nina. You were wrong. Nina is a DJ. Our friend over there on Mix 100, Nena, is who we were looking for.
Nena. Which I believe was pronounced Nina.
I know, but
Yes.
you were messed up by a vowel.
Nena.
Not Nina.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Somebody even wrote in stupid spell check.
Yes, Nina was a West German New Deutschwelle band formed in West Berlin in 1981, active until 1987. Their German-language song, 99 Luftballons, and its English version, 99 Red Balloons, reached #1 on the singles charts of countries around the world. It was Nina we were looking for. Spring, who are our winners?
Our winners were Christopher Ortween.
Way to go, Christopher.
Derek Armour Derner.
Way to go, Derek.
And,
That's a made-up last name, by the way. And
Jeremy Clayton.
Jeremy, way to go, guys. Well done to all of you. Thank you to everybody that
Ton
entered.
of you texting in. We appreciate you.
Goldfinger and MXPX tomorrow night at the Mission Ballroom. Go watch a punk rock show on a Saturday night.
By the way, Nina had Harry Pitts in the video. You remember that as a kid on MTV?
Cool, man.
Nah, I didn't think so as a kid. I was like, nah, I ain't into that. By the way, I think
you don't like a good Euro chick?
As much as I do. As much as I loved that, I still love the cover of that. I actually know how to play it. We used to play it in our little band there. I think their top shelf cover is Just Like Heaven, but it usually it's about Just Like Heaven isn't the longest song ever.
Okay.
Their cover is about a minute long.
Okay.
Because it is just nothing but fast, and then it's done.
All right, so Andy, none of the Nuggets 5 starters are playing tonight.
None.
Against
or
the
their top two bench
Thunder.
guys.
Or their top two bench guys.
Two of the bench guys.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that because if Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. play, that's two of their top bench guys.
All right. The Nuggets could still win this game.
Yeah.
Okay?
Why not?
Their bench can beat the Thunder's third unit.
Their bench can bench their bench.
They can also lose this game tonight.
They sure can.
Is this
cost themselves the third seed.
Is this a wise strategy? Because if the Lakers win out,
you are not keeping the third seed.
You are not the 3 seed.
Well, as long as you win enough to keep the home court.
Now, if the Nuggets win out, they're good to go, but you got to win. If you lose this game tonight and the Lakers win out, you screwed yourself.
Yeah, look, this is going to be questioned if you don't win out. And if you but let me ask you this. Is this possibly, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, because I thought you put it perfectly yesterday when you said if you can't beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, then you probably can't beat Oklahoma City anyway. Is this a possible peek into their mind that maybe they don't want Minnesota in the first round, a team that still was specifically designed to beat you?
I wonder about that. Okay, that's one question that this raises. Do you not want the Timberwolves? Do you prefer a first-round matchup with the Rockets?
Because you know how hard the Timberwolves come after you.
Yes, and do you just simply view it as we're going to have to beat the Thunder anyway, so what does it matter if we play them in the second round or in the conference finals? In the very least, let's make sure we win our first-round series.
And let's be honest, Nate, I hate to put it this way. I'm sure they're not thinking this way because I don't think professional sports teams think this way. They think good thoughts, I would hope, all the time. To me...
No, they don't. They're very realistic.
Let me ask you this. Is there a chance also where you think, well, if we're going to deal with the Thunder, I'd rather get them sooner because that gives us a better chance to possibly be healthier?
There's also that.
Because if you were to go through if you don't get the Thunder till the conference finals, Aaron Gordon has to survive possibly 2 7-game series.
We've talked about, you're better off putting the Thunder off because maybe they'll be banged up by the time you get to them. Because, look, Jalen Williams has dealt with injuries all year long. Who's to say he doesn't suffer a major injury? What did he miss, 49 games or whatever it is this year? So yeah, that could be something that you're banking on. You could also be banking on, we think the Lakers will either lose tonight against the Suns or what's their last game? The Jazz, I think.
Yeah, it's the Jazz. It's terrible.
They're
not going to lose to the Jazz.
I wouldn't
Let's
think.
just put that out.
But on the second night of a back-to-back, the Lakers will lose to the Suns. Which aren't the Suns already locked in the 7? Either way. And Wemby will get his 65th game, and then he'll sit out on Sunday. We'll put our starters back in. We'll kick the crap out of the Spurs reserves, and we will then go ahead and lock up our 3 seed. It feels like you're taking some things out of your hand, whereas tonight you could have just played your guys, beaten the Thunder's 3rd string, and put yourself basically in the driver's seat to be able to get it done. Now, here's the other thing I don't know, okay? And we don't get to know this. Only the Nuggets know this. Andy, they have medical readouts on every player on their team.
Yep.
Do the Nuggets view this game tonight as a red line game that they could be risking major injury with any of their 5 starters, all of whom have dealt with bumps and bruises and assorted injuries this year, that they could be risking major injury with one of those guys if they play tonight, that what they are getting from their medical people is they need a night off.
Okay, that could be true. How about I take it a step further for you? Because,
I mean, when it's all 5 starters, it's kind of crazy.
Well, but here's the thing. Here's what I want to add. This is the point I want to add to what you said right there. If you're going to sit a couple of them, so is it fair? How about I put it this way? Is it fair to ask Jokic and Murray carry yet another game for you?
Right.
Because you've got to sit Gordon and Brown because you're legitimately concerned about what could happen to those two?
Yeah.
And maybe what's ever going on? Or do you keep, or could it be Murray and Cam Johnson that you don't want to overextend because you do really need to give Joker the rest for the wrist? Yes, I think that happens. I think thus why all 5 maybe sit out. I think also it could just be they're saying, we're going to get healthy tonight, period. We're going to take a day off because all we've done is travel and redline this thing. We will then go on the road trip to San Antonio if needed, and we will go play them. I think they will anyway. And we'll get them one more good game before 5 or 6 days off. But we know this. If we're healthy, we're taking all comers. So tonight is a chance for us to make sure we're healthy. I don't know.
Okay, so again, did they decide 10 days ago we're resigned to a life as the 4 seed? And then Luka Doncic's leg explodes, and Austin Reeves suffers an oblique injury, and the Lakers news popped up, and then you have to have internal discussions as a club. Okay, are we pushing this to the end to get that 3 seed, or is that too risky right now? We already basically roadmap this thing out as the 4 seed. We don't need to go out of our way and risk injury with our most important pieces, all of whom are exhausted after a long season, and particularly the push of a 10-game win streak at the end of the year. And you know what? We had a plan. Let's stick to the plan.
Yeah, because here's what I would say. I'm annoyed. I've been annoyed by the last 3 or 4 games against the bad teams, the Utah Jazz, the Portland Trailblazers, the Memphis Grizzlies, and who is it? Was Memphis the other night? Now you got another, you've got basically what would you call them? The ghosts, the zombie Oklahoma City Thunder tonight would be your term for this thing.